Peace, y'all. Peace, y'all. Welcome. Peace, love, and light to the collective. Today's Friday the 13th. People say that's an unlucky day. I think today's going to be the day, my first day of being monetized. And if it so happens to land on Friday the 13th, that's going to be crazy. People say it's an unlucky day. I don't know if y'all, I'm a history buff. So if you know the real meaning behind Friday the 13th is the day that they unalived a guy by the name of Jacques de Molay. He was like a leader of the Rosicrucians. They were Freemasons and whatever. And people were saying they practiced witchcraft. And then he was a Knights Templar. The Knights Templar was like a warrior / monk section of the Catholic Church, and we all know the Catholic Church dealt with a lot of mysticism. So these was like the warriors, and I guess Jacques de Molay, he was like a leader, and they grabbed him up and burnt him at the stake. And they say when they burnt him at the stake that he cursed the king and the king's son and the king's son's son, and I think for like 4 generations, they got sick and died or whatever the case may be. But that's why they deemed Friday the 13th as an unlucky day. And the number 13 became unlucky, not realizing that the number 13 is actually, it was Jesus and the 12 disciples, which made 13. You know what I'm saying? It's the judge and the 12 jurors, which make 13. So I think 13 was a misunderstood number. 13 is also, in numerology, it goes back to the 4, and the 4 is the bill. So 4 is basically like everything in existence, matter. 4 is matter. You know what I'm saying? Basically, north, south, east, west. The four seasons. We have 4 seasons. We have north, south, east, west. We have 4 elements: water, air, fire, and earth. And then we have the 4 makeups of everything in existence. I think it's hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, and carbon. So 4 is matter. And the gods, they taught that 4 is the build, and 4 is the build. 4 is the building block. The 4 corners of the earth. The 90 degrees 4 times, which makes 360 degrees. So 13 is a 4, which is everything in matter. So 13 is not an unlucky number. And today just happened to be Friday the 13th, and it should be the day that I monetize. So here I am building on the 4th day, which is the day of building. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people ask me to go into a lot of different things in these videos. Tonight, I just decided to go live. You know what I mean? I felt the energies was on me today. So I was like, you know what? Let me go live. And I might end up making this the Connecticut video because I'm really trying to push myself to get all this gangbanging shit, all of the thug shit, the street shit, the Weeks Avenue shit. I'm really trying to hurry up and push that out, get that out my system, because that's not really what I'm here to do, but I have to get it out my system. So a lot of people want to hear it. A lot of people want to hear those stories. So I'm going to give them up real quick and get them all out the way, especially the Connecticut thing. I could touch on the Connecticut thing real quick. I'm from the Bronx, but I have a lot of family out in Connecticut. I've been back and forth in Connecticut my whole life. When I left from Connecticut in 86, I came from New York. My father came and picked me up, brought me out to Connecticut in 87. My grandmother raised me, so at the age of like 8 years old, my father had got out of prison, and he tried to, raise me. That didn't last long. He ended up going back to prison, and I went back to the hood. So I've been back and forth to Connecticut like my whole life. So I gave y'all a brief history on Weeks Avenue. I think it was 1996. We ended up catching a shooting case out in Connecticut. Me, Smash, and my son Mel. We got locked up. Some shots rang out at the store. They locked us up for shooting up the store, whatever the case may be. I went on the run. I got locked up in New York and got extradited to Connecticut. This was in 96. right before I got extradited, I was in the Sprungs, you know, part of Rikers Island, and I was in the Sprungs, got into it with some Latin Kings. I wanted to be blood then. They had hit me in the eye with a scrub brush. I forgot which eye it is. I think it's this eye. I got like a little gash in my eyebrow. The Latin Kings had hit me in the eye with a scrub brush. I got it on with them. Eventually, I went to the box. A lot of the homies was in the box at that time. When I ended up having to go do my little box time, I met some homies. They was disgruntled about the Kings. They was putting it on with the Kings. I went back to population. I put it in some more. When my box time came back up for that, I went back to the box. I ended up getting extradited. At that time, I used to have to put in work to get paperwork. So I ain't really get no paperwork, you know what I'm saying? But I was already trying to be homie, trying to be blood, or whatever the case may be. I got shipped to Connecticut. When I got shipped to Connecticut, I'm fighting my case. I met an individual by the name of Flip from Brooklyn. He was GKB. So him being from New York, me being from New York, I rocked out with Son. Son gave me some literature, gave me paperwork. Initially he was supposed to be the one. I claimed blood under him for a minute, and years later, when I ended up getting the paperwork, I realized a lot of the paperwork that he gave me wasn't right and exact. When I got the real right paperwork, you know, I read over and I was like, well, he said this, but it's this, and he said this, but it's this. So I had to cross-reference a lot of the shit that I got. So for years, I wasn't really, to be honest, I was never really real right. I was under him. He brought me home. And then this is like 97, 3 years later when I come home, when I meet OG Mac in the Bronx, all that time I was jacking under Flip. So when I got around OG Mac gave me the official paperwork. He literally tried to give me the whole Bronx for GKB, even though we was getting word from the GKB big homies. I got in tune with Robo Jess around that time, rest in peace. You know, they were saying that OG Mac wasn't right. So this was, you know, coming to the streets, but he was home at this time. So I ended up getting all the real right paperwork. He gave me 4 stars at the time. I was a 4-star general. He tried to give me the whole Bronx for the GKB thing. But I didn't really want that responsibility. Even when I came home, which for those who don't know, when I say came home, meaning when I became blood, when he gave me the rims or the status or whatever the case may be, I only brought home 4 individuals, 2 individuals from my neighborhood, Bada Bing and my little man Blaze. And then when I got locked up in Connecticut, I brought home 2 more individuals, my son K-Tone from Bridgeport, and then another dude by the name of Marcus Mahoney, who was actually a white boy. But anybody from Bridgeport who knows Marcus Mahoney, I knew him for NYI. I'll get into that story. He was like a super get busy. He was a white boy, but he was a super get busy white boy from Bridgeport. He was raised in the Greens. You know what I'm saying? Everybody knew he was a straight killer. You know what I'm saying? He was a white boy, but only his skin was white. He's one of them. I believe in reincarnation. He was one of them niggas that just came back white for whatever reason. You know what I'm saying? But official nigga. So I only brought home, made blood 4 people. And the whole time I was blood. And there was hundreds of dudes saying they was under me, especially in Connecticut. Like most dudes coming from New London, Connecticut out there, when they got locked up, they would come through the system and be like, yo, I'm on the Bucks, because I was a dude that people knew. But I only brought home 4 individuals, 2 from the Bronx, 2 from Bridgeport. That's it. So, Flip, I could say brought me home, but to be honest, nobody really never brought me home. I'm gonna keep it all the way a band here. Like I said, I was on Rikers Island in 1996. I got extradited to Connecticut. When I was in Connecticut, I met Flip. Flip gave me some more paperwork, and he was like my little man, but he made me right. So when people ask who brought you home, I would say Flip. Years later, nobody really knew who he was. So when I met Mac in 2000, you could say technically I wasn't really real right, because the shit Flip gave me wasn't even right. Mac was selling paperwork, so I had all the paperwork. Mac gave me 4 stars. Mac tried to give me the whole Bronx for the G-Shine for GKB. At that time, he could do that because he was the Godfather. He was unknown, and he told me like he don't jack no set. He's all sets. You know what I'm saying? So I was banging since '96 because I could count the time on Rikers Island because I was getting it in with Latin Kings. You know, I didn't get much paperwork because at that time you used to have to put in work to get paperwork, and I was putting in work. I just never got the paperwork. So when I met Flip, he got me right. Fast forward to 2000. No, after I met Mac, I had another shooting case in 99, which happened to be Halloween. That kind of like sent shockwaves through the New London, Connecticut, because, you know, for it to be on Halloween, they were saying it was a blood-related incident. I don't think New London had no blood-related shootings or gang-related shootings at that time. That was one of the first. So I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. So that was the first time, you know, they had that kind of situation. I bailed out, was running around with Mac. I ended up getting locked up again in 2001. When I got, oh, let me backtrack. After Flip so-called brought me home, I went through my juvenile bid. I came home in 98, got into a shootout in Crystal Projects over some dice. You know, I was rolling dice or whatever the case may be. I felt like somebody cheated me. I ended up shooting up the projects and they locked me up. They violated my probation. During that violation, when I got locked up on that violation, when I went to Corrigan, which is the New London County Jail, as soon as I got in the jail, they put me in handcuffs and took me to the box, segregation. So I'm like, yo, why am I in segregation? And they was like, yo, Dookie, after drinking liquor and now I'm getting sober. Get sober, beloved. Get sober. Get sober, man. Liquor, them spirits, man, them things that take over. You know what I'm saying? You ever ran across my crib up north? Any official ones? I was only up north one time. I was only up north one time in 2014. And there was a couple of Crips up there. They wasn't really Jack and Crip though. Some from Far Rockaway. What's my son name? Bake. I ran across a Crip named Bake from Far Rockaway. Heavy set dude. You know what I'm saying? I was with him. But I was in Green though. Green wasn't like no super spot. Most of the, like I said before, I did 6 bids. I did 2 basically fed bids. One of them was half Connecticut. The other half was fed. So I did 2 fed bids. I did 3 Connecticut state bids. And I did 1 New York state bid. 1. And that was like a 2.5. But Spofford, I've been in and out of Spofford my whole life. Why are you doing this honestly? Why am I doing this honestly? 1, because I put the Hell Rail thing out, but that wasn't just for Hell Rail. That was to expose Hell Rail for, you know, calling me a bunch of rats, but really he was communicating with rats. So that was to expose him. And it was my coming out party, like to let everybody know, like, because a lot of people don't ask me. I seen people in the Bronx, I seen people in Connecticut. Since I came home, everybody knew what I did, but a lot of people wouldn't say it to me. The only people who came and asked me, like, yo, Bucks, I heard you told what's up, was niggas I knew in over 20 years. Over 30 years, I want to say. Because I came home, I was like 43, 44. So it was niggas I known over 30 years coming to me and asked me. All the young kids and all the gang, I had people trying to throw it up with me who knew I was blood, basically salute me and knew I told. So I did the thing with Rel basically to come out and tell everybody, because anybody that I knew, I told them like, yo, this is my situation. I was never one to try to hide or act like I didn't do what I did. So the person in the comments asked me, why am I doing this? I'm doing this just to let people know my situation. And then furthermore, to, you know, all the kids who out there who might be gangbanging, a lot of people look up to me in the Bronx. A lot of people looked up to me in Connecticut. So I'm gonna let them know this ain't the way. This ain't the move. This ain't the situation. This ain't something you should be a part of. You know what I mean? The street shit is a myth. So continue educating. I will, my brother. I will. Any Crips in the CT spots. I ain't been locked up in CT in a long time, bro, so I couldn't really tell you. I ain't been locked up in Connecticut in a minute, son. Word up, so I couldn't tell you. Any peoples in Jersey? Yeah, I met a lot of Jersey dudes in the feds, you know what I'm saying? I was actually with the big blazer, what's his name? The brother with the dreads. He got like a life sentence. CT Hot. E.T. Hot. E.T. Hot from Jersey. I was with E.T. Hot in Jersey. But yeah, back to the story. So when I got locked up in 98 for shooting up the projects, I had a violation of probation. When I went back in 98, they automatically took me to the box. And I'm like, why y'all taking me to the box? I don't got no infractions. I don't got no ticket or nothing. They was like, yo, you can't go to population. You're an active blood member. Now, mind you, people in Connecticut know this. Blood wasn't officially made a security threat group until 2001. This is in 99. They sent me to the box. I stayed in the box for the whole little 6 months and did my violation. They never let me out the box for the whole time, saying that I was a blood, basically. But it wasn't a security threat group then. I could have sued them. Knowing what I know now, I could have sued them because they literally held me in solitary confinement for a gang that technically didn't exist on paper. So they let me go in 99. I caught the shooting case in 99, went on the run, was on the run from the beginning of 2000 all the way to the beginning of 2001. I was only home like 14, 15 months. Then I got locked up again. When I got locked up in 2001, they sent me straight to the box. And at that time, Bloods was made a gang or whatever the case may be. So I was like they had arrested, put my son Ease in them. My son Ease got 20 years, man. Free my son. They had locked Ease and a couple, like 3 other blood niggas up because they got into it with some kings. So they was the first ones to be put on the computer. I was the second. They had a riot, so all the niggas that was involved in that riot, they put them on the computer as Bloods. That was the first violent act in Connecticut for the Bloods. And then I came to jail maybe like a few months after that. They put me straight in the box, labeled me a Blood, and I've been there ever since. You know what I'm saying? Every time I would get locked up in Connecticut, they would separate me, send me right to the box, and ship me right to the level 5 Supermax, right to Northern. You know what I'm saying? And because you wasn't a civilian, though, beloved, yeah, do you think you have any obligations to hold someone down because at the end of the day, you was a part of it? Yeah, as far as like a gang member, yeah, if you was banging, if I was banging and you was Blood, I gave you my food if I had food. If you got into it, I got into it. You know what I'm saying? That's how it was back then from 176 in Davidson. Rip Marley G. Yeah, Marley G. Davidson, that's the neighborhood, bro. Word up. Davidson was I'm right up the block from there, so you already know. That's the dead end block. I know the dead end block right there. I know mad niggas from over there. My son Corrupt from over there. My son Blondie from over there. The homie Wild Child from over there. Yeah, that's the neighborhood. Davis in the neighborhood. No, I'm talking about snitching. Because you wasn't a civilian, do you think you have an obligation to hold something down because at the end of the day, you was a part of it? Oh, as far as the telling shit, let me tell you something, bro. I get what you're saying now. You're saying, do I feel like I should have been obligated to hold it down because I was a part of the blood shit? When I got locked up, I was 37 when I caught the Fed case. You know what I'm saying? I was a category 6, armed career criminal, the head of my indictment, and we had a state kidnapping. Some fiend niggas kidnapped some nigga, tied him up in the basement for 3 days, sexually assaulted the nigga. I ain't had nothing to do with that. I came in there, they had the nigga tied up. They had him in there for 3 days. I said he owed me some money. They jumped the gun when they kidnapped the nigga. So when I got locked up, I knew I was facing kidnapping. I knew I was facing a kingpin charge. I knew I was a category 6. And I knew that they found some guns that they was gonna put on me because I was the head of the indictment, right? So I was 37 when I got locked up, knowing I was gonna get at least 20 and better on a cop-out if I was lucky. Not only was I gonna get 20 and better on a cop-out if I was lucky, I knew that I had played the role in a couple homicides. So not only was I about to get 20 or better, I also had bodies that was going to come out of nowhere that I knew was going to come, that I knew somebody was going to tell on. So at 37 years old, I wasn't prepared to go back to the federal penitentiary. I left the federal penitentiary at 26. I left Leavenworth, the pen, the real pen. You know what I'm saying? And I barely made it out then. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't want to go back to that. So as far as the holding it down shit, first of all, I wasn't even Blood when I got locked up in 2015. In 2016, I stopped banging on Rikers Island in 2013. Nobody kicked me out the whip or nothing. I just stopped banging because it wasn't going nowhere. You know what I'm saying? It didn't stand for the same things it stood for in 96. So to go to Rikers Island in 96 and to see how the Bloods was moving, to get locked up in 2013 and see how I was moving, it was over, homie. Like I wasn't even Blood, first of all, when I got locked up on my Fed case. So, but to answer your question, even if I was, that shit didn't really matter, bro. That blood shit it's an illusion. You know what I'm saying? I understand, but those are consequences from the street shit. Respectfully, Wild Child, my bro. I live with Blondie, brother-in-law in New London. Yeah, Wild Child, that was my son. Yeah, Blondie, that's my son. He's still out in New London. I seen him. I was out there when I first came home, and I seen him and shit like that. I understand it, but those are the consequences from the street shit, respectfully. Yeah, I mean, you know, it is what it is. If you was able to be involved in street shit and you did your time, I get it. You know, the case that I got locked up in 99 on Halloween, it was a double shooting. You know what I'm saying? My son jumped out my car, shot 2 niggas. They didn't know them. I went to jail. I did 5 years for that. I didn't do that shooting. I held it down. You know what I'm saying? I held down a few things. I had a murder I witnessed when I was 12. So when I got locked up for the shooting and all the other cases, all them years, I never said, hey, I know about a murder. I was 12 years old. I witnessed this guy kill this guy. I didn't give that up. I witnessed murders in 2000. I didn't give none of that up. I got locked up a bunch of times. I did 6 bids. So on my 6th bid at 37 years old, I made a decision not to do no more time, and I made a decision to tell. It sound good, homie, but when you looking at 20, 30 years at 37 years old, and you got a bunch of murders that's on your heart and on your spirit, and you could give that up to walk away, you niggas could say you was gonna just go and do your time, and some niggas do. Some niggas do, but it's 39 viewers in this joint right now. Out of them 39 viewers, if they was involved in any kind of street activity and you was facing 20-something years at the age of 37 years old, I think 39 and a half of them niggas would have went and told, bro. Like, so I get what you're saying, but at 37 years old, I wasn't going back to prison, homie. I did. I ended up going back and doing 7 years, but I wasn't going back to do no 20, 30 years, bro. Not me. So I hear what you're saying. On here and tell the world. Jelly bean head. I got jelly bean head. Yeah, that's what's up, bro. It is what it is, man. You know what I'm saying? And I expect this, the interactions. The street niggas, the niggas who've been out of jail their whole lives, the gangbangers, if y'all feel some kind of way about what I did, you can feel it. You know what I'm saying? You're privy to certain info since it's all over, and now you can tell me what facilities besides the obvious where they house the cooperating besides up top. I only been up top one time, and when I was up top, I wasn't cooperating, so I don't know. If you're talking about the federal system, I was in the witness protection jail. I didn't go to regular jail. I was in GEO, and then I went to the witness protection jail. If there's 200,000 people in the federal system, there's only 600 beds in the witness protection program. It's only like 4 jails for the witness protection program. The witness protection program ain't a drop. All the other snitch niggas go to drop yards. Witness protection program is for people that were government witnesses on national gang cases, and there's enough murder and severity in what you cooperated on that the government deems they have to protect you. So I was in the same witness protection jail that Alpo was in and Sammy the Bull. I was in the same unit they was in Pennsylvania. So if you mean that aspect, I wasn't in a dropout yard. I was in the actual witness protection joint. You know, when you give up information on that many homicides and shit like that, that's where they send you. You know what I'm saying? That's, you know, we was eating barbecue ribs and had a TV in the cell. They don't even have TVs in the cell in the federal system. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I was at, if that's what you mean. Most people don't know how it feels to face that time. They watch movies and hear stories. Most people don't know how it is to face that kind of time. And so anybody could jump on here and say, yo, why you tell? Nigga, I know 90% of you niggas wasn't going to do no 30 years, especially if you had a way out of it. So you can say what you want to say. That shit sounds good, you know what I'm saying? But I know what I did and I know what I had to do. See, what a lot of people don't realize is another thing too, that was you in that old video with Harrell when he was a kid? Nah, but that's my whole team. The little black nigga in there, the Mike, that's my cousin. The kid Fabe, those is my whole team. That was in '87. I was actually living in Connecticut. My grandmas used to send me to Connecticut every summer so I could have a change and shit like that, so I could get out the city. So that summer, when they was in New York having fun, I was stuck in boring-ass New London, Connecticut. I was sick. So I actually missed that video because I was out with my father. My grandmom sent me to stay with my father, so I wasn't in that video. I'm tight, but that's my era. Those is all my brothers right there. Rel Crib, I remember the crib. There's the other video. I took it down. They took it down because they was cursing too much. They reported me for like cyberbullying because you know kids ain't supposed to be cursing at other kids. So the other half of the video, I had to take it down. But I'm gonna edit it and put it back up. You know what I'm saying? I got an editor. Somebody offered to edit for me for free. You know what I'm saying? So everything is coming together. I should be monetized after this video because I think I'm only short like 50 people, and I'm only short like 500 hours watch time or some shit like that. So after this video, I should be good. You should be doing shit. Then is what I understand, son. Comment, but you shouldn't been doing shit. Then is what I'm saying. Do you people still accept and honor certain gang codes even though you're out? Nah. The gang codes is bullshit. Joining a gang, you basically saying that the gang is your family. Any gang you join, they could have all the best paperwork about how we to strengthen the community and black love and black pride. But in all reality, when you choosing a gang, you're choosing a gang over your family. When your homie say he getting into something, you got to go with him. You got to say, fuck your kids, fuck your mother, fuck your family, and you going to go ride with that individual. So they could write whatever paperwork and rhetoric they want to write, but in all reality, it's your obligation to choose your gang over the family. You know, and at one point I was in that mind state. Like you don't be involved with all the shit that I was involved in, not putting in work and not being down for the gang. You know what I'm saying? And what I want to explain real quick is like in 2012, I had a spiritual awakening at the age of 33. So I hadn't really shot a gun. I hadn't robbed nobody. You know what I'm saying? I was contract killings was coming across to me in 2012 when I had my spiritual awakening and I received the Christ-like consciousness in my heart and I began to pray and meditate. At that time, when I decided to live in the righteousness and live in the light, even when I was still selling drugs, I was a work in progress. I wasn't robbing, I wasn't kidnapping, I wasn't shooting. I haven't even carried a gun since 2012, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? But during that time when I decided to go the right way, even though I was still selling drugs, if that makes any sense. But when I made a vow not to, you know, harm anybody no more and to be the gangster no more, not to be funny, but like maybe like 5 contract killings came across me. Literally 50,000 to kill this person. They wanted 20,000 to kill this person. And you know what I'm saying? And I had to duck it. I was like, I wouldn't take it. And none of my niggas knew, you know, why I wouldn't take it. None of my niggas knew why I wasn't carrying a pistol no more. People just assumed I had a gun on me. People just assumed I was moving a certain kind of way, but I really wasn't. And I was still living in fear. Even though I had my spiritual awakening, I was afraid to tell brothers like, yo, I'm not harming people no more. You know, I don't want to be gang no more. You know what I'm saying? I stopped going to meetings. I stopped answering certain people's phone calls. So, but I was still selling drugs. So because I was still selling drugs, I still was doing the devil work. But at the time, you got to think of somebody who, you know, is accustomed to like extortion and kidnapping and shooting and robbing and all that shit. In my mind, in my 33-year-old mind, I'm like, well, I'm only selling drugs. At least I'm not kidnapping nobody. At least I'm not shooting nobody. You know, I done turned down a contract hit. I didn't let the homies go kill this person and, you know, benefit off the death of another person. You know what I'm saying? So in my mind, I was like, yeah, I'm better. But I was still selling drugs the whole time. You know what I'm saying? So I say that to say, when I got caught for this, it wasn't like I was still heavy gangbanging. And when I told was when I said, fuck the gang. I've been over with the gang. When I got arrested in 2013, I hit Rikers Island. I stopped gangbanging. At the time, you know, I was Mac Baller, and Shark Baller was my little man. He was like the third running the whole prison system. I had lines to LO. I had lines to Eli. They're all from my neighborhood. So I could have stayed in the gang. I stopped. Nobody kicked me out. Nobody told me I had to go. I just didn't want to be a part of the gang no more. You know what I'm saying? And when I denounced the gang, This is on Rikers Island in 2013, which is 13 is a significant year. It just so happened to be Friday the 13th. You know what I'm saying? And I had my spiritual awakening in 2012. So when I hit Rikers Island, January of 2013, what a lot of people don't know, I was fresh off my spiritual awakening. So I went in there praying, I went in there meditating, you know what I'm saying? But I was still getting the bag, meaning I was still getting drugs off the visiting floor. You know what I'm saying? So I was still getting weed off the visiting floor. You know what I'm saying? So that experience was a whole nother experience. One day I'm gonna break it down to y'all, like how prayer and meditations, how I was able to change the whole environment wherever I was at, every crib I went to, how I got out of there without a scar on my face. And the Mac Ballers had beef with everybody in the jail. So everybody in the jail thought I was Mac Baller. And then I told the Mac Ballers I wasn't Mac Baller. So I had beef with everybody the Mac Ballers had beef with, and I had beef with the Mac Ballers themselves because I walked away from the gang and nobody, did nothing to me. And I came out without a scratch on my face. Nothing happened to me. You know what I'm saying? And I actually beat the case. I got caught with like 300 grams of heroin and 2 firearms. I had 2 pistols in the crib when the U.S. Marshals kicked in the door. 2 of them. I ended up beating that case. So that was me fresh off my spiritual awakening. When my prayers were strong, my meditations were strong. I had a force field shield of protection down and around me so powerful. It was crazy. Real talk. Had I been vibrating like that when I got caught in 2016, when I decided to tell, if I was vibrating like that, I wouldn't even have to tell. I'm keeping it 100. I could have prayed and meditated myself out of that whole situation, whether you believe it or not. I'll get all the way into it. I'm not getting into it now. Let me get all this street shit out my system. And maybe like in another video or two, then I'm going to flip the whole switch on y'all. For real, for real. I'm just talking this shit because people want to know. You know what I'm saying? When they go. Hold on, let me answer some of the comments because I was going off a little bit. And I try to answer everybody because I know how I be in the comments. You be asking some real shit and people just be ignoring you. I just subscribed. Yeah, like, share, and subscribe, man. If you ain't subscribing, subscribe. Because I'm telling you right now, when I get monetized and I get this this editor to help me out, it's gonna be a whole nother completely different show. I'm telling y'all right now. If I show y'all, man, if y'all just knew what I got going on up here. All right, let me read this. I just lost a house and collateral, blackjack. Any financial advice? Yeah, stay out the casino. My financial advice, stay out the casino. I had a bad gambling habit, beloved. Stay out the casino. There's already another soul, though, beloved. Yeah, there is another soul, but you a soul, he a soul, we all a soul. There's millions and there's billions of souls. But my name is Soel, meaning soul, which who I am. L is a lofty one. So I'm Soel, straight through. Soul, E-L, Soel, Souleltv. That's me. There's a billion souls. I have to say that I got older. Telling is a part of the game, and it's been going on, and not to make light of one that told, but we all hear about only you, but we all heard about only you, won't tell on yourself. Well, with the federal government, you got to tell on yourself because when you proffer, you got to tell them everything you did. You know what I'm saying? And if they catch you in one lie, then because they're going to make you cop out if you're facing a lot of time like I was. So because I was facing 30 to life, I had to cop out to 30 to life. So they make you cop out. And then when you cop out, you begin to tell. And at any time, if they find you to be lying, you already took the 30 to life. So you stuck with it. So you have to tell on yourself. They're going to ask you everything. And the feds know, and I'm telling all y'all who's on here, who's still hustling, gang banging, scamming, whatever it is you're doing, I'm telling you right now, they know everything that you're doing. If you hustling with 3 people, one of them, at least one of them, is talking to the police. That's a fact. The feds know everything. When I got busted by them, I realized that they knew everything because they would lead you and say, so what happened on June 24th? You'd be like, I smoked too much weed. I don't remember. And you probably really don't remember. And you'd be like, it was like, so did you shoot Anthony? They be like, shoot, Anthony. They be like, green car, first floor. Like, they start telling you shit. And then you be like, oh, shit, yeah, I remember that. Like, they know everything, homie. They know everything. So if you go in there and lie, the shit that they asking you about, they probably already got 2 or more witnesses already who told them that. And if you say yay and they say nay, and it's 2 of them, because it takes 2, you know, that's biblical. I'll get into that later. You know, in the Bible, it says it takes 2 witnesses. So it's the same thing in the court of law. If 2 people agree and they view them people or view them people as reliable, then they're gonna say that you lied, and then you got to go do the life sentence. So you got to tell on yourself. You know what I'm saying? There ain't no such thing as that. So do you ever think about the dude you told on? Do you feel bad? Nah. The dudes I told on, I know people hear like 17 murders. I told on 17 murders, and it sound like a lot, but in all reality, like 2 individuals might be responsible for like 8 of them shits. Hell no. James Felton, I know his family probably here. They love him. That's their family, you know what I'm saying? So they're going to feel some type of way. But James Felton killed 2 people for no reason. For no reason. He killed Marvin. He asked him, do you know who I am? Marvin said, nigga, I never heard of you, which he's a younger dude. James was older than me. Marvin is younger than me. So he killed the person that was young enough to be his own kid because the kid said he never heard of him. And he blew his head off right there in front of everybody. Went in the building, got a gun, and shot him like 8 times. Killed him for absolutely no reason. You know what I'm saying? Then he killed my son Chucho for no reason. Shot Chucho in the head. You know what I'm saying? So I don't feel bad for that nigga. You know what I'm saying? Shark was my little man, you know what I'm saying? But he killed like 5 people that the feds know about. So you asking me if I feel bad about these individuals. One of the individuals, they killed a dude named Baby Blood. They chopped him up, you know what I'm saying, and set his body on fire and shit like that, you know what I'm saying? That's somebody that I love's little brother, you know what I'm saying? And they asked me about it. He was probably the only one that I didn't want to say something about, but they asked me. And they asked me because after they killed the dude and chopped him up, you know what I'm saying, his brother knew that these individuals killed their brother. So one day I just so happened to be with them, and we circle in the block and we see him, and he reached in his jacket like he had a gun. I had a gun, so I just started shooting at him. So because I shot at him, at this time, his brother murder wasn't solved. They just knew that somebody chopped him up and put him in a shopping cart. You know what I'm saying? They chopped his body up and put him in a shopping cart. Now, the little niggas who did it, nobody thought that they would be able to chop this nigga up, even though they did. But at the time, when everybody heard that he got chopped up and set on fire, everybody thinking it's like some Colombian drug laws or something like that. So when I shot at the individual who got murdered, when I shot at his brother told the neighborhood. So everybody in the neighborhood was like, Bucks killed the nigga. Like, oh, he got chopped up and burnt, or that gotta be Bucks. That's only some shit that I could do. So the feds had that. Everything the community say, everything the hood say, any gossip, hood gossip, the feds know all the hood gossip. So they asked me, did you have something? Nah, I had nothing to do with that. Well, why you shot at him? Well, I explained the situation, and because I had secondhand information of what happened, I told them. A couple of individuals who did it happened to end up telling anyway. So had I said, nah, I don't know what happened with that. The 2 individuals who ended up telling, they gonna say, yeah, Buck shot him and Buck shot at him and we told him what happened and he played this role in it, and they would have knew that I knew, and I would have went to jail for that. So that was like the only person, because that was my little man brother, and I know he wasn't like that. Like, he wasn't no murderer. He wasn't no killer. He just got caught up in the moment. You know what I'm saying? He had a bunch of kids. So I genuinely had love for him. But at the end of the day, like, you kill somebody, he should have told. And I'm not even being funny or sounding crazy like that. I actually thought he was going to tell. I did. I thought he was going to tell. You know what I'm saying? He ain't never been in trouble. He ain't never been into nothing. He got 5 kids. So I told, and I really thought I was hoping he was going to tell, and he didn't. And they gave him 40 years. You know what I'm saying? So if there's anyone that I say like, damn, you know what I'm saying? I wish he would have told so he didn't have to do that time, it would be him. But he made his decision. How the fuck am I going to feel bad about a man making his decision? He made his decision to say, fuck his 5 kids and go do 40 years. You know what I'm saying? He made his decision. He had the opportunity to tell, and he didn't. So how the fuck can I feel bad for somebody who don't feel bad for themselves? In all reality, you know what I'm saying? So do you ever think about the dude? Oh, I read that already. Respect 2 weeks. I'm from Davidson. It was temptation. God has a light on you. Thank you. God does have a light on me. Trust and believe. A light on me and in me and around me. Nobody's perfect. Continue your journey. I will continue my journey. You know what I'm saying? And I like to talk like this. I don't try to use all big words. My man, some of my people told me, oh, you be using big words. I don't really even think I be using no big words. You know what I'm saying? But I talk the way I talk because I want the youth to hear me. I want them to hear me and be like, yo, I'm jacking this old nigga. Like, oh, he sound like he was really, running around or whatever. Because I was, you know what I'm saying? So I'm talking to y'all like this. I ain't no preacher. You know what I'm saying? I ain't no young Pharaoh type of nigga, even though I know all the shit he know. You know what I'm saying? I ain't one of them type of niggas. We gonna get all esoteric. I'm gonna tell you how to clean out your chakras. I'm gonna tell you how to raise your kundalini. I'm gonna tell you how to open your third eye consciousness. You know what I'm saying? I got some prayers, some meditations. You know what I'm saying? I done cast out demons. Real shit. I done cast out demons. I had demons in myself. Real shit. So prepare, get ready. You know what I'm saying? This shit right here, I'm just getting it out. When y'all come see me 60 days from now, I'm not gonna be talking about this gang shit no more. I'm not gonna be talking about the death no more. I ain't gonna be talking about no murders. I ain't talking about no rap shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting all that shit out my system. I'm gonna answer all them questions. And then after that, I'm gonna show you how your favorite rappers is satanic worshipers. I'm gonna show you how your favorite rappers is homosexuals. And again, the reason why I'm doing it because I'm living in my truth. Them niggas need to come out and live in their truth. And I want to show the kids if these niggas is really gay, and they really wasn't gangsters and they really was good school kids, I just want to show y'all like that is fake. We've been tricked. We've been bamboozled by gang leaders, by these rappers. We've been bamboozled. And it's time. It's 2026. It's time to put all that shit to rest. It's time to be fathers. It's time to be husbands. It's time to heighten our vibrations so we can heal ourselves mentally, physically, and spiritually. It's time that we teach our kids and get them off these video games all day, every day, so we could teach them right knowledge, so they could remove cancers from their parents and cancers from their grandparents. You know what I'm saying? How we could heal ourselves and we could vibrate higher. It's time. You know what I'm saying? We just left we just left the age of Pisces. We move into the age of Aquarius. And like Cat Williams said, a lot of things are going to be revealed. When you pour out that water, you're pouring out knowledge, you're pouring out cleansing, you know what I'm saying? And this is me just bearing my soul and pouring out, all the shit that was stuck up inside of me, physically, mentally, and spiritually. Did James really have 4 bodies? I don't know about 4, but he definitely went down for 2, and I think he was locked up for a body back in the day. So that's 3. And then you gotta think of all the shit that he did. He got away with. You know what I'm saying? Somebody get locked for a body, like 2, 3 bodies. There's probably a body they didn't get locked up for. But I know he killed at least 3 people, and those are the type of people I put in prison. So if you asking me if I feel guilty or bad for a nigga that killed 3 people, possibly 4 people for nothing, no, I don't. Why would I? Amen. Get ready, get set, go. Let's go. Let God. Good night. Good night, beautiful. Thank you. Bucks, if you didn't get caught up, would you still be wilding? Nah, I don't know if when you clocked on, I wouldn't be wilding if I got caught, because I told you in 2012 I had a spiritual awakening. In 2011, my last daughter was born in 2011. I was locked up when my other 2 daughters was born. When they both was born, I was in prison. So I got a chance to see my 14-year-old born in 2011. And I was there with my wife, and she pushed out my daughter. That was the first time I seen a baby get born and shit. So when my daughter was born, in the movies and shit, when the baby get born, it come out crying and shit. So when my daughter got born, she didn't come out crying. She came out and she was just like laying with her arms out. My wife pushed her all the way out, and she was outside of my wife just laying there. So, in my mind, I was recording shit, but when she came out and she wasn't crying or moving, like in the video, you can see me just drop the camera. I dropped the camera and I'm looking down at her like, why she ain't moving? And my heart, my whole soul, everything in me just froze. The doctor turned her over and like patted her on her back and her butt, and she started crying. And when she started crying, I started crying. Word up. And in my mind, I kind of thought like she was stillborn or something. So When she started crying, I started crying. And I was in 2011, I was 32. So at 32 years old, I realized when I seen my daughter born and shit and seen her crying and I felt the energy of that, at that moment, I started crying for her. I started crying because I was happy, but I also started crying for all the mothers and all the death that I had played a part in. For real. I'm keeping it a band. Like, I never looked at it like that until I saw my daughter born and I heard her cry and I started crying. And in the minute that I was crying, I started thinking about, me telling my man moms her son died and how she fell to the floor, how she fainted, how mothers roll over at the funerals and shit. So me seeing my daughter being born changed me, bro. That's when I said to myself, like, nah, I can't. I ain't trying to harm no. Now, did I have a bunch of fights since then? Yeah. Every time I went to jail, I'd be having mad fights, you know what I'm saying? But I stopped shooting people. I stopped gunning people down. You know what I'm saying? I never touched a gun again. I never touched a gun again. I never touched a gun again. You know what I'm saying? And I was a dude where people would come to me with contracts like they wanted this person shot, this person killed, this person this person that. When my baby daughter got born, I never touched a gun again, bro. So I wouldn't have still been wilding if I got locked up because I had already begun to change. But when in my neighborhood, Weeks, Topping, 240, around that area and shit, I had to portray an image. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would come on the block and I would have to act like I had a gun. Like, if you was my man from Connecticut, I'll tell you, yo, come with me. Just stand there and don't say nothing to nobody and keep your hand in your pocket. And everybody would just assume like you was some shooter from somewhere, some blood shooter nigga. And I used to just pretend like I had guns and pretend like I was still with it, out of fear. But I wasn't really with it no more. So I wouldn't have been wilding. I probably would still been selling drugs though, to be honest. Because my mind, my thinking was so stinking that I thought as long as I ain't physically harming nobody, I could sell drugs because I'm not committing no violence. You know what I'm saying? That was crazy of me. So had I not got caught up, I probably have still been selling drugs though, because I wanted some money. You know what I'm saying? So I would have still been doing that. Did they cooperate? you gotta ask Thig, man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't, you know what I mean? Regardless of what, Buck, I try to tell you, you was there. Buck, I tried to tell him you was there. You try to tell him I was where? Let me see if I can see who that is. Oh, that son that do the yeah, that son that do the other videos and shit. What's good, son? You selfish, homie. You selfish, homeboy. I am a little selfish. You right. You ain't never lie. I done gave my heart and my soul to the gang and to the streets, homie. You right. It is time that when I decided to tell, I was selfish. I thought about me. You damn right I did. And my children. And my aunt. And my mama. For the first time, I thought about them before I thought about the gang. And that is a bit selfish. But what is a gangbanger? A gangbanger is selfish. When a man says, you know what, I'm going to choose to be a part of this and say, fuck my kids, fuck my mother, fuck my wife, nigga, that's selfish too. If you selling drugs, you selfish. If you gangbanging and you on Rikers Island and you telling the neutral he can't get on the phone, you selfish. When a chicken come around and you blood and you not and the neutral niggas can't get chicken, you selfish. When there's a whole box of muffins and cereals and you only pass them out to the niggas that's blood, you selfish. So either you're gonna be selfish for yourself and your kids and your soul, or you're gonna be selfish for the gang, nigga. Either way. So you go be unselfish and go do 30 years, nigga. Go ahead. You told on that case beside you. Who told on that case beside you, Bucks? What case? What case you talking about? The Weeks case? Man, 90% of them niggas told. And the ones that didn't tell was the niggas who got 5 years and 4 years and 3 years. Everybody don't get a bunch of time when you go to the feds. You know what I'm saying? None of them niggas was in category 6s. A lot of them on that Weeks indictment. I wasn't on the Weeks indictment. I did what they call jumping on the case. I got locked in PA. I wasn't on the indictment. But because when Weeks was going through it with 240, when James did what he did, James called me every day. Because Jones was my man, and James was a nigga. James is not my generation. I grew up watching James shoot shit up and doing what he do. I was a kid when James went to jail the first time. So when I came home, he we got acquainted. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna tell y'all why I didn't the main reason why I didn't respect James, and I hate to get back on tough shit and gangster shit. But the reason why I didn't respect James, I see all these blogs talking about how much of a killer he was. When I met James in 2011, when he got out of jail, we had a conversation. And the first thing he said to me was, I respect you for taking over 240 and getting Scooter and them niggas out of here. They don't know that I know they killed my nephew. I know Scooter killed my nephew. This is the conversation that we had. This is the conversation I told the FBI when I got locked up. He knew Scooter killed AZ or had something to do with AZ getting killed. And what'd he do? He sat up on 240 every day with Scooter. Never did nothing. He went to jail 4 years later. So he was home with this individual for 4 years. But you killed another individual over nothing. And again, I'm not glorifying the street shit. I'm just talking to y'all in y'all terms, in street terms, right? So if you a killer and you kill somebody over nothing, if you know this dude killed your nephew, but you was with him every day, didn't do nothing to him, and then you wait to get into an argument with another nigga and kill him over nothing, when the brother the individuals who's responsible for killing your nephew is around you every day. I'm not gonna say I don't respect them, but Bucks, the street nigga, the nigga that y'all think should have held it down and did a life sentence, if I was that nigga, I would never respect that nigga. But me, in hindsight, murder is murder and death is death. So I don't respect none of it. You know what I mean? And y'all sit on the sidelines. I ain't even gonna get into that, but homie, I held a lot in my soul. I held a lot in my spirit. When I came out of them interrogations rooms, when I came out of them prophets, I felt light. I felt good. I breathed easy. A lot of that shit was on my spirit. I haven't had a bad dream since I told. Before I told, I had bad dreams. Well, I have bad dreams, but not the dreams I used to have. I ain't had them dreams no more. So it's easy to judge somebody, but you don't know what it's like to live in the shoes of Sammy the Bull or Alpo type of nigga. You don't know what it's like to live in them shoes. You don't know what it's like. You don't know. You don't know. You just talking. You just talking. You don't know what it's like every time there's a knock at your door or when you in jail, every time they call your name for no reason, you thinking, oh, this is it. This is homicide. They coming to get me. When any time somebody call your name, you thinking you about to go do a life sentence. Do you know what it's like to live like that? I had murder on my consciousness since 12 years old, homie. You don't know what it's like to live like that. So you could sit with your little Twitter fingers and say what you would and wouldn't do, but you not me. You didn't live my life, homie. I don't care how many times you've been up north. You ain't been looking at life. I don't care. And even if you went up there one time for a murder or whatever you went up there for and you held it down, you probably was 21, 22. I did 5 years for a shooting. I ain't had nothing to do with it. My first case was for a shooting. I ain't had nothing to do with it. Every shooting I ever did, I got away with. Sad to say. My first 2 bids was for shootings I never did. My first 4 times in Sparfit was for robberies that I didn't do because I was known for robbing people. So the police would just come grab me and lock me up for robbery. So I've been through all of the doing bids for people and all that shit. I did all of that when I was a kid. At 37, I made a decision to not go back to jail no more, bro. That was my 6th bid, bro. I made a decision. I'm not doing it again. I'm sorry. Say what you want to say. Oh, it's a lot of comments. What makes you? Atari was my dude. Yeah, they killed Atari. I solved that too. Give me gratitude. I helped with Atari murder. I'm the reason why Atari murder got solved. I helped with Joaquin murder. I'm the reason why Joaquin murder got solved. I'm the reason why Baby Blood murder got solved. All y'all who know these individuals that I'm naming, thank me. Don't call me a bunch of rats if you wanted justice, because you wasn't gonna kill nobody for them. And I'm not saying that that's a good thing to do, but you wasn't gonna do that. So if you wanted justice, you got justice. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not even defending it because I don't give a fuck what y'all think. My kids love me. My family love me. You know, the snitch niggas got a saying when it's like they got a saying when they say when you telling and shit. It's a saying they say. They say, those who matter don't care, and those who care don't matter. Those who care, those that matter don't care that I'm telling. All those that matter don't care that I told. Those that care that I told don't matter. It don't matter. One of my brothers don't fuck with me, okay. My pops didn't fuck with me for a while, we all right now. Those are the people that matter, and they really don't care. I got a brother who kind of cares, like, but that's my little brother. You know what I'm saying? I put a gun in his hand. I told him don't tell. I tell him, you know what I mean? I put all the shit. I helped let him be blood. That was my little brother. You know what I'm saying? When he was 14, he was living with me. I was 14, he was 20. I was taking care of him. You know what I'm saying? So he may be a little mad at me, but I can't be mad at him. I'm not even mad at you street niggas who mad at me because you still in the street, so you still indoctrinated. You don't know no better. You don't know nothing. You know what I'm saying? All you know is what you was taught. So I can't be, you know, I'm not mad at nobody. But all you people who never been involved with nothing, that never been in the streets, but you talking this rat shit and this police shit, you ain't never been in nothing. You don't have, that's like me, you know, telling a veteran, like I might, you know, I never been to war, but I'm telling a dude, oh, the Iraqi war wasn't a real war. Or you went to Vietnam, that's not a real war. The Korean War was a real war. I never been to war, so I can't tell a soldier what's a real war and what's a fake war. I never been to war. That's how I feel about some of you in the comments. Like, you're just talking. You're saying what the hip hop culture told you to say, because African American culture is the hip hop culture. Our culture is the hip hop culture, right? So our culture promotes this shit. So as you quoting a Jadakiss rhyme to tell me why I shouldn't be a rat, but you quoting Jadakiss because these are our philosophers. These are the people who we held at high esteem in our community. Jadakiss never shot nobody. Jadakiss never sold drugs. Jadakiss ain't never killed nobody. So you listen to Jadakiss and tell me why I am who I am about a nigga who rapped about the shit I actually did. I actually sold kilos. I actually know what it's like to see 20 kilos disappear. I know what it's like. I know what it's like to rob a nigga and tie his whole family up for 20 kilos or 10 kilos. I know what it's like to say what Joelle said. Walk up, she said, it's my shooter nigga, and be like, it's my block, right? With the shit he said, that rap. I really know how that's like. Like, yo, y'all can't hustle out here no more. And then come out there and shoot a nigga to set an example. I really did that type of shit. And I'm not bragging, Lord, forgive me for even saying that. And I'm not even getting hyper. I'm preaching, so I'm in a mode right now. So I don't think I'm getting hyper about saying this shit like it's cool. I'm telling you, you're indoctrinated by individuals who never did nothing. I'm an individual who actually did it all, and I'm telling you, that shit ain't about nothing. So you can't tell me shit. They can't tell me shit. They actually got paid to rap about the shit that I was actually living. That's real shit. It's real shit. You ain't never ate that slimy ass chicken. When a slimy ass chicken is the best meal you got for the whole week, you ain't never had that. You ain't never been in that. Cold cereal, somebody telling you when the shit, when the piss, you sitting in the cell, you just got your tray, but your cellie want to take a shit. He about to take a shit, and you got a fresh tray in the cell. You got to either let him shit, fight him, or come on, y'all ain't never seen that. So don't tell me that I should have went and did 30. I don't care if you went up, did a bid before. You still don't own the right to tell me what to do with my life. That's my life. Jada went to good school, LOL. His pops exposed him. Yeah, it's not just Jada, all of them. All of them. Dame Dash just exposed Cam and them and said, yo, what block you had work on in Harlem? What block they had work on? I heard the Jim Jones story. I don't keep bringing that bozo nigga up, but where you had work at? You definitely didn't have it on Weeks. You didn't have it in Taft or Forster. Where you had work at? Where is the group of people that's gonna say he was getting money out here? Now, a lot of these rappers, once they blew up and they became famous and they got money, then they took their money and gave their money to somebody, and they ended up getting drugs and after they became famous. But these kids went to college, man. They went to college. These kids graduated from Catholic schools and went to college and was smart enough to jot down what they saw and regurgitate it as their own They ain't tricked me, but they tricked a lot of y'all. I was tricked. I was tricked by Mobb Deep. I thought Prodigy was the gangsterest nigga in the planet. You couldn't tell me Prodigy didn't get busy. You know what I'm saying? So I was tricked by Mobb Deep. You know, I was tricked by NWA, but I wasn't tricked by the Dipset and all of them niggas. The whole Dipset, G Unit, and that whole era, the Locks era. I wasn't tricked by none of them niggas. I could tell them niggas wasn't straight. It didn't make sense. It didn't add up. It didn't add up. I never made it out to 6th grade. I was a street nigga. I was doing robberies. I was in and out of Spofford. In and out of Spofford. I didn't even make it out of junior high school. And I'm not bragging, kids. I'm not bragging. I'm just letting you know. You kids who out there going through what you're going through, I'm telling you, I've been there. I've been there. The system wouldn't even allow these kids to go through what I went through. The system, the way shit is set up now, it wouldn't even allow it. I was on the corner at 12, 13 years old, robbing and stealing and selling crack, not going to school. Today, you can't do that. These kids, they're going to take you away and put you in a home somewhere. You know what I'm saying? So the system won't even allow you. They won't even allow you to get left back so many times that, you know, you go back to junior high school, they tell you you're supposed to be in high school. You know what I'm saying? Or you get out of Spofford and go back to junior high school and they tell you, nah, you got to go to TAF. And I go to TAF with my paperwork. I ain't even in the system. They got to put me in the system. And then I never even went. I'm not even making light of this shit, but I'm just being real. I remember back in the 90s, if you went to DFY, you got out and couldn't go back to your regular high school. They put you in a 600 zone school. That's a fact. I went to a 600 zone. I mean, I got assigned to a 600 zone school, but I never went. I went to Connecticut and started selling drugs. Yo, Buck, man, this shit hurts, fam. But it must be done. If you serious about this new walk, man, do what you need to get done. But I got my babies in college, fun from the neighborhood and from relationships. Nah, bro, do you feel you did bad? No, I don't feel I did bad, nigga. You ain't listening to me? No, I don't feel I did bad. I don't. I did bad my whole life. I did bad my whole life, bro. Selling crack on the corner, I did bad. Robbing niggas on the corner, I did. Shooting a nigga for looking at me funny, I did bad. Cutting a nigga over a phone on Rikers Island or in Connecticut, I did bad. I've been doing bad my whole life. So when I decided to change and I don't think I did bad. I don't consider that doing bad, homie. I was 37 years old. 37 years old is the age where a gangster from the 90s should be retired. You should be retired when you turn 40. I was 37, looking at 37 years. No, I don't think I did bad. If I was sitting in Canaan, Allenwood somewhere with a life sentence, I think I would have did bad, bro. I think that would have been doing bad. You know why? Because when you go, anybody in the comments who've been to the federal penitentiary will tell you, there's rat niggas in the federal penitentiary. All you got to do is be getting a bag and have some money, and niggas will act like you don't got no paperwork. Like the fat Leon nigga, they said he was hot. He was in penitentiary. I could go on and on and on about hot niggas living in tough yards because they got money. That's one. Two, the federal penitentiary is designed to do rat shit anyway. Imagine me not telling, right? Just imagine this. I don't know if y'all could imagine this. I don't know if all the street, real jail niggas that been in and out of jail their whole life, let me get you to imagine one thing, right? Just listen and listen to this ideology and understand this, right? If you go take a life, let's say I did my time and I got lucky and they gave me 20 years, right? If I got lucky and I got 20 years, I would have went into the penitentiary. I wouldn't have told. I'm taking my time. I'm going to do my 20 years. I'm going to come home when I'm 60 if you make it out. When you touch the federal penitentiary, and I got to whatever penitentiary I was in, right? Let's say a snitch nigga came through for New York, and I'm in the New York car. So a snitch nigga come through. So they say, oh, he's a snitch. He got to go, right? So two New York niggas, let's say me and another nigga, we go stab the nigga up, right? We all go to the box. Me, the other nigga, and the nigga who got stabbed. So it's three of us in the box. SIS is going to lock down the whole jail. They're going to figure out that we all from New York. This is just what happens. They're going to figure out that we all from New York. So they're going to go to the shot caller, and they're going to ask the shot caller, all right, what happened? If the shot caller don't tell them what happened, they might not let the whole jail off a lockdown. That's one. If the shot caller don't tell them what happened, the New York car definitely not coming off a lockdown because they have to figure out what happened before they let us off a lockdown. So the shot caller is gonna say, all right, Bucks and the other little knucklehead, they stabbed up the rat nigga. So they gonna keep the rat nigga in the shoe and let me and the other knucklehead out. That's informing. That's telling. He's not gonna say, yo, I'm a real nigga. Don't ask me what happened. Like they would do in the state, because shit like that happened in the state. He's not gonna do that. He's gonna tell them what happened so the whole jail can get off a lockdown. If a black nigga stab a Mexican nigga, they're gonna go ask the shot caller the blacks and the shot caller the Mexicans what happened. If they don't tell SIS what happened, the jail is gonna stay locked down indefinitely until they figure out what happened. So these two shot callers are gonna tell the SIS exactly what happened so the jail could get off a lockdown. If I'm lying, I'm flying. Anybody in the comments that been in the federal penitentiary, they're gonna tell you that's how it happens. If you don't tell what happens, they're not letting you off a lockdown. If you give any information to the United States government, any law enforcement, in any shape, form, or fashion, you are considered an informer. They inform all over the United States and all the federal penitentiaries. They tell the SIS what's going on in order to get off a lockdown. If you give up any information to make your bid or anything comfortable, then that means you are an informant. This happens. So how can I go do a life sentence when I'm in a prison where talking to the police to make my bid easy is what we do on a normal basis? How could I comfortably do life like that? See, but you niggas never been nowhere, so you don't know jail politics. That's telling, regardless of how you look at it. It's telling. Fat Leon in general population or in Woodside. He was in general population. I don't know where he at now. I don't know where he at now. The nigga Tut from Brooklyn with the blonde shit, I was with him in Leavenworth. Tut went to a dropout yard. He didn't go back to a regular yard. Ask him where he left from. He left from Otisville. He left from Otisville's a dropout yard. Otisville's filled with rats, homosexuals, and people who can't live in general population. He got into what he got into, and I'm not down on that brother or saying he did whatever he did, but he wanted to, whenever he had to tell him something would happen to him. He got stabbed up, they almost killed him, and he went to a dropout yard. He left from a snitch jail. I'm not saying he told, but a real nigga, what we considered a real nigga or a gangster, went to a yard surrounded by snitches and homosexuals and transgenders to do his bid smoothly to get out of prison. That, as far as a real nigga, that's a no-no. But to make his bid more comfortable to get out and not get into nothing, he went somewhere a real nigga ain't supposed to go. This shit happens all the time, homie. That's what y'all don't realize. The shit y'all call real and all that, this shit is over, homie. This shit is a myth. I'm just being honest. I'm going to read some of the comments. Ain't seen the interrogation interviews. You know Tito, the blood from Weeks, was supposed to be the first generation. I don't know Tito. Otisville GP. It ain't no Otisville GP, homie. Otisville is half witness protection, and the other half of Otisville is a dropout yard. Larry Brown, Otisville is a dropout yard. I don't respect what you did, but I respect what you're doing. I appreciate that. That's all I ask. You don't have to respect what I did. Just respect what I'm doing. That's it. I respect that. Dudes is grown, still believing in the street. I don't get it. I don't get the whole believing in the street shit. Did Dominican Thig from Weeks to God, yo, everybody asking about Thig, man. Yo, me and Thig, that's my son. I grew up with Thig, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm living in my truth, man. You know, brothers gonna live how they want to live. You know what I'm saying? Ask Ken why he wear pink, man. Cause I'm tell y'all why he wear pink. But ask him. You know what I mean? I don't know if he gonna get this video. You want to know about Thig? If Thig, you know, doing what he do, man. I'm living in my truth. I can't tell nobody how to live or to live in their truth. You know what I'm saying? But that's my son, though. You know what I'm saying? It's like the T.I. shit. Like, you know, if you a federal nigga, you know how the feds work. People who never been to the feds, y'all don't know how the feds work. If you know how the feds work, then there's certain questions you don't even have to ask. Any federal person knows when somebody get a certain amount of time and then they get out, in the feds, it's usually not a good thing, right? Like, you know, like the T.I. shit. I remember when T.I. got locked up, he was like, he said, I was in the feds when he said this. He was like, I'm not a snitch. There's no such thing as a secret snitch. Nigga, every nigga in the federal penitentiary will tell you the federal penitentiary, the Fed system is full with secret snitches because if you tell on somebody and the DA gives them a sweet deal, the government gives them a sweet deal, they cop out. The only way they could see you told on them is if they go to trial. And what people don't realize too is with the feds, all you have to do is give up information and they'll cut you a deal. The feds is based on information. It's called the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And investigation is led to get information. So you can give up a certain amount of information and cooperate real good and get a time cut. So the whole, there's no such thing as a secret snitch. That nigga T.I. is the fucking police. And I'm not just saying that because I'm the police. I don't want everybody to be the police. But because I've been through the system, I know a federal police when I see one. If you got caught with a gun one time and then you get caught with another gun by the feds, you doing more than a year, homie. You're going to do at least 5 years, homie. Ain't no way you getting it. Martha Stewart got a year for inside trading. Little Kim got a year for sitting on a stand and just lying at a case, on a case. She got perjury and got a year. Martha Stewart got a year for inside trading. This nigga got caught with guns before and then got caught with machine guns and drugs again and got a year. That nigga's the police. Every federal nigga gonna tell you T.I. the police. And all you blog niggas gonna take this shit and chop it up and put it out. But I'm gonna beat you. You put my shit up, I'm gonna strike you. Cause I might put this up my damn self. Cause y'all gonna try to put it up. I'm gonna strike your shit. Don't put my shit up. They currently serve 27 years. Nah, they did like 11 years or some shit like that. Bro, watching from Kenya, from Africa, buy me a GoPro. Buy you a GoPro. Do you know anybody that want to get married in this country? They got 30. Nah, let me stop. I ain't got it, bro. I'm trying to get my life together. But when I get my life together, I'm gonna do some things for Africa, man. As I grow, y'all grow. I'm not a selfish individual. I just wasn't trying to do a life sentence. 50 and T.I. beefing with each other. They both rats. I don't know about 50 being no rat, though. I don't know. They say he got this paperwork on him that he told about the stabbing in the thing, but I don't know that. I think 50 might be the only official street nigga in the whole New York hip hop scene ever. And I'm not just saying that. Like, I've been locked up. I've been around niggas. I've been in the streets. He really had drugs on Guy Brewer. He really had drugs out there. You know what I'm saying? He really was a dude that was, you know, he went at it with the Supreme team. People got shot, people got murdered, and I'm not bigging none of that shit up, but I'm saying, like, he's a real street dude. If you listen to 50, then I guess at least you get it from a nigga who actually did some shit. The rest of them New York rappers, all them niggas is fake. I can't name one nigga. It might be 50, and I think Jay-Z might have sold a little drugs for the D Haven nigga, but other than that, all them New York City rap niggas is fake. All them niggas. All of them. You got a couple niggas out of Queensbridge like Lakey and Capone and Noriega, you know what I'm saying? Niggas like that. And Cormega, shit like that. But outside of that, every nigga that ever came out of New York rapping was not a real street nigga. And I'm not bragging, I'm just saying, I'm just showing you how I was misled. You know what I'm saying? I was misled too. I was a kid once too, listening to, I love Mobb Deep. From the first album to the last album, I could listen to every song without fast forwarding, even though Nas was my favorite rapper. But Nas wasn't a street nigga either. But you couldn't tell me that listening to, heard a few chicks scream, my arm shook, couldn't look, gave another squeeze, yo, my shit is stuck, tried to cock it, it wouldn't shoot, now I'm in danger. Finally pulled it back and saw 3 bullets caught up in the chamber, so now I'm jetting to the building lobby, and it was full of children, probably couldn't see as high as I be. When I heard that shit, I'm like, finally pulled it back and saw 3 bullets caught up in the chamber. So now I'm jetting to the building lobby, and it was full of children, probably couldn't see as high as I be. Man, when I heard shit like that, I'm like, oh shit, this nigga really done, how he know how do you cock the gun? You couldn't tell me. But when you grow up and you become an adult, and you start to see like, man, damn, I really was believing that shit. And here I am out there shooting people thinking I'm, you know, something special, and I'm just committing genocide in my own neighborhood, killing my own people. My moms was smoking crack. I hated the drug dealers when I was a kid. My mom used to drag me through Harlem, You know, these niggas giving me dollars and shit like that. All the drug dealers and shit. I hated them niggas. You know what I'm saying? Then I became the drug dealer. You know what I'm saying? And then I became the extorter and the robber of the drug dealer. You know what I'm saying? But it's all death and destruction, homie. You know what I'm saying? And now with these kids, with this drill shit, you know, the Chicago shit, you know what I'm saying? It infected the world, not just New York, the whole world. So now our kids is killing each other. Out in Connecticut, maybe a few years back, before I did my fair bit back in 2015, my man's son was gangbanging and shit. My man, he on gangbang, so he brought his son to me because he knew I used to gangbang. And I'm talking to his son one day, and his son was like, you know, first my man asked me, yo, what's this sign he throwing up? He was throwing up hat and shit. So I was like, oh yeah, he probably a hat. And he was like, so my man was like, man, I want you to talk to him, man, because, you know, he got respect for you. He know who you is. Talk to him. So the little dude got in my car and shit, and we talking. And he from this little town called New London and shit, where I've been at, you know, off and on my entire life and shit. So I'm like, yo, man, like, what's going on? He was like, yeah, man, because we got the beef with the east side. I was like, the east side? Yeah, the east side of New London. Now, New London don't got an east side. This motherfucker is maybe like 30 miles long. I don't even think it's that long. This shit is a little-ass town. One precinct, one high school, one fire department. It got 50 bars and 30 places you could get something to drink at between bars and liquor stores. But the shit only got one of everything. There's 30,000 people out there. And I've been out there my whole life. New London is New London. It ain't no east side. It ain't no west side. It's too small to have an east side and a west side. So I'm like, yo, so he was like, yeah, the ops on the west side and we from the east side. The east side and west side of what? New London. No such thing. These little niggas done created a op, an enemy. Because of drill music, these little niggas created a fucking opposition. Somebody to have a war with. And then they start shooting at each other a couple years later. And now they smoking on each other dead. Niggas die by accident and they start smoking on the nigga. They ain't even kill him. Not saying they was supposed to. Lord forgive me. But nigga might have a heart attack and they start smoking on him. One nigga died in a car accident. These niggas is having like, you know, just bad luck incidents. They ain't even killing each other, which is a good thing. But they smoking on each other dead and they ain't even kill these niggas. And now they shooting at each other. God forbid somebody get hit by accident, a little kid or somebody die by accident, or even on purpose. They invented an opposition in order to have somebody to make raps about and to have a fake rap beef about a bunch of nothing. Bunch of nothing, homie. And it ain't gonna be until they put them handcuffs on you for a body when, you know, reality gonna set in like, damn, I really just killed somebody. You know what I'm saying? When the funeral come and shit like that, you really just killed somebody. You don't know what it's like to, like, me going through my hood every summer and there's 5 rest in peace cookouts and my niggas is responsible for 3 of them shits. I'm going to the hood thinking I'm going to the motherfucking cookout and I show up at the cookout. It's a rest in peace cookout. The whole cookout stopped. They looking at me like, oh, this nigga really came to the rest in peace. I didn't even know it was the rest in peace cookout. That ain't no feeling to be having, homie. That ain't. I don't give a fuck. And now in the days of social media, they got all these happy heavenly birthdays. And you see all these happy heavenly birthdays where, you know, your man killed somebody for no reason or y'all killed somebody over a block. And now every year you got to look at that shit on social media as a reminder that you did some dumb shit over a block you don't even got no more. Over a corner that you don't even own. The motherfucking, I ain't gonna say their name, but we going to war for these motherfuckers right now. They own New York City. They own them buildings. The motherfuckers is getting $1,700 to $3,000 for every 40 apartment in that building. You selling crack out the bottom of that motherfucker. He making $300,000 a month off that building, and you selling a little crack out the front of that motherfucker, and you will kill somebody over that shit. And you don't own none of that shit, homie. Your mother come late with the rent, she got to pack up her shit and go. You ain't running down on a nigga who own that building. You ain't gun butting him. You ain't telling him, you know what I'm saying, I'm living here for free. You ain't telling him this my block. When he tell your mother you got to go, nigga, you going to get your homies. Y'all going to pack mommy shit up and put it in the U-Haul. Real shit. Your cookout stories is fact. It is a fact. Like dudes go to T-Money cookout on Clay every summer. Man, this shit is just a bunch of death and destruction, man. For real, for real. And we don't own none of that shit. We don't own none of that shit. And they just indicting New York left and right, left and right. And this is just for the world. This ain't just for New York. I talk to New York a lot because that's where I'm from. That's where I cause a lot of death and destruction. So that's who I be talking to. But really, I'm talking to the world, homie. And I ain't just talking to blacks neither. I'm talking to the Mexicans. You know what I'm saying? And ain't no white boys really killing each other. But you know what I'm saying? All people of color all over this joint. And I ain't racist or nothing, but we the ones, we do the most death and destruction to our own people. You know what I'm saying? The blacks, the Dominicans, the Puerto Ricans, you know what I'm saying? The Jamaicans, you know what I'm saying? The Venezuelans, all of us. All we do is kill each other for no reason whatsoever. Now it's just over music and smoking each other dead for a bunch of bullshit that don't have nothing to do with nothing, man. And dudes go to T-Money Cook. I'm shaking my head. I'm going to read some of the comments real quick. I don't mean to be ignoring y'all, but I was kind of going in a little bit. I was shocked to find Prodigy was from Long Island. Was you shocked to find out Jim Jones was not from the Bronx? That he be lying? Was you shocked to find out that he ain't a real blood? Is you shocked to find out they ain't living the life that they live? I wasn't really shocked. I kind of knew them niggas already, so I ain't never was really shocked. And that's why I put out the Harrell thing to gain the ears so people could hear what I had to say, so people could tune in. And I got like one more Weeks Avenue video to do. I'm gonna do the Connecticut thing, like break down basically how I kind of was doing that in the beginning of this video, and break down how, you know, I structured the gang shit in Connecticut and all the shit that went on out there. And it's a point behind the Connecticut thing. And the reason why I'm gonna really get into it is because I remember when there was no Bloods in Connecticut, right? And then I went to jail in 2001, and then Dipset blew up. As Dipset blew up, I began to see, I used to always call them Dipset Bloods. I began to see people becoming blood because Dipset was promoting that blood shit. It made it look real good. You know what I'm saying? Them Cali niggas, you know, back in 2001, them niggas was still wearing, you know, Dickies and shit. They was still wearing Chuck Taylors and Nike Cortez and shit. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't until them Harlem niggas and them Bronx niggas put them red Pele's on and all that, with the Timbs and all that. You know, I swear this nigga Joel Santana must have had like a cardboard in his hat to make his flag wear the way he was wearing that shit. Shout out to Joel's too. You know what I'm saying? But they made that shit look fly. And Dipset was the commercial to the blood shit. And that's the reason why this shit spread up and down the East Coast. You know what I'm saying? While I was locked up. So when I got sent to the feds, I left from the state. They kicked me out the state of Connecticut in '02. I went to the feds and I came back to Connecticut in '06 when I got discharged. When I left the Supermax, I was in the Supermax in CT. And everybody know Northern, man. I was sanctioned in Northern. I was in AS. I was down in that motherfucker for up there about 4 years in bits and pieces in that jail. You know what I mean? Lockdown. But when I got kicked out the state and sent to the feds, when I got back from the feds, I had been gone for like 2.5 years. When I left, Northern is only 6 units. There's only 600 people in that jail. When I left, it might have been 50 Bloods. It might have been like 8 homies on each unit, some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? 8 or 9 homies, 7 homies on each unit. When I came back, out of them 600 beds, probably 550 of them beds was Bloods. The whole jail was blood, homie. The whole jail. When I came back, the whole jail was blood. Then I got out. When I got out of prison and I went through the streets of Connecticut, the streets was blood. Everybody was blood. Everybody. Then when I got locked back up and I went back through the system, I had to go back through the Northern because it's a program. Like in Connecticut, you can't be a gangbanger or active gangbanger or a security threat member because you got SRG, Security Risk Group, and then you got SRGT, Security Risk Group Threat Member. I was a threat member. They labeled me as the leader, the nigga who put it all together. So when I came back in '08, I had to go right back to the in '07. I mean, I had to go right back to the box. And when I went to the box, the whole jail was blood. Everybody was blood. You know what I'm saying? It spread like wildfire. You know what I'm saying? And that was the start of the ending. And then we see what happened in New Haven and Not really so much Hartford, because Hartford niggas kind of already had their own kind of mind. It was a lot of homies out there. Shout out to my son Sincere, man. Christopher Gaskin, I heard you gave back that nigga had 120 years. I heard you gave it back. Shout out to you. You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of Connecticut homies I like to shout out, because when I'm saying like founded the UBN and CT, there was a lot of brothers that did a lot. There's too many to name and shit. But and then when I came back in '08, and then I seen, all the murders that happened in New Haven and Bridgeport, even in Bridgeport now, all the gang banging going on out there and shit. I remember seeing that shit, bro. I remember seeing all of the old Connecticut gangs, like the Solitos, the 20 Loves, you know what I'm saying? Nation, Brotherhood, Elm City. I remember being in Northern and seeing all the old niggas that was that shit, sitting and trickling. The new niggas, the new generation, all was blood. You know what I'm saying? And the Dipset shit is the reason, it was the cause of a lot of that. I wouldn't be surprised. Like, I seen people in the comments saying that OG Mac might have been a government plan or a CIA plan. I wouldn't be surprised if the whole Dipset movement, but I'm not gonna say I'll get into that in later videos and shit. But even when I seen an interview with Little Reese, and I think Little Durk, but a couple of them Chicago niggas said that their favorite rap group was Dipset. So here you got these fake blood niggas from Harlem, promoting this blood shit, and then you got these young kids in Chicago seeing that gang activity, but they really out in Chicago putting it down. So they idolizing these fake niggas that ain't never did nothing, but you can't tell them that, the Dipset niggas wasn't about that life. And here they out in Chicago really laying people down and really doing horrendous acts of just gruesome shit, listening to these fake ass rappers. And look at their city. Look at their city now. You know what I mean? And then we could go to Memphis. We could see the same shit from Memphis and all these other places, even places you never heard of. Niggas never heard of Buffalo. Man, they getting crazy in Buffalo. Gang banging. Buffalo, New York. You know what I mean? Rochester, New York. And I could go on and on and on and on, just places you never heard of, probably never heard of. You know what I'm saying? That it's getting crazy with this gang shit. And it's the music. It's the music. With the death, with the despair, and the ideology, the real niggas ideology, the shit that promotes fuck your family, and it's about the gang. So when I see these comments and people saying the shit they say, I understand why y'all think the way y'all think, because I used to think like that. You know what I'm saying? Buffalo Rochester is terrible. Hell yeah, Buck, you're gonna go far in life. You found a purpose. Don't lose it. This my purpose, son. Word to mother. This my purpose. I'm gonna keep it a band. Like, I never really even knew my purpose. Even when I stopped the gang banging, even before I told, I was still selling drugs, you know what I'm saying? Because I still was trying to get my hands on some dollars. And here I am talking this talk that I'm talking, and then people are supporting. I found people who want to do my videos for free. People asking me whatever I need. Niggas been telling me to put my Cash App up. I put my Cash App up in this description though. I ain't even gonna lie. My Cash App is the same as my YouTube channel. Soul EL all the way through TV. Soul EL TV. Souleltv straight through. That's my Cash App. You want to give a donation, man. Keep a nigga out. I ain't getting in the streets anyway. Y'all can't keep me out the street because I ain't getting back in them, bro. It's over for that shit. You know what I'm saying? I got a couple books that I did that I put together when I was locked up. You know what I'm saying? I got some self-help books. You know what I'm saying? As far as like, I'm cleaning credit. I'm teaching financial literacy, because in order to get a nigga out the streets, you got to show him how to get some money. A lot of brothers really want to get some money. A lot of people are drawn to the streets, out of desperation, not having no other way to get money. So I can show you how to get some money. You know what I'm saying? I mess with stocks. I'm trying to get into day trading right now. I don't got the time to day trade, but we doing the day trade thing. I'm learning the AI thing, and I'm an old nigga. I barely knew how to work my iPhone when I came home 3 years ago. You know what I'm saying? But I'm learning the AI thing, getting into that. You know what I mean? The trucking industry is real good. There's a whole bunch of things you could do, but the Reiki healing and the self-help and the spiritual shit, that's really what I'm about. You know what I'm saying? Staying healthy. Health is wealth. You know what I'm saying? We run around chasing this bag, but when the last time you been to the doctor and had your prostate checked out? Well, I'm old, the old nigga. But even you young boys, man, you know what I'm saying? Health is wealth, man. Go to the doctor, get checked out, make sure you good, make sure everything still work. So when you 40, you can still, do what you need to do with them females and all that. Get yourself together, mentally, physically, and spiritually. You know what I'm saying? I know, low key, you hate what you did. No, I don't hate what I did, beloved. You must ain't been listening. You must have just tapped in to your brother. The streets are dead. The streets been dead. You started S Block in Connecticut. S Block, nah, because I don't know where S Block is at. I went straight to Northern. I was a Northern nigga. I was in Northern and they locked me in Northern. I ain't never been to none of the other gang units. I ain't never been in none of the other gang units. Every time I got locked up since about 99, I've been going straight to Northern. Legitimate money is the goal. If you teach the younger bros how to make legitimate money. Yeah. Yeah, this things to do. I don't want to put it all out there like I'm doing a lot of stuff, but I'm doing it in places where people frown upon what I did, so I'm not gonna go get all the way deep into it. But real estate, stocks is real good money, man. Especially you innovative little niggas like you, the ones who using their brain. Stocks is real good. They got a thing called Start Engine, man. You could go on Start Engine and they got stocks before they go public. They IPOs, initial public offerings. And you can go in there and you can find all these companies, like say for instance, DoorDash before it was DoorDash, or the Ring doorbell before it was Ring doorbell, Uber and Lyft before it was Uber and Lyft. You go on Start Engine and you can find brand new companies, and they only be wanting like $500 to invest in, and you invest in it, and you might get it at $1 a share, and then the day it start going public or start trading, that dollar might turn into $15 a share. Everybody talking about XRP. When I was locked up, an African dude told me about XRP. It was like 8 cents. When I came home, XRP was 38 cents. Now it's, well, not now, but at one point it was like $3.80. So just do the simple math, right? Imagine if in 2022, I brought XRP at 8 cents a share. I don't know the real math to it, but let's just say I'd have spent $800, right? When it was 8 cents a share, let's say. I might have spent $800 on XRP. When it jumped from that to 38 cents, my $800 would have been 3,800. When it jumped to $3.80, my $8 would have been, I think it would have been 38,000. When it jumped to $3.08, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, y'all do the math. Y'all know the math. It went from 8 cents to 38 cents to $3.80 something cents. So if you brought it at 8 cents and you spent 800 on it, I think that's like 100,000 shares. I ain't too sure. And the minute it jumped up to that, you would have made like 38 something thousand like that. That's why the rich stay rich. That's why the rich stay rich. You just find stocks and just, put some money in it. Go to Start Engine and find them in the infancy stage, put some money in it and let it grow. You could day trade. You know what I'm saying? I'm just real quick, because I know there's some young niggas that's getting to some money that's trying to figure things out, right? I'm just give you a little jewel. I'm just gonna make something up real quick. Let's say Hershey chocolate, right? I'm just give you an example. Hershey chocolate might be $2. I'm just gonna make up a round figure, right? So what you do is you go on a computer, you go on your phone, and you might research Hershey chocolate for a year. And then you say 2023, 2024, 2025, 2026. You pile them up on top of each other and you watch the algorithm, how it bounces, when it goes up and when it goes down. And then you look at it. The dips might be the same in certain parts of the year because, like, chocolate is made out of milk. So whatever year the milk, whatever time of the year the milk is expensive, the stock might go up or might go down. And then you say, all right, well, it's chocolate. So you say, I'm just making up a scenario. Well, let's see what they do around Halloween, because mad people buy chocolate around Halloween. Let's see what they do around Valentine's Day, because people buy chocolate for Valentine's Day, right? So you might look in February and you might see it go up a little. Then you might look in Halloween and you see the chocolate go up a little. So what you do is you find when the milk makes the chocolate more expensive and it goes down. So you find it at its lowest point. So instead of it being a normal $2, let's say it stays at a normal $2. The time of year when it goes down every year, it might go down from $2 to $1.15. So when you see that it's $1.15, you say, all right, fuck it. I'm gonna go spend $1,000 on it. Boom, you throw $1,000 in there. But you know, doing Valentine's Day is gonna shoot up a little bit. So it might shoot from the dollar, and the normal is $2, so it might shoot to $2.50. So now that $2.50 turns into $2,500. So now you done made $2,500 off your little, you know what I'm saying? Your little $1,000 or whatever the case may be. So you could pull out the $1,500, keep the 1,000 in it, and then it keep going. And then when Halloween come, it might shoot up to $2.80. So now you made, you made some more money. Just little shit like that. That's how the stocks is, literally. You know what I'm saying? You just watching the algorithm. You watching the motion. And I got into that, and I got outside of all the gangster shit just to hopefully some little brother could hear that and be like, yo, that shit makes sense. Let me go look at it. Let me go see what it's about. Because this is how the rich get rich. The nigga Mark Cuban, who owns the Dallas Mavericks, he said it. He was like, yo, I find myself giving stock advice to my niece and her friends. My 16-year-old niece and her friends. This was like 4 years ago. That girl probably like 23 now, rich as fuck. She know the stocks. All her friends got rich parents. They all trading stocks. They born in the money. They rich, but that's why they stay rich, because they know that. You know what I'm saying? So if you a young nigga and you out there getting some money, learn how to day trade. Learn how to hook your daughter up to your credit. Keep your credit good, right? And then when your daughter turns 16, 17, make her authorized user on your credit card. So by the time she turned 18, she got perfect credit. She don't even know it. Now you don't got to give her money to go get a car. She might could go get a car once she get her little McDonald's job. She get out of high school, get her little McDonald's job or whatever, if she don't go to college or whatever. Or while she in college, she have a McDonald's job and she's connected to she's an authorized user on your credit card. She don't even know it. So now she go get her first credit card. She already got an 800 credit score. So now you done set her up with an 800 credit score. You done taught her how to invest. You done taught her how to day trade. You know what I'm saying? And you send her to school for something that can help y'all out. Send one to school for business. Send one to school for accounting. Send one to school for real estate. Send one to school for commercial law or something. You know what I'm saying? And then try to build some generational wealth. But you going out there busting somebody over the head for a couple dollars, you know what I'm saying? Or, trying to get some fentanyl from your man and all that. That shit is, homie, it's 2026. If you still dealing drugs, you's a dumb dinosaur. Real shit. And then the brothers that's, running up the scams and scamming and all that, I call shit like that a victimless crime, kind of, sort of. I mean, I don't condone crime, but like, they gonna pay that shit back. The insurance companies pay that shit back. Everybody gonna get paid back. You know what I'm saying? And shit like that. I don't condone it though. Do something else. Do something with it. Take the money and do something with it. Invest and get into something else. You know what I mean? Depending on your record. I can't do none of that shit. I wouldn't even attempt to do none of that shit. So I'm on the internet. Y'all want to help me out? Hit my Cash App. My shit is Soulel, Souleltv. You know what I mean? Show a brother some love. And as I grow, then I find the people to give seminars on business. I find a way to give seminars on day trading, progressive trading. I find to do seminars on all kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? For real. And then we get into the spiritual shit, the Reiki healing shit. I show you how to make holy waters. I show you how to deal with the crystals and the vibrations in these crystals. And I show you some real esoteric shit that'll keep you sound physically, mentally, and spiritually, homie. Because, like, I'm telling you straight up, I was fucking possessed, homie. And I'm going to get deep into that one day and really let y'all know, like, a lot of the shit that I was doing, I wasn't even myself, homie. I was me personally. And a lot of y'all possessed. A lot of y'all sleeping with these women that's sleeping with a bunch of niggas, and you taking on the spirit of the people she's sleeping with. She may have some generational curses. You taking on her generational curses by laying down with her every night. You know what I'm saying? Having sex with her while she on her menstrual cycle, and you picking up all kinds of spirits and demons. Your next door neighbor could be in there, got an altar in his closet, and he practicing what he practicing. That shit might be jumping on you. You know what I'm saying? Then you wonder why you horny every night, or you upset every night, or why you and your girl fighting every night. You know what I'm saying? Your baby in the bassinet crying and screaming at the top of his lungs because it's cedar shit flying in and out these rooms, especially in New York City. Especially in New York City. You know, we the lost tribe, you know. We the lost tribe in the diaspora. We don't have, the African Americans, we don't have a place to call home. We don't have a culture of our own. Our culture is the hip hop culture. So this is what we live. When we don't realize what's going on in these neighborhoods around us, we don't. We just existing. We don't have no spiritual insight. We don't have no guidance. You know what I'm saying? We don't understand our generational curses. Why my mother was an alcoholic, now I'm an alcoholic, and my daughter's an alcoholic. I don't speak that over my children. My children ain't no alcoholics. My mom smoked crack. She used to. You know what I'm saying? Lucky enough, ain't none of my brothers smoke crack. You know what I'm saying? We got lucky with that. But you got to understand generational curses for men and women. And I talk a lot to young brothers because I'm a man, but the women too. We got to say these women too. We got to teach them who they are. We got to teach them that they're queens. We got to try to do our best to value them. You know what I'm saying? But do you do spiritual cleanses? Every day I do spiritual cleanses. Every time I take a shower, I do a spiritual cleanse. Facts. I know how to wash that energy off. But not all altars are bad altars. I'm not saying all altars are bad. I'm not even saying Yoruba's bad. I'm not even saying Voodoo's bad. I'm not even saying Santeria's bad. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is, if you don't know what's going on around you, then you won't know. You know what I mean? I see dudes married, going with some of these Spanish chicks, and they don't even understand why they can't leave her alone. And I just look at the brother, he don't know she probably got his drawers buried in the backyard somewhere. He don't know that. You know what I'm saying? She got some shit under the bed. He finding her shit under the bed. He don't know why he going through what he going through. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. You know, if you believe in the Bible and Deuteronomy, you know, it spoke about all of this, that, you know, we spread to all four corners of the earth, that we would be kicked out of that place, you know, for worshiping shit. You know what I'm saying? We worshiping shit. We don't even know what we worshiping. You cleanse yourself after a shower? Explain. No, I cleanse myself in the shower. Every time somebody said, do I do a cleansing? I say, a spiritual cleansing. I say, yeah, every time I take a shower. When I get in the shower, I just do a light meditation, meaning I close my eyes. I'm gonna tell y'all this. I'm gonna do this shit over live and shit like this. But it's all energy. You know what I'm saying? Imagination is your strongest power, because your imagination is what connects you to the Akashic records, to the all in all. That's your magic powers. You know what I'm saying? The word is power. So when I get in the shower, I might do a little cleansing. Meaning I close my eyes and I see the water. I see the water in its natural form. I talk to the water. Water is consciousness. It's a book by Masimoto something. It's Masimoto something. It's a book about water. I forgot the nigga name. It's a real good book though. Makimoto something. And it's the consciousness in water. And I see the water and I talk to the water and I say, you know, Mother, Father, Most High, Creator all, there is and ever will be. I ask that you unify me in this water in the joy and excitement of making healing water. And I ask that you restore this water back to its natural consciousness, its life-giving consciousness, its purification consciousness, its baptism consciousness, its love, light, and healing consciousness. So when it enters my body, it purifies and cleanses everything that it touches. And then I see it, and I see the gold shower coming down on me. I see it going down on my skin. I visualize it going inside my pores, inside my body, inside my veins, and I wash, and I wash, and I say, you know, I am that I am, Aya Sha'aya. I say it over and over again, and I wash, and I wash, and I wash. And as I'm washing, I see the gook, the spiritual shit. I see it come, I see all the negative energies and entities, I see it all falling off, and I see in my mind's eye, I see my aura getting brighter, I see my circle getting bigger, not my people's circle, my spiritual circle, my aura, my astral body, my ethereal body. I see it and I grow it out. And as the water's coming down on me, I click my heels, so to speak, and I send love, light, energy down into Mother Earth, and I see the energy going through me both ways, as above, so below. I see it going all the way up to the heavens, and I see it all the way going all the way into Mother Earth. And I don't know how to explain it, but I send like volts of energy through myself into the cosmos, into the Mother Earth, into all existence. And I change my vibration. That's an activation I do in the shower. You know what I mean? But your imagination is your power. You can move anything with your mind. Atari was my bro. Atari was a good dude. This is this God given. Yeah, it's gifts. Man, we more powerful than they tell us we are, homie. For real. And I don't like to say shit to make it sound like, I think I'm something special, even though I am something special. You something special. We all something special. But I ain't get COVID. I never got COVID. I never got the shot, and I never got COVID. I was in the cell. I was locked up when COVID happened. And every unit I went to, I was the only nigga that never got sick. You know what I'm saying? And it was just me. It was me, like vibrating how I'm vibrating. I take the water. Whenever you get water, see, I only drink in glasses. I'm kind of lazy. See, I got glasses all around and shit. I only drink in glass. You ain't supposed to drink in plastic anyway. But that's a whole nother thing. But when I get the water, whenever I drink water, I really only drink water for the most part. But when I drink water, I talk to the water. Water has consciousness. If you get the Makimoto book, I forgot the nigga name, but just Google it. It's a whole book on water, and it's a scientific facts. And one of the facts is when he played the music, he played rock and roll, in the music, and then he played classical music, and then he froze the water. And the one when he froze the water with the rock and roll, the lines and cracks inside the frozen water was everywhere, but the other one formed a pattern. And then he'll write love on the outside of the water jar, and then he'll write hate on the outside of the other water jar. And it will change the molecular structure of the water. And these are scientific facts. This ain't no conspiracy theory or nothing. So our bodies is, 78% water. 78% water. So, you know, when you vibrate high, your water's gonna vibrate high. You know what I'm saying? Even your cell phone, you don't sleep on your cell phone. I put my cell phone, people fall asleep with their cell phone. I don't do that. When I be with women and shit, they sleep. I wake up with the cell phone in the bed, I go crazy. You know what I mean? Because we water. We water, we vibrational, we water beings. You know what I'm saying? This is a water planet. So you speak to the water. So when I get water, I talk to the water. I say I take all the negative energies and entities out of this water, and I restore this water back to its natural consciousness. And sometimes I say to the water, I say, I thank you, I love you, and I appreciate you. Talk to it. Talk to it. This shit is alive. I say, I thank you, I love you, and I appreciate you. And then when I drink the water, I close my eyes. When I drink it, I close my eyes, and I see the water going into my body. I see it going down my esophagus. I see it going into my veins. I see it going into my heart. I see it going into my liver. I see it going into my kidney. I literally feel it going down in my body, and I see it as a goldish blue, like a light, and I see it going in my body, and I'm cleansing myself. And this water, I swear to you, is doing exactly what you're telling it to do. And everything that you see it do is actually really doing in real time. But you have to believe it. You have to know. You have to understand what you're doing, and you have to know that that's what it's doing, and it's going to do it. That's your medicine. That's your medicine. And I done made, I'll get into that later. And so, I'm giving y'all a little bit because y'all asking me. That's why I'm glad I turned this on. Change his life before they kill him, bro. Who? You could not help Atari change his life before they killed him. That AZ story is kind of like, it's a big thing, man. It's crazy. You know what I mean? And fuck it, I'm here. I'm gonna give it to you. AZ was a unique dude. He was a unique individual, man. You know what I'm saying? That was my man. That was my son. But it's crazy because the individuals that ended up killing him was the individuals we ran out the neighborhood. We kicked them out the neighborhood. And AZ was blood. At the time, these dudes wasn't blood. And this is why I'm glad you brought, whoever that is, who is that who brought the AZ joint up? Militom Gangster. Oh, God, Militom Gangster. Well, Militom Gangster, I'm glad you brought that up, homie. It's crazy with the AZ thing, because I'm going to tell you this. When we was on our takeover stuff and taking over the hood, when we kicked dudes out the hood, we basically was on some, if you're not blood, you can't eat up here type of thing, right? So after we kicked them out the hood, the individual we was trying to kick out the hood, AZ was saying that he didn't want us to kick him out the hood. That's his cousin. They was all working for that individual. So after we ran him out the hood, AZ was welcome to come up the block and get money with us because he was blood, we was blood. But AZ refused to come up the block. Even after we kicked all of them out, AZ wouldn't even come up there. He was like, nah, y'all kicked my cousin out. And he didn't even come up there and get money with us. Don't you know the same individual he was calling his cousins is the reason why they actually played a part of him getting murdered? The same individuals. And before his murder, none of them niggas was blood. After they killed AZ and I went to prison, and they got the block back, when I got out of prison, they was all blood. So they killed, and AZ was, it's a thing I call a homie's homie. I call it a homie homie. Anybody has blood know what I mean by a homie homie. AZ was a homie homie. He was one that I have 3 different flags on. He was the one that was going to send letters to the big homies. He was going to send money to the big homies. You know what I'm saying? If you sent somebody, a girl over there to get the bag so she could bring some drugs into the jail, AZ was a homie homie. So for them to kill what I consider was a homie homie, and then somebody turned all the niggas who was responsible for killing them, they all became blood. I came home, they was all blood after killing a homie's homie. So back then, I was kind of done with the blood shit. So I'm glad you brought up the AZ situation, bro, whoever you is. But yeah, you went to school with him. Yeah. Son was a good dude. You know what I'm saying? How can I cleanse the COVID shot out of me? You have to close your eyes and you have to meditate. You have to meditate and you have to find it, and you tell your body, you see it. You got to see the vaccine, and you got to send energy at that vaccine, and you got to send it, and you got to tell your body it's killed, and your body will kill it. Tell your body to kill it, and it'll kill it. Your body, I could tell you, I could get all super duper esoteric, but I'm just telling you, get you some water. Get you some water, put it in a glass jar. You could write love on the outside of it. Get you some crystals. I don't know if you know how to do crystal work, but get you a book, good book called The Crystal Bible, and find out what crystals, resonate with you. Put some crystals in a glass jar, and when you drink that water, you speak into that water. Like, it's basically the same thing when people pray over food. You basically changing the molecular structure in that water, and you say, whatever your God is. I say Mother, Father, Most High Creator, Mother and Father, feminine and masculine, the all in all. I ain't gonna get all into that, but God ain't no he. God don't got hands. God don't get jealous. God don't got a back. God don't get mad. God don't got children. That's a God. I'm talking about the all in all, ineffable one. There's many gods. But when you speak into the all in all, if you watch Star Wars, when you say the Force, you speak to the Force. You speak to the energy that runs through. I ain't even gonna say control, because control is a human aspect, and that's what's wrong with a lot of people. They give the all in all a human aspect. God get jealous. God was envious. God was mad. God spoke to this one. God got a voice. God got hands. God told Moses on the mountain, I would fly past you and allow you to see my back because you can't see my face. That ain't the all in all, homie. That's a God, but that ain't the all in all. But that's a whole nother story. So when you get your crystals and you get you some water, put some crystals in the water, and you program that water, and you tell that water to get the vaccine out your body. You say all negative energies and entities and impurities out of my body, and you drink that water, and you can see it as a gold lightning hue, or you can see it as lightning blue going through your body, and you send them shockwaves through your body. You know how I feel when you get in a hot tub, that chill that go up your spine, almost like a kind of like an orgasm. You know that feel. Give yourself those. Those are tremors. That's your energy. Send your energy, send your kundalini energy through your own body. Send your chi energy through your own body, and you'll get rid of it. Tell yourself it's going, and it'll be gone. Your body does what you tell it to do. Your body does shit you don't tell it to do. You don't tell your hair to grow, but your hair grow. You don't tell your nails to grow, but your nails grow. You don't tell when you get a little scratch, you don't tell your body to heal, your skin to heal over it. Your skin just heals over it. So if your body does what you need it to do without you telling it, you think if you tell it to do something, it ain't gonna do it? Oh, it'll do it, homie. The Most High God. Amen. Got love on Tremont. AZ had love everywhere, man. Atari had love everywhere. He was a likable dude. He was a sadist too, though, man. I seen AZ do some crazy shit. He was a sadist. I generally had love for him, man. He won me over. I didn't like him at first because AZ used to he was like a sadist. He was a bully. He liked to knock people out, beat up crackheads and shit like that. But anybody who knew him knew that was who he was. That's the shit he did. So when I knew him his whole life. But when I came home and he was bigger than me, he was all big and shit, I ain't like him at first because I didn't like bullies, you know what I'm saying? And he used to like to knock people out, beat people up and shit like that, you know what I'm saying? So at first I ain't really like him. He ain't never did nothing to me, but I just didn't like the fact that he used to bully people and shit, right? So I ain't like them. So when I went on the run, I was on the run. So one day they used to run up in my aunt house. I was on the run and shit. So the U.S. Marshals used to run in my aunt house. So I ain't had nowhere to go. So nigga, I used to sleep in front of 240 in the minivan. I'll be sleeping in the van selling crack, 2 guns on me, sleeping in the van. So one day I'm sleeping in the van. They got weeks, they got the whole week's ab taped off. They running in my aunt crib. They raiding the whole week's looking for me. But I'm right around the corner, sleep with 2 guns in the car, sleep. So this nigga came knocking on the window. AZ came knocking on the window. Boom, 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 boom. So I wake up. He was like, yo, they raiding your aunt crib. So he jumps in the van and takes me down the block. And at the time, he had a girl that was living in his mom's building, a Spanish girl. He got a baby by her too. He got a son by her. And he take me down the block. And at the time, his Spanish baby mother had, I don't know if it was her grandmother or her mother, but the lady was sick. So the lady had a hospital bed as her bed, but she was gone. She was in the hospital. So he brought me there. He gave me the keys and he was like, yo, stay here. And at the time, me and him ain't really talk like that. So I was like, he's like, yo, stay here. You sleep here every night. Here's the key. And I ended up staying there. And every morning he'd come wake me up, light me up with a blunt, go to the park. We do pull-ups. We was on jail nigga shit. We put our do-rags on, go to the park, do pull-ups, come back and take showers, take turns taking showers. Like we was locked up and shit. And I did that with him for like a whole summer. And that's when our relationship, grew and shit. Like we was locked in. And because he was a bully, my homies, a lot of them didn't like him because they know AZ would knock him out and beat him up and shit. But he never violated them because they belong to me, right? So no matter what went on, like the homies always used to try to put something on AZ so we could do something to AZ, and I never could do nothing to him because, you know what I'm saying? Because he showed me that love and shit. And there's a whole nother part to the story that I'll get into one day, maybe. Maybe I should get into it now, I don't know. But I don't want to throw off the whole situation. Buck spiritually, tips always cover your head in white before you go to sleep. I mean, I don't know. You could be right. I don't know. That could be some other kind of practice, but I see the logic in it. You know what I'm saying? But we really don't need nothing outside of ourselves. The crystals, the reason why I use crystals and shit like that is because, first of all, even if you go into the Bible and you go into the I think it was Numbers or Leviticus, when the Levite priest made the breastplate, and it had 12 stones. It had 12 crystals. And if you look at them crystals to this day, like the properties, I know I forgot all the 12 crystals that are listed, but the Israelites had a breastplate of righteousness with 12 stones, 1 stone for each of the 12 tribes of Judah, right? And this breastplate was used for communication. And most of those stones that they named are used for communication. So even in the Bible, the Israelites at one time used crystals. And when you talk about the Urim and the Thummim, this was what they used to cast lots. So they had tools that they used to communicate with what they perceived to be God. You know what I'm saying? So crystals was used in the Bible. Yes, this cell phone that I'm using right here has a crystal in it. The TV has a crystal in it. Walkie-talkies have a crystal in it. Any device on planet Earth that you use that receives a signal has crystals in it. Even your cable wire got little crystals in it. Crystals are communicative. They bring in energy. That's what they do. They bring in energy. So when I put crystals in the water, I'm bringing in the energy. It heightens the energy. Now, when I was in prison, I used to make water without crystals because I didn't have crystals. And it was the same effect. I had bunkies. I had dudes in the jail be like, yo, bro, bring me some of that water. Like they could taste the difference. You know what I'm saying? They could taste and feel the difference. So you can and I say that to say, when you said put the white thing over your head or whatever, you really don't need nothing outside yourself, homie. Real shit. The crystals might heighten the vibration, but you really don't even need crystals. All you need is you. You don't need no bees. You don't need no altar. All that's cool when you get into the ancestors and all that. But when you chosen and the Most High Creator's with you, your ancestors are going to be with you because you are your ancestors. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people get too hard on the ancestors and want to, offer them food and all that other kind of shit and all of that. And I'm not saying it's right or it's wrong. You know what I mean? Everything serves its purpose. Who am I to say what's right? But I'm telling you, you don't need nothing but yourself. You don't need nothing but yourself. and you praying and you vibrating high, anything negative is gonna be returned to sender, homie. They gonna tell them straight up, like, yo, I done been in prison with dudes who could tell everybody about their life and tell everybody, oh, your mother said, oh, your mother name is Barbara, and I done had dudes who could read everybody's fortune. And I'll go in my cell or my room and I'll do my activations. And that nigga couldn't tell me nothing about me. In fact, if I was vibrating super high, he wouldn't even want to be in the crib with me. You know why? Because whatever entity or energy was giving him, you know, the insight to say what he was saying and do what he was doing, if I was vibrating high, it couldn't come around. They're telling you, you got to get away from homeboy. And a lot of them would leave. They would leave the crib. They'd be like, yo, I don't want to stay here. They'd tell the CEO they'll pack up or they'll crash out and leave. They didn't want to be around me because whatever they was getting the information from, you know, couldn't give them information when I was vibrating high like that. And then there was times where I didn't pray, I didn't meditate, and you know what I'm saying? I didn't meditate for 3-4 days, and I might have got on the phone with a female and was going through something, and the minute I got weak in spirit, he'll be like, oh yeah, you was just talking, and he'll tell me who I was on the phone with, what I was talking about, and all of that. Now he could read my consciousness because my aura is weak. So he's reading my aura. Whatever's connected to him or attached to him is whispering in his ear, telling him all my business because I'm weak. But when I was vibrating high, he couldn't get nothing. Access denied. You know what I'm saying? There's laws, there's rules, and there's regulations in the spirit realm, just like in the physical realm. You know what I'm saying? So, and I knew all this when I sat down with the government. So I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I could have got out of that situation without telling. I could have if I prayed and meditated, but I was operating out of fear. You know what I'm saying? Before I went to jail, I was having all kind of threesomes and orgies. Like I've been, you know, in open relationships and shit like that. I did all kind of sexual shit. I ain't had no business. So when I got locked up, I was weak in spirit. So I was scared. So I just told. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to get it out of my system. I could say all that too, but really, I told. I was scared. You know what I'm saying? If I was vibrating high, praying and meditating like I did in 2013, I beat my case in 2013. I got rid of the hammers and the drug case. I copped out to drug paraphernalia, and that actually kind of struck me and help make me a career criminal because I shouldn't have copped out to nothing. But I sat on Rikers Island for 19 months. I got tired of sitting, and I copped out to some stupid-ass drug paraphernalia. But they threw 300 grams of dope out and two firearms. I copped out to some drug paraphernalia. But I literally beat that whole case, Fourth Amendment search and seizure. But it wasn't because I did the legal work, but it wasn't because of the legal work. I was meditating. I stopped gangbanging. I was going to court in a 3-piece suit, hard bottom shoes, with a Bible and my paperwork. And I got around that case. You know what I'm saying? And I'll get into that. I got a whole Rikers Island story. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do the last part of the week shit. I'm gonna do the whole Connecticut gangbanging shit. I kind of got into it a little bit. And then I'm going to get into the Rikers. When I make the transition, I'm going to get into the Rikers Island shit. And I'm going to tell y'all how my experience was on Rikers Island and shit. You know what I'm saying? How I healed a sprained ankle, and a fractured knee. How I they told me I had type 2 diabetes and high cholesterol. And then I went back to the doctor and a week later and all that shit was gone. And then they told me I was fucked up again. I went back and all of it was gone. And how I had all the nurses sitting around me asking me how did I change my whole blood shit in less than a week. You know what I'm saying? And I'll get into all that. And then I'm going to get right into the, what's the name? The 3 building. Yeah, I was in the 3 building. What you said you was in the 3 building with me? I don't know. What books to read? What books to read to understand you wait, hold on. What books I read to understand like you or more? And I wish I was in the other room. I'd have showed you. I wish I could give you an exact book, but all books got little pieces. Like there ain't no. I'm gonna put out a complete book, but I can't really explain that because if I tell you certain books, if you didn't read other books, then if I give you that book, then you ain't gonna really understand the good books. You wouldn't understand because you kind of gotta know what's being said before you read it, if that makes any sense. You know what I'm saying? But Get the water book. I just can't remember the name of the author. It's Water Consciousness or The Consciousness in Water. It's by a Japanese dude named something Makimoto. Get that water book because it'll show you how to program the water and it'll show you case studies, or go on YouTube and you'll come across it eventually. His name is something Makimoto. That's a good book because it'll show you how to program water. The Crystal Bible, if you get the Crystal Bible, it'll teach you everything that crystals do. So you can figure out what kind of energy you trying to bring in or what kind of energy you trying to repel. So get the Crystal Bible. As far as books go, man, I done read thousands and thousands of books, homie. And there ain't no one book that got everything that you need in it. I think it's all spread out in different books. It's even in the Bible, but you would have to like have a completely overstanding of the Bible to really, really fully, you know what I'm saying? But I could tell you a good book. The Flower of Life by Druvado Melchizedek. The Flower of Life. It's a purple. It's part 1 and part 2. It's a purple book with the Flower of Life, a gold flower of life on it. It's a big old book. 2 of them purple. Get the Flower of Life by Druvado Melchizedek, volume 1 and volume 2. Get the Ascension Manual. The Ascension Manual, it's a bunch of them, but get like 1 through 4. I think that's Robert Shapiro. Yeah, the Ascension Manual. Is that Robert Shapiro? I think it's Robert Shapiro. Robert Shapiro got it's a book called the Explorer Race by Robert Shapiro, book number 1. That's a good book. Anything by Manly P. Hall. He got Secret Teachings of All Ages by Manly P. Hall. That's a good book. Manly P. Hall got another book called Ancient Philosophies. That's a good book by Manly P. Hall. Man, it's just too many to name. And the really, really good ones like the Metanetta, that's a good book. It's Egypt mysticism. But again, if you ain't really been, into metaphysics and you ain't into Egyptology, if you don't understand what you're reading, then you ain't really gonna fully understand it. You know what I'm saying? So I could tell you a bunch of books like the Nag Hammadi scriptures is crazy, but the average person ain't gonna understand the Nag Hammadi scriptures. You know what I'm saying? It's like the Bible, but it's even crazier than the Bible in so many words. I'm just trying to think of some basic books that'll be good to start with, but don't worry, I'm gonna have a whole joint on books. I'm gonna have a whole joint on books. I'm glad you said that. I'm gonna write that down. I'm gonna have a whole joint on books, bro. On what books to get what out of. Yo, bro, we going to school. All y'all, the 49 people in here, stick with me. I promise you, I'm taking y'all to school. I'm going to show y'all certain things. You could take out what you want to take out because I do that. You know what I'm saying? I listen to Dr. Malachi York. I took a lot of his teachings. The 5% Nation, that's why I apologized about, the Clarence 13X comment if I wasn't right and exact with what I said as far as, his transition and how he passed on. I apologize, but I definitely dealt with them. Elijah Muhammad, I read a lot of Elijah Muhammad stuff. You know what I'm saying? So, you take what sticks, what resonate with you, because we ain't all the same neither. We all come from different monahs. We all come from different oversouls. You know what I'm saying? It's like the 12 tribes of Judah or the 12 signs of the zodiac. You know what I'm saying? We all are human, but we all a little different. We all vibrate at different frequencies. All of us are not meant to be spiritual. All of us are not meant to be healers. Everybody's not meant to be, everything. Everything ain't for everybody. So if it's for you, you're going to resonate with what's for you. And that's what I'm kind of here for. I'm teaching and talking to everybody, but everybody ain't going to grasp it. Only, star seeds, chosen ones, and those who come from a certain spirit is gonna resonate with them. You know what I mean? It's like even when Jesus came here, people say he came here to save the world. He actually didn't. He said, I only came here for the children of Israel. When he met the woman by the well and he was drinking from the well, and she said, teacher, something. He said, I only came here for the children of Israel. And then when he taught the 12 disciples and he sent them out, he said, only go to the children of Israel, because he knew and understood that it wasn't for everybody. The children of Israel came from a bloodline. It was a bloodline. It was a lineage. You know what I'm saying? It was not a physical lineage, but a spiritual lineage. So he overstood that. You know what I'm saying? He knew that everybody wasn't going to receive his message because his message wasn't for everybody. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to give it to everybody, but it's only going to stick with who it stick with. But I know my soul group, they here, they listening, and they going to fuck with me. So be patient with me as I make this transition from the street shit, the rap shit, the gangster shit into the spirituality aspect. I'm going to get into the conspiracy aspect a little. I ain't going to get too deep into everything and everything. I might have like a little small little chat or a private little situation for that. As I get into that, we're going to get into, you know, spiritual law and commercial law. We're going to get into that and who we are, you know what I'm saying, as far as with this government and what they doing, because we not all a part of this establishment. Father Allah brought the teachings out of the mosque into the streets. That's right. That's right, beloved. That's why I apologize. You know, he was Clarence 13X was a powerful brother, man. Even Elijah Muhammad, you know, I don't agree with everything he said. Dr. Malachi York, you know what I'm saying? These brothers, Noble Drew Ali, you know what I'm saying? Marcus Garvey, you know what I'm saying? Malcolm X, Martin Luther King. Some of these brothers had powerful spirits, man. They was human in human form, but they from a higher dimension. They came from a higher frequency to bring a certain thing down here. Like, you know, I was a big Malcolm X fan, right? But as I got older, I began to like Martin Luther King. We could get into the conspiracy about him being a plant and all that. I don't really know. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you don't know what to believe. But the story we was given about Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, at first I was Malcolm X. I don't want to be with the white people, you know, by any means necessary. Let's take it to the white folks, you know, fuck the white people and all that. And I didn't like, when I was younger, I ain't like Martin Luther King, you know, we shall overcome, getting beat over the head and being passive and all that. I was like, man, this dude is soft. I ain't like nothing he was talking about. I'm with the revolution, right? But as I got older, I began to realize that Martin Luther King was actually tougher than Malcolm X. Martin Luther King was way tougher and had way more courage than Malcolm X for a number of reasons. The main reason is why when you watch the civil rights movement, the Muslims talked about the white people, and I'm being real. You know, the NOI, they military trained, they know karate, you know, they look real tough, but they ain't never go down there and help them black people in Selma. We ain't never see the NOI doing no massive marches or fighting the police. There ain't no videos of it. Now, if they suppressed it and just never showed us, maybe, but Martin Luther King was putting, you know, boot the ground. He was on the front line, whether he was getting water hosed or busted side his head. And what you got to realize is when you look at those videos, when they was going to them places, when they was crossing that bridge, and I don't know if it was Selma or wherever it was, but they was crossing that bridge, and them crackers was on the other side of that bridge with them dogs, on them horses, and they got to beating them. You could have got killed. They could have killed him. Every time he got on them buses and went into them, that deep, rich, racist South, every time he went to one of them places, them crackers could have kidnapped him and killed him because they was killing brothers left and right. They was Emmett-Tilling niggas every day in America. And he went into them trenches and knew he was going to get beat up, arrested, and probably killed, but he still went every single time. And as much as I like the way Malcolm talked and he was a street nigga, and as much as I like, you know, the rhetoric that the Nation of Islam gave, they wasn't on the front lines. They was just talking. I'm being real. I'm just going by what we saw. Maybe they did go and march and then fight with the police, and you know, maybe they did. They just don't show us that. But I don't see no footage of that. Whether they believed in what Martin Luther King was doing or not, as a Nation of Islam, they supposed to have been locked up out there in them suits, and them brothers out there that knew karate and martial arts, they supposed to have been out there fighting with them dogs. You know what I'm saying? So Martin Luther King was a gangster, man. He was willing to die, willing to get beat up, punched on, kicked on for that purpose. You know what I'm saying? As far as what we told, I'm just being real. in today's society, you don't know what to believe. You got to pray and meditate and try to get discernment in certain things. So I try not to take a strong stance on anything these days because with this propaganda, we really don't know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I say that to say that restraint is real. Violence comes too easy. That's a fact. And I learned in these days too. Like I was one of them dudes. You hit me, I'm gonna hit you back. My grandmother raised me like that. I was raised by a woman. I couldn't duck no wreck. Anybody from 240 will tell you. I fought everybody from my neighborhood right in front of my grandmother's window. My grandmother made me fight. She'll take me if I came around the corner without the money she sent me to go to the store with. She brought me back around the corner and she made me fight. I might fought 3 dudes. I'll be fighting one dude. If somebody talking slick, my grandmother be like, "Yeah, he gonna fight you next." And after I fought him, she made me fight him. You know what I'm saying? My grandmother told me somebody hit you, you hit them back, and if they too big, you pick up something and bust them upside the head. I was raised like that, so violence was just a part of my culture. It was in me. I'm not even being funny. I'm not even saying it's a good thing, but my grandmother ain't raised no punks. I could get in fight in school. All I had to do was say when somebody hit me, and I ain't get in trouble. So I could fight every day. All I had to do, my grandmother get there, she'll be mad. She had to get out of work, but she'd be like, "What happened?" I'd be like, "He hit me." She'd be like, "Oh, all right." They come in there and be like, "Your grandson busted his lip, bust him upside." She'd be like, "He shouldn't have hit him." And I was good. So, I was raised with that rhetoric, but when I had my spiritual awakening, I began to realize, like, when I used to turn the other cheek, like Christ said, instantly, that was happening on Rikers Island. I'll get into it. I'll tell you some real mysticism shit. Like just the other day, you know what I'm saying? Something happened and I was getting some tickets in the mail about my car. I was getting, when you drive through New York, they mail you the tolls. So I was getting these tolls mailed to a certain individual's house. And this individual was throwing away the mail. So when I went to go get the mail, because I don't live out there no more. So when I went to go pick up my mail, the person had, every time I go, I'd be like, "Hey, did I get mail?" I'm calling, "Did I get mail?" Because I know them tolls will turn from a $12 toll to a $500 toll. So, "Oh no, you ain't get no mail. You ain't get no mail." So one day I went and got the mail, and the tickets came, and the ticket was like, one ticket was like $60, the other ticket was like $300. And the physical aspect of me, I got mad. I was like, man, I know that person is mad at me, so they threw my tickets away. So I got the tickets and I left. And a couple days later, the individual I was talking about, they lost their car. Their car got took. So while one individual was saying, "Oh, I don't know who did it," when that person's car got took, I knew that was the person that was throwing away my tickets because I didn't do nothing wrong to you. And you was throwing away them tickets, and you cost me $300 and something for no reason. And because you did that, the universe took your car away. And I say that to say, I'm not trying to be funny or nothing like that, but that's been my whole life. And when I became more spiritual, and I'm not saying like I don't do something because I'm like, all right, I ain't gonna do nothing. Watch the universe get you. I really don't even be caring about the universe getting the person. I just don't physically feed into it. And whenever I don't physically feed into it, especially if I don't even get mad, if it's something that I should have got mad at and I don't get mad, if that person threw my food out and I looked at it and I knew I should have been mad because I wanted to eat it, but if I don't get mad, I'd be like, not saying, "Oh, watch what's going to happen to you." I'm talking about really just don't even care. Like, see the spirit attached to that person. Know that the spirit of misery want me to be upset or want me to feed my spirit of anger. Because when I get mad, I get mad. So when I don't feed the spirit of anger, I don't feed the misery, and I don't feed into that person, and I walk away, they threw away my food, they might go food shopping and their whole grocery bag fall in some water or something. You know what I'm saying? Or they supposed to get their food stamp card and their food stamp card was locked for the month. Somebody stole all the money off their food stamp card. Instantly, something gonna happen related to what they did to me. And for me not wanting to get revenge or me not acting out in an angrily manner, something that happened. And I'm not saying that I want it to happen. I'm not saying I wish it to happen. It just happens. And I live my life like that now. I don't gotta do nothing to you. Do I get mad still? Yeah, I still get mad. Do I curse people out still? Yeah, I still curse people out. through my demons, and I'm saying demons because it's real. You know what I mean? I just don't listen no more. Sometimes the person to be talking and my demon be like, just punch him in the mouth. When I was a kid, I used to just punch him. Now I just be like, my demon be like, punch him in the mouth. I strike it. I bind it in my head. You know what I'm saying? And I walk away. And then that person might be walking out. As soon as they was talking crazy to me, they turn around, slip on a piece of ice. I ain't got to do it. You know what I'm saying? And y'all have the same abilities. You have the same capabilities. There's an Akashic record. There's administrators of karma. There's a universe. It is what it is. And so people say, well, how you know all this stuff, but you still told on these people, whatever the case may be. And I keep it a buck. First of all, I solved a few murders. Second of all, there's murderers that are taken off the streets. I'm talking about murderer killers taken off the street. And third of all, if there is a little iota of karma for them kids who miss their parents or for whatever the case may be, whatever that is, then I have to deal with that karma when when I'm standing in front of the administrators of karma or when I'm going through the halls of Amente or whatever, you call it. When I get there to that place, on the day of judgment or whatever your religious beliefs is, whether I get to Nirvana, whatever you call it, Shangri-La, whatever. When I get there, my physical being get there, then I'm going to be held accountable for everything I did down here, homie. I'm going to be held accountable for everything I did down here, homie. So that's why I do what I do, not because I'm afraid or I'm trying to get a whole bunch of good deeds because I'm worried what's going to happen to me. Bro, I have an eternal soul, homie. I have an eternal soul. And I'm like 99.9% sure of where I'm going and what's going to happen to me the day I make my transition, homie. It's only going to be me there. So nobody in the comments, nobody in the Hooskow, no Big Blood, no super famous rapper, super dunking basketball nigga. Ain't nobody going to be there with me. Only I'm going to be there, homie. And this eternal soul is trapped in this meat suit right now. It's going to be me. So a nigga told me in the feds, basically anything gangster you done in the streets pretty much get no recognition for in the pen. Can the realest dude in the pen? Politics could still snake you out. Man, that's all that happened in the pen. Nobody don't care about nothing you did in the streets when you get to the federal penitentiary. It's all politics. We all could be from New York and, we all could be from New York. That's why, homie, to the young brothers that's listening, and I know y'all know people, because especially in New York, but all over America, people going to the feds for nothing now. When I went to the feds in 2002, you had to really be somebody to be in the feds. For me to be in the penitentiary at 23, people used to look at me, come here, young blood. What are you doing here? What did you do to get here? Now it's commonplace. They send all the young dudes to the feds. Back then, they didn't send the young dudes to the feds to the pen because they knew they would kill you in the pen. Now they send all the young dudes to the pen. But when I got sent to the pen, they didn't used to send the young dudes to the pen because they felt like you would get killed because you was going to be young and you was going to start a war. So when you get to the pen, nothing you did in the streets matter. And it's all politics. We could all be from New York. And a Mexican dude might owe me money. And the Mexican dude might say, yo, I ain't paying you or whatever. He might spit in my face and just out of reaction, I might punch him. Or let's say he say, nigga, I ain't paying you nothing. And out of reaction, I do something to him. The New York car will stab me up to avoid a war with the Mexicans. I might have put in work for the New York car. I might have did a whole bunch of shit for the New York car. I ain't told on my case. I went and took a life sentence. I didn't tell on nobody. Everybody know I'm a stand-up dude. But because the New York car don't want a war with the Mexicans, they gonna stab me. They gonna stab me. They ain't gonna think nothing about it. They ain't gonna say, yo, he never told, he official nigga. He took a life sentence for some shit he didn't do. They not gonna care nothing about that. They gonna stab you worse than they stab a snitch. Like, share, and subscribe, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, share, and subscribe. You know what I'm saying? If you like what you hear, like, share, and subscribe to my channel. You know what I'm saying? After this, I definitely should have my watch hours. You know what I'm saying? Again, I appreciate y'all. You was in the feds in 02, 03. That's crazy. Yeah, I was. I was with Prince, the Prince that just came home from Supreme Team. I used to walk the yard with Prince. empathy and compassion. I'm from the town too. Anything is possible. Your best day is your most present day. You'll be good. That's right, bro. Master P, a nigga told me. Let me see what's up here. Powerful stuff, bro. Administrators of karma. Yeah, they are administrators of karma. There's karma is a entity and an energy, just like gravity, right? Gravity is a entity and an energy, but there is people who could manipulate, or there's people, or not people. Let me not say people. There are entities who are responsible for the power that we call gravity. There are entities and energies that are responsible for what we call karma. So that's why I say administrators of karma. That means you send in energy. Man, we vibrate energy. We are energy. We pure energy. We trapped in a physical body, but we are energy. Can I find other YouTube channels, or you do a video on water thing? Man, I'm doing one on water. I'm doing one on crystals. I'm doing one on how to reverse spells. I'm doing one on sex demons. I'm doing ones on everything. I'm doing one on them RIP, putting the candles where somebody died at, and how you trap the energy and how you trap the spirit. I'm doing one on, when you see, like in my neighborhood, everybody who know 240, it's a place where friends kill friends. My neighborhood is known for that. Like, people who grew up with each other kill each other. There's a spirit up there. There's a spirit up there. When it was Indians, before New York City was white people, it might have been an Indian friend who might have killed his best friend. And that spirit might be trapped on 240. So for all these years, friends continue to kill friends over and over and over and over again. Best friends killing each other. It's rumored that a twin brother killed his own twin brother up there. And every couple of years, there's a double homicide on weeks. Like, I think it's happened like 3 or 4 times where 2 people die in one day or together. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna show how there's an energy trapped there. There's an energy trapped there. Like, when you see there's a car accident and then people put the wreaths around a tree and put where a car crash happened and put candles around a tree. If you research it, somebody probably died that tree every so many years because there's a spirit there that's causing them car accidents to happen in that particular place. When I was locked up in 2022 in Brooklyn, a dude had chopped his mom's with an axe in Brooklyn. And then maybe like 6 months later, in the same building, somebody else chopped up their friend or family member, hit him with an axe. This was in Brooklyn in the project building. If anybody got those articles, put it in the chat. But because my spiritual eyes open, I've seen that there's an axe murderer or axe spirit who is trapped in that particular place. And that's why and if I look back, it probably happened again. You know what I'm saying? So you got to pay attention to spirit. So I have a video on that. Everything spiritual, just to keep your eyes open. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna do a whole thing on the beads with people wearing them, the Bloods in New York wearing them Botanica beads, not even knowing, what those beads are. Just to give y'all a quick story, when I was still gangbanging in 06, I had those beads on. And I got a thing called a bead story. And anybody who got bead stories, put it in the comment section and give me your bead stories, because I used to always tell my little homies about the beads, and everybody has a bead story. Meaning how I had the beads on, and you know what? It's too late. I'm not gonna get all the way into it, but I'm gonna have a whole DVD on Botanica beads and Bloods, a whole video on it. And when I break it down to you, it's gonna be real. And all of those who's into Santeria and voodoo and all that shit, I'm not talking bad about y'all spirituality or y'all religion. You know what I'm saying? I'm just telling the brothers who don't know what y'all do, and they go do these things without even realizing it. You know what I'm saying? And then wonder why they get the repercussions they get. You know what I'm saying? So it's getting late. I'm surprised I got all y'all up here. It's fucking 5 in the morning, depending on where you at. Those bees are called, I don't know how to pronounce that, but it got an EL in front of it, like my soul L. It got an EL. EL's a lofty one. EL's a God. It's like oh, I'm gonna break down that video too. The Stranger Things, where L, see those beads? They call it elix. Yeah, that El is God, like Michael, Raphael, Ezekiel, Emmanuel. That L is a lofty one. You know, El is of God. Yes, just in the city within 2 weeks, semis two hit the same over passage. Wow, it's crazy. When death occurs outside, the spirit moves forward briefly, then up and down, and it going down, and you're standing right in the front of them, and you cause death. Spirit will latch on to you. Yeah, I believe that. I believe that. Y'all remember when Left Eye, yeah, everybody thought Left Eye was bugging. You know what I'm saying? When she went on that road and she killed that kid, his name was something Lopez, like Luis Lopez, and her name is Lisa Lopez. And she said she was gonna die. She went on that same road, and Left Eye died on that same road where she killed that little boy. We don't know about it, but somebody probably die on that road every year or every 2 years or every 3 years because it's a spirit trapped there. You know what I'm saying? It's like that death forest in Japan or China. I don't remember which one. Where everybody go there to commit suicide. There's a spirit there. Then there's I think the largest waterfall in the world, I think it's in Guyana or French Guyana or Suriname, one of them. But in Suriname or Guyana, they have like a big waterfall. It's one of the highest waterfalls. And people go there, they leave their stuff on the side of the waterfall and just jump off. Every few years, somebody go there, leave their stuff on the side of the road, on the side of the waterfall, and jump off the waterfall. There's a spirit there, and that spirit is feeding off of, that spirit is calling people there to sacrifice themselves, and they don't even realize it. But this is what goes on in these neighborhoods in New York, too. We don't realize it. Definitely in Chicago. Definitely. Definitely. I don't know what went on there, but something went on there. You know, a lot of these cities, we don't know, they're built over burial grounds. Some of the things that was done to the natives, you know, when these people moved in there, especially in cities, because they got annihilated, especially on this East Coast. New York, Manhattan, man, they annihilated them people. I'm from a Narragansett tribe. If you know anything about history, Narragansett was one of the biggest tribes, you know, in Rhode Island and Connecticut. It was a huge tribe. And they came over here and just straight slaughtered everybody up there. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of them spirits became trapped. So that's what I'm here to do. Just let a lot of people know what's going on spiritually, even in my neighborhood. Even in my neighborhood, I done seen. I'll get into it more in another video, but I done seen a killer have a trait. Let's just say, I'ma say it. He had a trait where he would go tuh, tuh, and he was just killing people. But he had this thing like, I'd be like, yo, he'd say tuh. Oh, this nigga son tuh. His tuh was like, yeah, I'ma kill him. Or he'd be like, you killed him tuh. Like it's nothing. That was like his thing. Do you know that after this individual who killed more than like 3 people, years later, another person, when they started shooting their gun off and harming people, would say the same tuh. Never met that person, never hung around him or nothing. And that saying or that thing was passed on, and I seen it go from person to person. It's a trait. It's a spiritual trait. I really believe that that was a spirit. You know, when you look in the eyes of a murderer and there ain't nobody home, that glossy eye look, it's an entity. I mean, and I was attached to those entities. So I'm telling you, firsthand experience. I did shit, and I said it a lot of times, but I'm real. I did shit I don't even remember doing. Half the shit people give me credit for, like, you know, for being courageous or being gangster or this, that, and the third. Half the shit I did, I didn't even realize I was doing when I did it. And if 2 people ain't telling me I did, I wouldn't even have remembered. So this is firsthand experience. This ain't no shit I read in no book. You know, when it comes to the Bible and stuff like that, I get, you know, insight. You know what I'm saying? I get discernment. So a person could read all the shit they want to read. If you ain't never commanded no spirit to come up out of somebody, or you ain't never had a spirit upon you, then I don't give a damn how much you read the Bible or go to church and jump up and down. If you ain't never command those spirits, if you ain't never healed yourself, if you ain't never moved the spirit or kicked the ghost out of a house, then you could tell me, you could quote the Bible front to back, but you ain't got no power behind it. And those who are there to hear this in their spirit, then that's what we gonna do. But I'm not gonna lie, when I get into a lot of that, when I get into giving these people their birth certificate and social security back and being a righteous man under God and traveling under God and separating yourself from this government and not signing your children over, when I get into all that, I ain't gonna really be doing all of that online. I'm keeping it real. Not because I'm afraid of them, because one, it's not for everybody anyway. So those who want it gonna come get it. Real shit. I ain't gonna. And good night, beloved. Good night from New Zealand. Wow, New Zealand. Damn. Here I am, a little dirty nigga from the Bronx, talking to people all the way in New Zealand, talking to people all the way in Africa, man. That's crazy. It was crazy because when Rel first came out, I thought homie gotta be ill just from how cocky he was and all the gangster shit he spit. The last 5 years really exposed the gimmick. Yeah. Tell us the B story tomorrow. It's gonna be up here. Just keep coming back to my channel. Even if you miss something, I'm gonna have it all up there. Trust me. Before I go the route I'm going, I'm gonna have all the stuff I told you gonna be up here. It's gonna be up here. And as I'm praying and meditating more, I'm speaking more. I ain't stammering all my words and all that. That's when the spirit takes over. You know what I'm saying? The Most High, the love and light vibration takes over, and I just start going. You know what I'm saying? Right now I'm a little tired, but I see the love and the support. This shit ain't dropped under 50 people the whole time I've been in here. So I don't even know how to not pull out. But yeah, the Rel stuff, when Sunset, when he first came out, I thought he was ill. Just how cocky he was. Rel, I'm not gonna take nothing from him as far as like, yo, we from 1767 Weeks Avenue. His apartment was upstairs from my apartment. Literally, his room was over my room. So we used to could take the broom and I used to could knock on the ceiling and he would come to the back window. And if I stood in my kitchen and looked up and he was in his bedroom, I'm on the first floor, he on the second floor, so we could talk like this. We could look at each other and talk. So he grew up with us and we grew up fighting. Me and Rel, probably no exaggeration, I fought one other dude more than I fought him. His wife, the girl he all over social media mad because she with somebody else, she was actually with our childhood friend, a guy named John John. And I brought John John up because Rel and John John is the two friends I fought the most. We all fought. Where we from, it's like a rite of passage. You got to fight all your friends, for real. But I might have fought John John the most. Me and John John probably had like 15 fights because that was my friend before Rel even moved to the block. But Rel comes in a sloppy second. I probably fought the Rel like 8 times. We probably fought like 8 times. We had our last fight in '06 when I broke his hand, cut him, and took his chain. And I'm not highlighting that. I'm just telling you some real shit. But so I say that to say like Rel, you know, we grew up fighting, and he really sold crack. He really was outside. You know, we all grew up fighting. You had to fight coming from where we came from. But he was never a shooter. He never shot his gun off. You know what I'm saying? He never had no drugs. Like, I introduced him to selling drugs. He sold drugs for me. You know what I'm saying? And he ain't never, like, nothing that he talked about. But he really been to jail before and stuff like that. He been around. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was running around doing stuff. If I'm his right-hand man, no, let me rephrase that. Before he was rapping, he was my right-hand man. I was the guy. And then he started rapping and he became the guy. But yeah, he just a good rapper. He had a good imagination. Y'all don't know this, but he has a photographic memory. So Rel is highly intelligent. He was the type of dude when we used to go bag females, I tell her to say the number, she'll say her number, Rel will remember it. All I had to do was remember like the first 2 digits. If it was like 589, I'd just be like 589. He'd be like 2684. All I had to know was 589. He'll know 2684. Or I'd be like, man, it's 5 something, and he'll know the whole number. He'll know the whole number. Rel could tell us what we had on for Easter of '91. He could tell you what everybody had on. He has a photographic memory. So I say that to say, like, he's highly intelligent. He has a photographic memory, and so he was very good at what he did as a rapper. He was able to put words together and make it look good. And then when you got and that's with all these rappers. When you got guys around that'll kill for you, it gives you a certain amount of power and a certain amount of swag. When you can snap your finger and get somebody hurt or harmed, a certain amount of power. When you say, man, I'm hungry, and you got a guy who will run and get you a sandwich and a guy who will run and get you a juice, and you got another person driving you around, and you got two people on your side with guns that are gun down Barack Obama, off your word, it will give you a certain swag. And then you have, spirits of pride. Pride to take over. You know what I'm saying? Pride to take over. And that's what happened. And I believe, something ritualistic went on with him. I'll get into that later. I believe something ritualistic got attached to him, and some spiritual things has happened because he started believing. Now, I'm going to tell y'all this, and this is why would make a lot of sense to y'all, maybe. I don't know. But I believe that a lot of it is spiritual because he began to believe the shit he was saying. He began to believe it. He actually, after a while, he started believing. Like, there was a time when I beat him up and took his chain and cut him on his head and stuff like that. Around that time, he called, and I'm on the phone, and I got like 2 killers with me. Killers. I'm not a killer. I done did some shit, but I know killers. I got 2 killers with me, and we got Darrell Muhammad on the speakerphone, and he knows I'm with these 2 guys, and he know what they do, and he know what I do. But I'm his childhood friend. These niggas ain't his childhood friends, but I'm his childhood friend. I got him on speakerphone, and he said out his own mouth, he was talking, and he was like, yeah, because they don't kill shit like we kill shit. They don't get busy like us. And all 3 of us is looking at each other. He's on the speakerphone. This when the bleeps was out. So we got him on the speaker and shit. And he talking, and that nigga really believed that he was like us. We all know him. I'm his childhood friend, but they grew up around us, so they know him. They know us. They know the story. This nigga on the phone saying us, like all the niggas we done killed and the niggas we done did this to. And we know who he is. Ain't no cameras around. Them niggas start to believe that shit. So, and that ain't like no, that's spiritual. Them niggas start to really believe that they're the lyrics, and shit start attaching themselves to them. And I could get into all the other shit that go on behind the scenes with them and the shit that they do with the Kabbalah magic and the stuff that they deal with behind these closed doors. But he started to believe it. It's like when I seen Jimmy. First time I seen Jimmy, I remember Jimmy before rap, not from Weeks, because I never seen the nigga on Weeks. I'm not going to recant what I said. I never ever seen him on Weeks Avenue one day in my entire life living over there. And I was born over there. But I remember the first time I seen Jimmy since I came home in 06. I used to see Jimmy in the tunnel in 1999, 2000, 2001. I used to see the nigga in the tunnel before he was rapping. And if y'all ever go look at the old Cameron videos, just go look at any old Cameron videos. Besides Jim Jones having on the red flag, he was happy-go-lucky. You could see him smiling, dancing, doing clown shit in the videos, jumping around and smiling. And that's the Jim Jones that I left 99, 2000, 2001. I used to see him in the tunnel. I asked Redman to take a picture with us, and I swear to God, while we standing there snapping the picture, this nigga Jimmy jumped right in the picture. So the picture, he's like this. He like stage dive in the picture. Cause I told Redman, like, yo, you Redman, you gotta take a picture with the Bloods. And Redman was like, yeah, I'll take a picture with y'all. And we deep in the picture. This nigga Jimmy come running, jump in the picture. I swear, the police raided my son Greedy crib. Greedy, I wish you still had the pictures. Greedy had all the tunnel pictures. And we had Jimmy in a lot of the pictures. And in the picture, he's smiling, just happy to be in the picture. Like, I swear, I wish I had these pictures. But if you look in all the Cameron videos, that's when Cameron first got on, that's Jimmy being his real natural self. Fast forward, I come home 06. First time I seen him was outside the supper club. And when I seen him, he was popping. This nigga, they start to believe that shit. And then, like I said, when you got people around you that'll do anything for you because you're the hope to the hopeless, when you the way out, you represent the way out. You know what I'm saying? You got dudes who can never bag women or get nice looking women. You getting them nice looking women just being next to you. And you know what I'm saying? You making them somebody just being next to you. It'll boost your pride and your ego. And then after a while, it's not even like they pretending. It's like he can get something done to you. Because he's Jim Jones the rapper, and these niggas around him is broke, hungry, and cold. He's the hope. So he can snap his finger and have something happen to you. So after a while, I guess they kind of, I'm not gonna say become it because they ain't it, but they start to really believe that shit. And it's spiritual. It's spiritual. Just like you sleeping with a woman and you know, she might be lazy and you start sleeping with a lazy woman and then all of a sudden you a little bit more lazy than you normally is. You know what I'm saying? Or she like to eat snacks and all kinds of Skittles and shit that you don't normally eat. And you start sleeping with her. Now you eating Skittles and shit you don't naturally eat. Well, it's the same thing, you know, with these dudes, not only sharing women, but, you know, being around certain shit. They start feeding that entity of power. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's what happened. But this shit is all spiritual though. You know what I'm saying? This shit is all spiritual. Just like, you know, wearing, you know, pink and shit like that. Like I get into that another time. It's like, you know what I mean? And I'll get into the whole pink shit. I'll get into the whole pink shit. It'll blow your mind. But when you see dudes like that, and I done been around women and they be like, yo, I don't think this nigga like women. The way they just degrade women and all this pause and no homo, pause and no homo. They can't even talk without correcting themselves, without their mind thinking gay. And this a nigga who was around Diddy. These niggas was around Diddy and a lot of the crazy shit that was going on all the time. These niggas can't even talk 2 sentences without their mind switching. Because every time you say pause or no Diddy, your mind is switched to some gay shit. So that means every time you have a conversation, you can't even have a conversation with your mind switching to some gay. And I'm not saying nothing against the LGBTQ community and none of that. I'm just saying these niggas who don't be living in their truth, who, you know, behind closed doors doing certain things to get certain powers and certain deals and all this other shit, and portraying to be gangsters and manly men when they not. The women could see it. You know what I'm saying? And again, I don't got nothing against them if they is, but just be who you are, homie. Don't portray certain shit to the world and you not that. Be who you are. Be okay. It's so free to be me. You got to spin to pretend. It's free to be me. It don't cost nothing to be who you are, you know? And it's okay, you know, because you got to carry whatever, you know, your lies and your deceit and getting on interviews and talking about you sold drugs and you had a rough life and you was a drug dealer and all that shit. Every time you bring that shit up, you have to lie. It's heavy. I used to lie as a kid a lot. It's heavy because then you tell one lie and they ask another question and they ask another question. You got to answer it and then you be lying. That shit be all stuck in your chest. Your chest be heavy. Your whole body be drained. You just can't wait for it to get over because you just told a lie and then they ask you something else and you can't really answer it. That shit is heavy, man. You know how good it feel to be like, oh, man, I'm pussy. Yo, nah, I ain't never sold drugs. Or, man, I was scared to go to jail. Or, it's so easy. Nah, I never hit that. I liked it and I tried every day. She never gave me the pussy. But then you lying. And then every time they come around, oh, there go Tammy. And your chest get all filled up because you know you lied about sleeping with that girl. That's the shit I used to do as a kid. And, oh, man, everybody in the chat, y'all know what I'm talking about. Because we all spiritual beings. We all spirit. So you know the feeling, the heaviness of a lie and how that shit drain you and drag you down and how you just can't wait to get away from it. Imagine living like that. Imagine. Imagine living like that. So you got to get the biggest Cullinan truck, the biggest Range Rover, the biggest mansion. You get the prettiest girl. And deep down inside, none of that shit don't fill you up because you live in a whole lie. And I'm supposed to be the nigga doing a life sentence. So a rap nigga could say, yeah, me and my man Bucks was shooting and killing. Free my nigga Bucks doing 3 life sentences. And you ain't doing shit for my kids. And I'm sitting up in prison and you acting like you did the shit that I was doing. This nigga, oh, I ain't seen Melly in 7 years. And Melly come home, run right up under that nigga, man. But again, niggas don't got no other hope. Niggas don't got nothing going on. Obviously, niggas can't think past goal, because if ever I was put in a position to have any level of fame, I would took that little tiny bit of level of fame, made relationships, and used my brain to get me a couple dollars and to take care of my family to the point where I wouldn't need another individual to constantly, you know, give me a piece of fish. I'd have my own fishing rod, my own fishing hole, my own bucket of worms, my own boat, my own everything. All you had to do was show me that it was water and that it was fish in that water, and I'm gonna figure it all out. All you gotta do is just, yo, it's fish in there. I'm gonna figure it out. But these dudes can't think past go. So they'll get up under these dudes and live these lies, and who knows what really goes on behind the scenes. Some of these niggas probably be in relationship with these niggas. You thinking it's their bodyguard, but it's their boyfriend on the low. You know, you look at Bucky and think Bucky crazy, but I know the nigga that's getting beat up and drug all over the place, that's on the internet mad because his wife was somebody else. I know that nigga is not the nigga that I grew up with. I know he ain't. I know that him not speaking out about certain shit and certain injustices in the way his boss treat him is bigger than him not just exposing who that person is or talking bad about that person just for some financial shit. It gotta be more than that. And I'll get into that too. Because whenever somebody could sue somebody who did them wrong and get some money out the person and they don't sue and they crying in your car telling you that you don't understand why he can't sue and you know that he not talking about no gangster shit, well, why can't you sue? You don't understand, bro. You don't understand. You don't understand. Spiritually, mentally, and physically, you twisted, homie. You done signed all kind of contracts. Physically, mentally, and spiritually, you in a bind. Physically, mentally, and spiritually. So for all those who say I'm disgruntled because I wanted to rap and all that other shit and Rel didn't put me on and all that, that wasn't meant for me to do. What did Rel say about Cameron? I'll get into that eventually. I'll get into that. Melly is slow. Bro, Melly is slow. Everybody know that? Oh, yeah. It said, bro, Melly is slow. Everybody know that. Oh, you must know that nigga, bro. I don't even know that nigga like that. I ain't gonna act like I've been around that nigga 1,000 times because I don't even know him like that. Is this your prophet? Hell yeah, this is my prophet. This is better than a prophet. Hell yeah, this is better than a prophet. Yeah, that's true. My best friend since grade 3, ex-friends, he's immature and not a man at all, or poor excuse because he's afraid to talk to women and get nervous. All he does is play games all day. Oh yeah, some of them niggas is like that too. You did enough talking, rap boy. Man, God bless you, brother. God bless you. Young rappers fall quick because they thought you have to really live what you rap about. All the majority of these older rappers really was frauds. That's a fact. And nowadays, like with the young NBA young boy and Quando Rondo, all the Chicago rappers, these kids is really actually killing people and shooting people up. So now in this generation, because all right, you know, in the when rap first started, it was talking about partying. And then in the late 80s, going into the early 90s, it got conscious. NWA came with the niggatry, right? They came with the gangster stuff, NWA. And New York was so bad at that time, and I'm not praising New York or trying to make it, but New York was in the 80s, the 70s and 80s and the early 90s, what Chicago is today. And I'm not bragging about it, but New York used to get 2,200 murders. Now it's down to like 300, 400, maybe 500. But in the 70s and the 80s and the early 90s, New York was getting like 2,500 murders, 2,700 murders. It's a bad place. So all the rappers, most of them rapped about consciousness because New York was so bad, they couldn't pretend to be tough. You understand what I'm saying? When you had them guard bodies, them, you know, them 7 Crowns and the Supreme Team and all of them, the family, you know, Preacher Earl, Lynch Mob, the Wild Cowboys, I could go on and on and on and on. The Shower Posse, You had Cubans, Colombians, Dominican. Everybody was, killing people. New York was. Then you had the mob too. Don't forget about that. So you had all these people that was killing in New York. So in the '80s, New York rappers couldn't rap about gangster shit and killing and selling kilos because you had people really in the streets who was close enough to them to touch them and be like, "Nigga, stop lying." Right? So New York rappers kind of had to be conscious. In LA, when NWA came out, even though none of them, except Eazy-E, all them other niggas wasn't street niggas. So because LA didn't have a good representative at that time, I think they kind of allowed them niggas to rap about shit they wasn't really about. And then because them niggas was from certain neighborhoods, I guess the neighborhood kind of rallied behind them as the voice, right? So they was allowed to talk the gangster shit. So once NWA broke in the door with the gangster shit, the 90s coming in New York. I'm going back to New York now. So Giuliani comes. Now, anybody who know New York history, when Giuliani came in the early 90s, this is when we got the, I forgot they called it the CRV. I don't remember the name of the task force he put together. Then the feds came through and TNT was established when they killed that cop out in Queens. So now New York City got cleaned up. All the old guard body, all the structure in New York, the whole structure was taken out of New York City. And this is the mid 80s going into the early 90s. And I ain't gonna say the mid 80s because Giuliani came in like the 90s. So when he came and did this, along with Reagan's war on drugs and all that, and these stricter crack laws, but when Giuliani came, he literally cleaned New York up. There's books, you could Google it. Literally, New York murders dropped like about 500 murders every year. So if he came and it was 2,500 murders, every year it was 500 less every single year. So I say that to say this. So now, once you took all the leadership out of New York City, this is why we became Bloods, because now these neighborhoods are not controlled by these, the guards and the people who ran these communities. There was a void left in our city. So the void was filled by the Bloods. And any original Blood member, the whole, the first generation homies, most of them was guard body, and a lot of them left the guards because the guards was only going to protect other guards. They wasn't really the vanguard for all the black people. So the leadership was broken down. So now we became Blood. And while we was becoming Blood in the penal system, then you had rap groups coming out that started talking gangster shit that really wasn't gangster. But there was nobody in Queensbridge, like no real older big homies to check it, or in Brooklyn to check it, or these certain parts of New York to check it. So now New York rappers, because of the void, because New York ain't such a terrible place like it used to be, now rappers could rap about gangster shit and talk about shit that they wasn't doing. And that music poisoned my generation, the 90 generation. You understand what I'm saying? My generation in New York City is the first generation to say, fuck the older niggas, right? Because the ones above us, they couldn't say that in the 80s because them niggas would have killed them. All them older drug crews, they was like mobsters. They would shoot you in your head and leave you outside somewhere. So my generation was the first generation of, man, fuck the older niggas, because the structure that old New York was gone. So now in the whole 90s, as it calmed down a little bit, it became a little bad too, because now there was the older against the younger. Now you got a generation of kids raised without the fathers, generation of kids who don't fight because the older 80s guys, they fought. The 90s niggas, my generation, we just picked up them. I mean, we fought a lot, but I'm just saying generally it was more recklessness. Now we shooting up blocks instead of, walking up on your man. So now this is the era of shooting blocks up, and now we all Blood and all of that shit. So yeah, hip hop really structured generations of people. In the 90s, hip hop in New York, all of them niggas was fake. None of them was real niggas. Even they talk about Fat Joe, I'm not too far from where he from. The whole TS shit and all that, I mean, that shit sounds a lot, but I don't remember that. I remember the Decepticons in Brooklyn. I remember, you know what I'm saying, 25 to Life. I remember certain big crews, especially in New York, Wild Cowboys in the Bronx. You remember 50 Mad Dogs, 50 Wild, you heard, 6 Wild, you heard like big That TS shit was like some rap shit, homie. Like he describing 50 niggas running. I ain't never heard of that shit. I remember the kid Tone that he talked about. He had one of them neighborhoods. That was a known fact. But the whole, so the point I'm making is 90s hip hop poisoned a whole generation of people. And that started the whole transition. And then when the 2000s came in, it got a little lighter. And then it set the stage for the drill rap. So you saying from the early 90s to when drill, I say Chief Keef came out, what, 2010? So from 1990, to 2010, what is that? That's 20 years, right? So from 1990 to 2010, in 20 years, it showed from the fake to indoctrinating my generation, and then my generation indoctrinating the younger generation, and then that generation indoctrinating the Chief Keef generation. So by the time the Chief Keef generation come around, these little niggas is really doing what they say they doing. And that's in every city across America. The crime rate is there. Now you got the music to go behind the crime rate. And now you got the guns to go behind the crime rate. Then you got the kids that don't have no fathers to go behind the crime rate, the hopelessness and all that shit. And now you have drill. And you know what drill is leading to all over America? Federal indictments. Federal indictments. So now there's not really big drug crews. There ain't drug blocks. There ain't drug wars. If you really think about it, the whole African American community would be a more peaceful place if it wasn't for gangbanging and drill music. Niggas ain't fighting over drug blocks. It ain't about money no more. People ain't getting killed over money like they did in the 90s, early 2000s, and in the 80s. Now, dudes be scamming. They could be a team of scammers. They all making hundreds of thousands of dollars. And now they drilling. They got a drill beef with a whole another crew because they smoking each other dead. And it just keep on going about a bunch of nothing. A bunch of nothing. So yeah, I'm about to get off of here, y'all. Do you remember the recording studio on Weeks Ave? Fat Joe used to record. Down the block, I think down the block, yeah, that drill shit led up to G's ratting on themselves. Nothing more reckless than ratting on yourselves. Yeah, but you got to think about all the death too. Baltimore, Emory, low as fuck. Yeah, B-More is a reckless place. I know a lot of people from B-More. You should have took your time like a man. Maybe I should have. We not Baltimore. Maybe I should have took my time like a man, homie. I wouldn't be able to be here talking to you to talk me. I should have took my time. If I took my time, I wouldn't even be here. What you would be doing right now? You in my comments telling me I should have took my time. I'm out of the Bronx now. I see clear all the pain and poverty. You not snitching. You giving clarity. I show you to my kids. Your life is not in vain. Definitely not in vain. If I'd have took my time like this gangster down here is saying, it would have been in vain. I'd have died in prison, a nobody. My message would have died with me. And only thing I would have had was Harrell in my raps and his raps talking about what I did while I'm doing a life sentence. Who was the notorious Bloods in New York that you heard about, in your opinion? Who was the most notorious Blood in New York that you ever heard about? I don't want to talk about them niggas. OG Mac, the nigga who started it, he was notorious. He lied and indoctrinated us and had us doing a bunch of goofy shit. I had a favorite, Bloods is like collectors, like basketball cards. Everybody got their favorite basketball player, or you got your favorite X-Men, or you got your favorite G.I. Joe, or your favorite Transformer. I had my favorite Blood. Pistol Pete was like my favorite, that I knew, but Notorious, all that shit is dumb. It's death and destruction. I could have been as notorious as any of them if I was just continue to feed that vibration. You know what I'm saying? I just was fortunate enough to get tired. I hustle with Booby. Damn, rest in peace to Booby. I hustle with Booby on Weeks in Eastburn, team on 175th Street in Philly, PA. We put that work on Philly dudes real bad. you're going to have to endure the slander to give hope and chance to the youth. Yeah, I told a story about, see, you know what I'm talking about because you was actually in Philly with Booby and them. And I told that as a part of my story because when they left the Philly, I remember they going to war, and I remember they was causing a lot of death. And when they came back to the neighborhood after going through all of that in Philly, it made them tougher. And that's how they was able to open up on Weeks Avenue and not have the older niggas around the corner on 240 tell them no. You kind of cute for a goofy. Yo, you violated, shorty. Why you violate me like that? Man, send me some money on my Cash App calling me goofy. Find my Cash App is the same shit you found to find me on here, the same exact thing as my Cash App. Just put a $ in front of it. I'm kind of cute for a goofy. I wish I could see a picture. Everybody like, how old are you, G's? I'm 47. I'll be 47 on Sunday. I'll be 47 on Sunday. Putting away the mobsters he was going crazy with in the Rico. Are you talking about Giuliani? Yeah. Giuliani was in heavy with the RICO Act. Not just NYC either. Giuliani came in. Oh yeah, this is a minute ago. So true. I grew up in Baltimore. Baltimore is a ruthless place, man. It's bad in Baltimore. It's been bad in Baltimore. Anyone that hears you know you're highly intelligent, my G. I appreciate that. Facts. I pitch and get into some of the jewels you be dropping. I appreciate it, beloved. That's what I'm here to do. I'm trying to read the comments, y'all, because I'm about to shut down, but I'm definitely trying to read the comments. I know how I be when I be in the comments. I don't like to be ignored, so I'm trying to, like, read the comments because some of y'all ask good questions. Let it get to that for the Monitors Friday blessings. You already. Soul ties, driving the universe. It's like therapy for real. I appreciate that. Hit us with a bees story. I read that already. I'm going to do the bees, though. I'm going to do a whole story on that. Yeah, I think I read all of this. Yeah, but I appreciate y'all. Still, the whole time I've been in here, we ain't never get less than 50 people in here. And I appreciate that. I'm about to wrap it up. Everybody, please, subscribe to my channel, share. I'm probably going to chop this up and make a video out of this. I'm about to get a couple editors, but again, I'm going to do a couple more stories on the hood shit, probably like a few. Once I get monetized, I'm going to remake all the shit that's up here and do it better, put pictures of shit that I'm talking about and do commentary. So I'm going to remake everything that's on here. But again, I'm going to be breaking down a lot of these hip-hop videos. I'm going to show you some of the rituals that go on. I'm going to show you when these people admit who they are. I'm going to show you some of that stuff. I'm going to get into the beads. I'm going to get into the negative energies trapped in some of these neighborhoods. I'm going to get into the tribalism that go into the drill music, to the drums, to the war cries and the dances. I'm going to get into that and show you how we was doing these things in Africa and how it came here. I'm going to get into Bambaataa and Africa Bambaataa when he went over there to Africa and the things that he brought back. I'm going to get into the Aleister Crowley stuff, the reason why a lot of these people, the Michael Jacksons and the Bill Cosbys and the R. Kellys and all of them, why they so into these kids. Michael Jackson, why he was into the kids and why they get into the kids. And I'm going to show you Aleister Crowley so y'all can study not study Aleister Crowley, but understand what he was about, and then you'll understand why a lot of these people do a lot of the shit that they do and why they so infatuated with the children and the energy of the children with these sexual acts going all the way back to the papacy and all of that. So you can see why they do it, because once you see the people they worship and the people they idolize, then you'll understand why, Michael Jackson getting caught with the kids and why he calls himself Peter Pan. Who's Peter Pan? Peter Pan is a man who went through the window, which is the gateway to the soul. He went through the window in the house, took the kids out the house and took them to Neverland where they would never grow up again, right? Who is Peter Pan? What is the ideology behind that? Neverland is a place where they never grow up, meaning they stay stuck in the state they was when they were taken by another man who don't want to grow up, right? So, you know, we get into that. You got to get into Pan anyway. Who's Pan? Pandemic, Pan Am, Panic. You know, Pan is the god of illusion. Pan was the Pied Piper, the flute. This is why R. Kelly calls himself the Pied Piper. Who's the Pied Piper? The Pied Piper is somebody who played the flute and he took the kids away from the parents, right? Through his music. He hypnotized them. And Pan plays what? The flute. So when Michael Jackson says he's Peter Pan, who's Pan? Pan is the god of illusion. Pandemic, pandemonium. All this shit, these are signs and symbols. Don't think for 1 second that these people don't know what they saying and what they doing, man. Don't ever think that for 1 second. Salute to you. Stay positive. Thank you. You got a second chance. Respect it. From LG, CMB. Lafayette Gardens, CMB World. Oh, World. I was with World in what's the name? Pan Africa. Pan is just a god. It's a Greek god. So anytime you put Pan in front of something, it's usually like it's chaos. Like people believe Earth is one of the original landmass in Earth. They called it Pangea. Gea means Earth. Pan is like chaotic or illusion or destruction. Are you a FBA or Caribbean? That whole FBA shit, I am a soul. My name is Soul L. I'm a soul. I ain't an FBA or Caribbean. Fundamental Black American. I don't even know what the fuck that is. They got us now. We don't even say we ain't even come on slave ships. We was already here. We might have been. This shit is flat. Is it round? Is it flat? Man, listen. I believe that the earth might be flat, but I believe it's round too. Why? Because anything that emanates with energy will resonate as an orb. So even if it is flat, it's going to be round because it has an aura. It's going to resonate. You know what I'm saying? Or you might have to stack. You know, if you take something and you stack things on top of it. So it could be a whole bunch of flat stacks, meaning dimensions, flat, stacked on top of each other, and they form a circle with its aura. You know what I'm saying? So it could be flat and round at the same damn time. Man, y'all got me confused. We don't know what the fuck is going on. I heard somebody say the other day, water ain't even good for you. So I ain't no FBA. I don't know what a foundational Black African American, meaning we was here and we didn't come on slave ships. I don't know. It might be half truth. It might be half falsehood. One thing you're going to hear with me, and this is just me, I could teach you some spiritual shit. I could teach you how to cleanse. I could teach you how to meditate. I could teach you all that. But I'm never going to stand fast on one position. You're never going to hear me say, yo, this is it. I'm never going to say that. I'm never going to say, yo, this is the ultimate truth. I'm never going to. Only thing that I know is ultimately true is that you have an eternal soul, that you don't die soul, that you eternal, that you just in this body for a little bit of time. And when you go from here, you're not going to be, it's not over for you. You're not going to be in purgatory just, nah, that I could tell you. I could tell you that jail ain't the place to be. I could tell you that you ain't supposed to murder people. I could tell you that everything you see on TV is an act. Rappers, movies, all that shit is entertainment. Entertainment. It entertains you. To entertain is to enter your spirit and to hold you, to captivate you, to hold you captive. You know what I'm saying? To lower your vibrations, to keep you coming back to this raggedy ass planet. All of that is a fact. I could tell you that's a fact. All the other shit, I ain't gonna hold too fast on none of it. You know what I'm saying? The comments is coming a little fast. Ain't no heaven or hell. I believe there ain't no heaven or hell, but if you believe there's a heaven or hell, you're gonna end up in heaven or hell. I believe that. I believe all possibilities is endless. You know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? Like people say you're gonna die, you go to heaven or you go to hell. I don't really believe that, but there is a place, a heaven, and there is a hell, though. But that don't mean everybody going there. You understand what I'm saying? Those who believe in heaven and hell, they're going to go to a heaven and hell because they're going to create that reality. It's infinite possibilities, homie. That's my theory on everything. Everything you ever seen that exists actually exists. Somewhere there's Scooby doing Shaggy, running around in Scooby and doing Shaggy. It might be in another dimension on another galaxy inside some other shit, there's a Scooby-Doo and a Shaggy. Real shit. Yo, do you believe in aliens? I don't believe in aliens, but I know they exist. You understand what I'm saying? You think Star Wars was made up? Oh, y'all asked me for some books. Go read some Madame Blavatsky. You know what I'm saying? Then so you can find out how George Lucas got the ideas for Star Wars and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Go read Madame Blavatsky. Go read some Aleister Crowley shit. You know what I'm saying? These are the people who run this planet. Those are the people they worship. Those are the people they idolized. You understand what I'm saying? Scooby-Doo getting high. I believe what truth you're dropping is a high vibrational and the ignorant stuff is a lower vibration. That's a fact. That's a fact. Wrong, Rip Velma. Nah, I just picked Scooby-Doo because I used to like Scooby-Doo as a kid. You know what I'm saying? I like Scooby-Doo. It just popped in my head. But I'm just showing you like all the possibilities are endless. And anybody who gonna tell you this is exactly what happened when you die and all that other shit, it's so many different. Some people die, they go to heaven. Some people die, they go to hell. Some people die, and if you have a mansion and you live in your mansion and you love your money, if you Scrooge McDuck swimming around in your money and you catch a heart attack in that money, you might stay in that money. You might stay right there. You left so much of you were so attached to that money that when your physical body died, you left so much of your spirit that you may stay stuck in that house. Or if you a CO, you know how they got ghosts and the ghosts, they hear the ghosts because in some jails like we used to hear keys and we don't see no CO. So it might have been a person a CO who he spent 40 years working at that prison and he died. And because he lived in that prison or he ended up being stuck there. So he didn't go to heaven, he didn't go to hell, he didn't go to purgatory. He's stuck, still walking through the gates of that prison because that's what he did his entire life. You know what I'm saying? There's all shit that's going on out here. Some of y'all came from Mars, nigga might die. You might go back to Mars. You might go back to Pluto. You might go back to a high dimension. You know what I'm saying? You might come back and be your daughter's great grandson, and you come back. You understand what I'm saying? Your daughter might be your great grandmother. You know what I'm saying? When people tell you this is exactly what it is, they be a fool to tell you, yo, this is exactly what it is. All possibilities are endless, homie. All of them are endless. And I can't take a strong stance on none of them because they all exist. They all exist. Go read this Spinoza. Why I think I read that. I think I read that before. What are you trying to accomplish with your channel? To raise the vibrations, you know what I'm saying? To teach people spirituality, to teach people what's going on down here. I be careful with a lot of stuff that I say, but you know, to show us what's really going on, man. To show y'all that we not really free. To show y'all, you know, how to operate as a man as the Most High, how you could travel, how you could move down here, to break a lot of these spiritual bonds when we get these social securities and these birth certificates, how to heal yourself and others, because we can heal ourselves, man. We can heal ourselves. We're more powerful than we think we are. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just here to help change the vibration and make a couple dollars to take care of my family. That's it. That's it. Where do you think you're going to after here? Where do I think I'm going to after here? Like after I transition? If I'm lucky, I can return back to the all in all. If I'm lucky, but then who wants to do that? If I'm lucky, I turn back to the all in all. You know, the infinite universe. You know what I'm saying? To the all in all and become a part of that. But I like to help. So what I would like to do is I would like to be able to get a physical body and come down here and be like Melchizedek, or to come down here and be like Christ, and to pull some of y'all back to the Most High. I don't think I just want to sit up in the all in all and just be a part of the all in all. I would like to come back here and help. We all chose to be human. We all wanted to come down here. We all wanted to come down here. If you ever read the book of Enoch, in the book of Enoch, it talks about the children of Cain. And it says the children of Enoch, they was up on a mountain, this before the flood. And it said gradually the children of Enoch descended down the mountain, because when we was up on the mountain, we was looking down at the children of Cain, and the children of Cain was having horse races, they was dyeing their hair, they was playing instruments, they was having orgies, and we was on the top of this mountain, you know what I'm saying, with nothing, not having no fun, not doing nothing. And then right before the flood, a lot of us descended down the mountain to go down there to enjoy life with the children of Cain. You know, they had the earrings, they was having sex, they was partying, they was having horse races, they was gambling, they was having fun. So it said once we descended down the mountain, Enoch told the children of Enoch, like, if you descend down this mountain, you won't be able to come back up this mountain. So I don't think it was like a physical mountain, because if it was a physical mountain, you could have just walked right back up the mountain after you got your drink, had some fun. So it was a physical, it was a spiritual thing, right? So as above, so below. What goes on down here is the same thing that goes up in the heavens. So at one time, we might have been a part of the all in all, meaning like, you know, a big body of water. Let's just say the ocean. We might have all been in the ocean. But while we all in the ocean, a part of this ocean might be running into a river. So we say, damn, I don't want to just sit in the ocean. I want to be a part of the river. You understand what I'm saying? And then another part might be a waterfall. And then you look at the ocean, you say, I don't want to just sit here, you know, in this still body of water. I want to be a part of the waterfall. I want to experience the fall. You know what I'm saying? And then at the bottom of the waterfall, it might be, people might be scooping up buckets of the water and taking it to the village. And you say, damn, I want to go to the village. And then you go to the village, you see people, you know, having fun in the village. So we made a decision to come down here. You know what I'm saying? It's like a kid in the car while you pass it, the parents is passing the amusement park. We wanted to come down here. We wanted to experience this shit. So we here. You know what I'm saying? And I believe that we here, we just, the creator experience in itself. So if you really think about it, really technically, you know what I'm saying? Like, and this is why a lot of the rappers and the people who involved in witchcraft, they have that saying, do as thou wilt, from Aleister Crowley. You know, Jay-Z was putting it on his clothes. It basically, you know, to just do it of Nike, when they be like, just do it. That's from Aleister Crowley, the one, he's on Michael Jackson's album cover. He's on the Beatles album cover, Led Zeppelin, all of them. You know, that's why they live by that rhetoric, do as thou wilt, is because, like, we just here to experience life, so just experience to the fullest while you here. You know what I'm saying? And again, it ain't nothing really even wrong with that either, as long as you're not trapping souls and misleading souls and damning souls for monetary gain, like I was doing when I was selling drugs, and like some of these entertainers are doing just for power. They ain't nobody special. We special. We all special. They ain't nobody special than you. And don't give nobody your energy in that way. You know what I'm saying? America, we admire and glory the blood sport like the gladiators until the real gladiators speak his story, and this is all slander. Watch the power. Scarface until the real killer speaks. The next Spielberg film. That story makes so much sense. They made the movie Russell Cole called Noah. Yeah, that was a good movie, that Noah joint. What's Shark Boy a real name? I think Gavin Murray. Gavin Murray, or Murphy, I think. Watch the way which you lead the children. Watch, watch, watch the way in which you lead the children. The children are important, man. And that's why I get on these rappers. It's because they misleading the children. That's why I get on them. That's why I get on them, for misleading the children. You know what I'm saying? An adult is gonna do what an adult do. A child don't. But it ain't even just the rappers either. It's the video games. It's the movies. You know what I'm saying? Everybody was watching the Stranger Things. You know, even my stepson, he was excited about the Stranger Things and stuff like that. We got to be careful with, you know, allowing these kids to watch certain things. You know what I mean? Stranger Things showed a lot. And that's another thing I'm good at too. I'm gonna break down Stranger Things for y'all too. I'm gonna break down Stranger Things. I'm gonna break down like the cartoons we grew up watching, like He-Man and the Transformers. How it's showing you these fallen angels. How it's showing you the reptilians, and it's showing you what's really going on. I'm gonna break certain things down, but it's all for entertainment purposes. You know what I'm saying? You take what you want out of it. Never watched it. Got a bad feeling whenever I scroll past it. Oh, the Stranger Things. Yeah, it was deep. The Demigorgon, that's the demiurge from the Nag Hammadi scriptures or from the Gnostic scriptures. They called it the demiurge, but they was demons because they came from another dimension. That's why when you seen them, when they came around, the lights would flicker and stuff like that. And they took Will into another dimension, not realizing that Will was the free will. Will, the character Will, represented the free will of men. And if you notice, that's why when Will, at the end, when he decided to come out that he was gay, he decided to say he was gay or whatever. He was able to activate his superpowers because he was truthful about who he was. So it freed it took a weight off of him, and that's how he was able to do his little superpowers. But he was Will. That's why his name was Will. He actually represented the free will. And just like the girl 11, 11 represented L, which is in my name, Soul L. 11 was L. So she was a god. You know what I'm saying? That's why she had superpowers. She was a god. And then if you remember, she didn't have a father like Christ and a lot of these, powerful beings, Melchizedek, a lot of them, they don't have physical fathers. So El didn't necessarily have a physical father, if I remember correctly. But her name was El because she was powerful. And then her sister was 8, which is infinity. Her sister was infinite, so she had powers. And then the only human that had powers was who? Will. Because he was free. He had the free will. It's kind of like the Dragon Ball Z joint. The only person in the Dragon Ball Z, the human that could fly and had powers, is the monk, right? The nigga in the orange, because he was a monk. So he had the same power as the fallen angels or the aliens. He had the same powers because he was a monk, so he could fly too. You know what I'm saying? So it's all the same shit. It's the same story told over and over again. If you get in the Matrix and you get into Star Wars, it's all the same story. It's the same story. If you look at Star Wars and you look at Darth Vader and the Sith Lords was doing the same shit that El could do. Or what's his name was? The leader of the Demi-Urgan, I forgot the nigga name. You know what I'm talking about, the demon. Remember how he could just go like this and make people fly? He could just make people move with his hands. He could choke you without putting his hand on your neck. Remember Darth Vader in the first Star Wars when he used to could choke people without putting his hand on his neck? It's the same shit. It's just switched and bounced. You know what I mean? It's the same story told 1,000 times in a million different ways. You know what I'm saying? They show you what's going on down here. When I scroll past every second, I have to call to YouTube. When I scroll past or every second I watch a tarot card YouTube live, I get a supernatural, deadly bad feeling. It leaves after I scroll past. Gabriel, E-L, Gabriel. The L just means a lofty one. It's an L, like the Elohim. In the Bible, it said the Elohim created man. In the good ones, the new ones, it don't say that, but L is the Elohim, like they say, the elite. So I put the L in my name, just to, like the God in me. So I'm Soul L, soul of a God. But man, I appreciate y'all. I can't even believe y'all up here with me this long. I definitely should be 33. Man, reincarnate in the worst brother. Don't nobody want to live through this torture life again. Yeah. Yeah, we all been here a few times. I know I've been here a few times. You know what I'm saying? I've been here a few times. I got a real old soul. I know I've been here a few times. Some of these, the difference is those who know, we the old souls, we've been out here a bunch of times. That's why we get tired of gangbanging, or we get tired of rap music, or we get tired of sports. Like, we don't watch sports until we might have watched sports when we was little, and then when we got older, we stopped watching sports. A lot of us old souls, we get tired of the kiddie shit. You know what I'm saying? We've been out here so many times. Like me, I know I've been out here 1,000 times. You know what I'm saying? And I'm tired of coming back to this shit. You know what I'm saying? The new souls are the ones who, oh, you a snitch, nigga, and you a rat, and they new souls. They fascinated. They believe the raps. You know what I'm saying? They want the biggest, baddest car. You know, they want to wear what everybody else is wearing. They do what everybody else is doing. What the people call the NPCs are new souls. They're new souls. So they fascinated by this shit because this is, they first go round. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe they second or third go round. But us who've been out here 1,000 times already, we get tired of this shit. And we've seen it a 1,000 times already. So that's why we get so burnt out, so to speak, or tired of a lot of shit. That's why we get tired of shit a lot faster, because we've been through this shit so many times before. I'm tired, homie. I'm tired, and I didn't want to rot away in no cell and not being able to teach the people and teach the kids, because once people in prison, they already made their decision. Everybody in prison already made the decision. Most of them are going to be exactly what they are, prisoners. You know what I'm saying? And there's people out here that are still prisoners, prison to the system. And I don't got nothing against the 9 to 5 thing or nothing like that. But we, right here in the United States of America, get your little piece of the pie, teach your kids what you need to teach your children. I don't even like to use the word kids, because kid is a baby calf. A kid is a sacrifice to Malek, Maluch, and all of that. You got children, you don't got kids. Kids are offering. So teach your children, what to do while you here. Oh, my shit about to die. My phone about to die. Well, yeah, my phone about to die. I ain't even gonna charge it back up. I said I was gonna leave. This is the longest live I had. I appreciate y'all. That's why I was in here so long. I appreciate the love. I appreciate the support. I still got 50 people in here. I hate the spin off. Hold on, let me read this comment. If you never got caught up at all, would you have still made this positive transition? Oh, you wasn't here earlier. I already in 2012 is when I decided. I still was selling drugs though, but in 2012 is when I had my spiritual awakening, and that's when I took the steps towards getting to where I'm at now. So if I never got locked up, I probably would have still been selling drugs though. To be honest, I probably would have still been selling drugs, because even though I had my spiritual awakening, even when I was praying and meditating, I probably would have never I probably would have still been selling drugs. I wouldn't have been doing violence and gangbanging and stuff like that. But in my warped mind, I would have still been dealing drugs, because I didn't look at it as a bad thing, even though it was bad, because I hated the fact that my mom's was smoking crack. No offense, Bucky. Oh, these dudes is super fascinated. And as you should be. Don't nobody give a fuck, Brody. You obviously do. You here, and you took the time to comment. You gotta give a fuck, homie. You still here. Copy. I missed that. I respect the honesty. Yeah, nah, I'm keeping it a buck. I'm keeping it a buck. If I ain't get locked up, I probably would have still been selling drugs. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, now I don't think I would, because shit, that was 8 years ago when I got locked up. So if I would have still been selling drugs, I would have needed to go to jail if I didn't figure out another way to get some money by that time. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like I said, I had a warped way of thinking. Like, all my first crimes was violence. I didn't get locked up for drugs until I was 28 years old. You know what I'm saying? I got locked up my first time at probably like 12 years old for doing robberies and shit. So all my life I was doing robberies. Then I started going to Connecticut, and then I started shooting shit up. So all my first cases was for assault with a firearm, shooting blocks up and stupid shit like that. So I caught my first drug case at 28. When I got out, I was 31. You know what I'm saying? So I had to make a transition. I was like, all right, I'm not gonna do no more robberies, and I won't go to jail. Then I started shooting over drug blocks, and then I did shootings, and I'm like, all right, if I don't do no more shootings, I won't go to jail. Then I got back out, and I started selling drugs, and because of all the violence, I'm not bragging, but I was a dude, like, I could go get a kilo from this dude or 2 kilos from this dude, because people were scared, right? So it's hard not to, when you get out of jail, And you know you can go get $50,000 in drugs just by saying, yo, I need it, and somebody gonna give it to you. It's hard to turn that type of shit down or to think differently. What you gonna really sit in jail and think about doing at that time, right? So had I not got busted this time, I would have never learned stocks. I would have never learned finances. I would have never learned commercial law. You know what I'm saying? I would have never learned credit, which is the same shit. And I learned a lot more spirituality on this bid too. Cause before I never read like all the witchcraft stuff. This bid right here, I read a lot of witchcraft books to get a better understanding of what was going on down here. So I did a lot of studying on this bid right here. So had I not got locked up, I probably wouldn't have did none of that studying. So I probably still would have been selling drugs because I wouldn't have knew what to do with the money. You know what I'm saying? No matter how much I had. And I was a degenerate gambler. I had a bad gambling habit and I had a bad woman habit. Like, I didn't even mess with girls that didn't like girls. So I was having threesomes every night and taking on all them spirits and having sex with prostitutes. So I was even though I wasn't committing crime, I'm being honest. Even though I wasn't, I mean, not committing crime, even though I wasn't violent, I wasn't gangbanging, I wasn't doing the violence, I still was doing destructive shit. I was selling drugs and having all kind of orgies. So it was only a matter of time before something bad happened to me. You know what I'm saying? But I needed this bid. Everything happens in my life. Everything happened in all of our lives. It's just I always paid attention to the signs and symbols, and the universe will speak to me. I'll be like, damn, am I supposed to be doing this video? Like, for instance, am I supposed to be doing this? And me and my girl kind of had an argument and shit tonight. You know what I mean? I was praying and meditating. I kind of like pissed her off. So if I didn't piss her off, I wouldn't even came on live tonight. So then I went on live and I turned it on, and then I was looking at it. I started to turn it off, and then something else drew my attention. When I came back, it was like 6 people in the live. So then I started talking, and then 20 people jumped in the live, and then everything. So I was meant to be here to do this tonight because I wouldn't even mean to do this tonight. You know what I'm saying? So that's how my life is. One thing leads to another and leads to another, leads to another. And if you pay attention and you start to pay attention, the universe will show you. You might be thinking, God, should I go get this job at Burger King, for instance? And then when you ask that question, your TV, the Burger King commercial might come on. And then you'd be like, oh shit, the Burger King commercial come on. And then you leave out your house and then 2 people be walking down the street. They be like, you know they hired at the Burger King and so and so and so. And they ain't thinking about you, but it just so happened. That's how, I'm telling you, that's how the universe works with me, especially when you ask, the creator, to show you and tell you what you're supposed to be doing. And that's how it comes to me. And I just be paying attention. I pay attention. So, and everything is a step and a step and a step. So I had to get locked up at the age I got locked up. I had to get charged with what I got charged with. And y'all want to know something? My birthday is March 15th. Y'all could Google it. My birthday is on Sunday. I got locked up 2017, February of 2017. I cooperated. The government contacted me the first day of March. Do y'all know when Weeks got indicted? The Weeks Avenue got indicted, my block where I'm from. It got indicted on March 15th. My block got indicted on my birthday, March 15th. I got sentenced on my wife at the time on her birthday, June 22nd. And I got out of prison on my grandmother's birthday, September 6th of 2023. Can't make it up. Can't make it up. I'm telling you, we can't make it up. Yo, Bucky, listen, this is exactly how Hassan Campbell blew up, but telling B.O.'s story, but this a real live extra killer talking, plain and truth. You about to glow up. Man, I appreciate it. Can you agree with that? Or can I agree with what? I think I missed your comment. Let me see. I can find you at. All right, let me see. Copy, I missed that. The honesty. Uh, oh, I can agree with that. My bad. Damn, you got out the same year I did. Yeah, it was renting. Yeah, around December 23rd. Yeah, word up. Yeah, word up. Real shit. Weeks got indicted on my birthday, March 15th. I got sentenced on my wife's birthday, and I got out on my grandmother. And y'all heard me talk about my grandmother raised me. She was the most important and significant person in my life, and I got out on her birthday. You know what I'm saying? So shit like that, shit like that. The universe always be showing me, and if you pay attention and you ask for guidance and you ask for wisdom, man, you're gonna get everything that you're supposed to get. You know what I'm saying? And the Hassan Campbell thing is real, man. You want y'all to know something else? When I was in Leavenworth, I was in Leavenworth with a dude from Bronx River Projects, a dude named Rabbit. And nigga Rabbit told me back then that Bambaataa was having sex with kids. You know what I'm saying? And at the time, you know, Rabbit, he's an old school gangster from Bronx River. I used to think he was lying because, you know, he play a lot. You know, some gangsters, they like to play a lot. Like Lou Sims was like that. He liked to play a lot. So he used to play a lot, you know, gangster, but he would play all the time. So he used to be like, yeah, you know, because I used to rap. And everybody knew Harrell was my man. So everybody in the jail just thought I was going home to be Dipset and shit, right? I thought I was going home to be Dipset. Keep it 100. You know what I'm saying? But Rabbit used to always play like, yo, man, you think you gonna go out there and rap? Man, you gonna have to give Bambaataa some of that booty. And I used to be like, yo, stop playing, Rabbit, man. Yo, D, stop playing, bro. He'd be like, yo, I'm telling you, man, Bambaataa like them boys, man. Bambaataa gonna like you, man. He gonna put you on, but you gonna have to give him some of that booty. I'd be like, yo, Rabbit, stop playing, bro. And I used to think this nigga was joking. So when I heard the shit with Hassan Campbell, I was like, but I wasn't surprised because not only did I hear it, you know, years later, me reading Aleister Crowley and reading a lot of them Sex Magic book, I begin to understand, like, you know what I'm saying, where they get their energy from. And then you got to remember, Bambaataa went to Africa. I'm not saying that they teach that in Africa. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is he went over there and he did some spiritual things and he brought that stuff back over here and he mixed it in with the Aleister Crowley stuff, you know, with the Beatles and the Michael Jackson. They all follow Aleister Crowley. And when you do things like that to a kid, a little boy, you rape a little boy, there's an energy. That fear brings in a certain type of energy, a certain vibration. And he feeds off of that vibration. And entity and energies connected to Bambaataa feed off that energy. And that's real shit. You know what I'm saying? I was molested and my mom's was abused. And I used to watch my mom's get beat up by her boyfriend and the dude that used to abuse me, and he used to lock me in the closet and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like real shit. And that's what made Bucky. That's what made me the person I am. You know what I mean? And if you read, I study people. I study psychology, and I study the people. I study the mind. You know what I'm saying? And when you study the mind and you study, you know, the Richard Ramirez's and the Jeffrey Dahmers and the, you know, the William Gacy's and the, you know what I'm saying? When you study these people, you begin to realize that it happened when they was kids. You know what I'm saying? Remember Harry Potter? Harry Potter was in his room, and a little thing came in his room. Well, when you be a little kid and you know your mom's getting beat or you get raped or molested or whatever the case may be, that little thing come in your room like Harry Potter. You know what I'm saying? And that little thing will make you. It'll turn. It's two things that could happen when you a kid, because you know you open the spiritual shit. You know, babies see spirits. They still got one foot in the physical world and one foot in the spiritual world. So from the age of 0 to about like 6, you real still keen to spirit. So, but when you get like 5 or 6, you know, when your crown chakra hardens, then you might not be able to see shit. But when you suffer certain traumas as a child, it's two things that'll happen. Sometimes an angel will come and save you. And when an angel come to save you, you know when an angel came, because the kid who was sexually molested, when an angel comes and saves them and brings them through that, that kid will never touch a kid. Or when, you know, a parent is getting beat, a kid watching his mother get beat, when an angel come and save that kid will never touch a woman in the day of his life, and that kid will be the best parent. But the kid that end up becoming the molester or the kid that end up coming the woman beater, an angel don't come save him. An entity attaches itself to that kid, and it makes that kid numb to the violence that that kid is seeing or the sexual experience that that kid is going through. So the kid becomes numb to it because something attaches itself to that child and feeds off that energy. Unlike, you know, the R. Kellys, and unlike the Michael Jacksons, and unlike the Puffies and the Africa Bambatas, they're actually feeding something and getting inspiration, or they're becoming a musical genius. Look up the word genius. Genius comes from Socrates. Socrates was a person who said, I get all my knowledge from an entity. Socrates, if you ever study who Socrates is, he says, everything I learn, I get from a demon, right? So that's where the term genius come from. Is genie in us. Genie in us. That's what a genius is. It's somebody who has a spirit to help them. So unlike all the people I just named, the Epsteins and these people, they're not consciously feeding off it or feeding something consciously. The kid don't know what's going on. So the fear and the hurt and the pain opens this kid's spirit up, and something attaches itself to this kid. So this kid is not nurtured up to use the magic or use the energy or command the spirit. It becomes a vessel. And that's how you get the Jeffrey Dahmers, and that's how you get the Buckses or the Wayne Perrys or the Alpos or the Sammy the Bulls. I ain't not just niggas that tell. I'm talking about any type of nigga who can just do certain things. Behind every gangster is a hurt, scared little kid. Believe me when I tell you. Trust and believe me. Behind everybody that's doing a whole bunch of violence is a scared little kid. Real shit. Real shit. I was that scared little kid. I'm keeping it real with y'all. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I pray and I meditate and I keep those things at bay. It's like the movie with Riddick, or the movie Riddick. Remember when they was on the planet, and as long as they had that light around them, all those energies and entities, they had to stay outside that light. But as they light began to dim, the entities and energies would get closer and closer and closer and closer and closer to the person until their light got bright. And when their light got bright, the entities had to stay outside of that light. You know what I'm saying? And that's how it is when you vibrating high. When you get low frequency, your light go out and they on you. And that's when somebody get punched, stabbed, shot, killed, raped, molested, when your energy is low. When you keep vibrating high, you keep it off of you. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of us go through these things without even realizing it. You know what I'm saying? So I know I keep saying I'm going to peel out, but y'all been hitting me on here, know what I mean? There's still 40-something people in there. And female watching 25 channels. Any new people who's like this video? Yo, like my videos, y'all. You know what I'm saying? I've been going in. I appreciate y'all. I promise you, I should be monetized today, and somebody gonna come help me. I don't like just talking and just recording and shit. I think it don't look professional. I want to give y'all visuals. You know what I'm saying? I want to give y'all videos. I want to be able to highlight things and point certain things out. So in the next coming weeks, I'm gonna have some everything is gonna be formatted right. Trust me. And I'm not gonna be up here talking this gangster shit all night, every night. I ain't doing that. It's other shit that I want to talk about. And if you don't mind, I don't mind if I like the live too. Do I know Stacks from 176? Stacks. Nah, I don't know a Stack. And then 176 is mad long, so I don't know what part of 176 you talking about. Do you know Banger, the Mac from 176? Banger? Nah, I don't know no Banger from 176. Did you read the address? Trolls skipped over. That's a fact. I was to walk away from 175, traumatized for life. All my childhood friends from Weeks, Clay, Monroe, they are dead, killed. All my childhood friends from 175th, I'm traumatized for life. All my childhood friends from Weeks, Clay, Monroe, they dead. Yo, a lot of death over there, bro. I think in 2002 I was locked up. In 2002, I think like 7 people died over there from the whole Clay, Monroe, Toppin area. You know, Booby died in '02. Ike died in '02. Tizza died in '02. Ike, Booby, Tizza died '02. AZ died in '02. That's 4 people in '02. Um, I can't remember how many more. And then in 16, when they indicted Weeks, 4 people got killed. Marvin got killed, Jahira and her boyfriend got killed, and Chucho got killed. That's 4 people, and 16 got killed. That's only 2 years. In 2 years, just 2 years. Like, it's bad over there, homie. And I know a lot of people, logging on to hear those stories and stuff like that. I'm gonna touch on it. I'm getting it out of my system. For everybody from over there, I'm speaking for y'all. I'm probably the first person that could speak this freely because I was somewhat involved and I kind of, spoke on all of this already to the feds, so I could speak on all of it, well, most of it. But I don't want to be up here doing that, man. You know what I'm saying? Because these are people I actually knew and grew up with. Booby was the first person I brought to Connecticut. You know what I'm saying? Like that was my man, my childhood friend. You know what I'm saying? AZ was a good friend of mine. You know what I'm saying? Marley G, I went to his funeral. We was in the womb at the same time. His mother told me when I was born, because me and him was in the womb at the same time. You know what I'm saying? So rest in peace to everybody, man. Ike Murray, I grew up. He was the first person that gave me a pack. You know what I'm saying? Dutch, I watched Dutch grow up. I seen Dutch, when Dutch was in control of 240. I remember him saying, "Yo, Bucks, I'm just like you, bro. I'm on the same type of time you was on." And I seen him up there every day on that corner, had beef with the whole world just like I did. And I loved it. I had a lot of love for Dutch, but I knew, I hate to say it, but I knew he was gonna, you know what I'm saying, get murdered. You know what I mean? Because he was up the block every day on that corner, and he had beef with everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like I did. But the only difference with me, I didn't used to like stand on the corner. I used to be in the shadows a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And I kept 2 guns on me. Lord forgive me, but you know what I'm saying. And I'm not saying that would have saved me, because it just wasn't my time to go. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't like I was smarter or more gangster than he was or whatever. It just wasn't meant for me to die over there. You know what I'm saying? But Coco just got killed. After the whole week's indictment, somebody still killed somebody over that drug block. They about to get indicted again. If you over on 240 in Weeks, I wouldn't suggest being over there, because somebody got killed over that block. They gonna come right back through there and indict that shit again. You know what I'm saying? Joaquin, I watched Joaquin grow up. I watched Tizza grow up, rest in peace. Little Ant, I watched him grow up, rest in peace. Nano, I watched him grow up, rest in peace. Man, I could just keep going on and on and on and on. Niggas, they talk about Chicago, just my neighborhood alone, man. It's a lot of death over there. And I ain't even glorifying that shit. For real. It's sad. And this ain't even from drill music. This is just drug shit. And it's a spirit, man. The neighborhood shit. That spirit of death is over there thick. Scooter and them told, I keep it on me. I'm good. Oh, you from over there? It gotta be told, though. That's a fact. Good to see E40 still straight. This nigga here. I look like E40. This nigga bugged out. Don't keep it on you, homie. Get the fuck from over there. Dutch always had a plan. Dutch always had a plan. Yeah, Dutch is my son. Black O from 240 was my man. Black O. What Black O? What Black O you talking about? I don't even know nobody named Black O. Gunsmoke. A dab. or blunt, just a joint bong, reach for the moment, be right back. Oh, even in the 240 indictment recently, what he's saying? All y'all from down that way did bad. 240 niggas, weeks niggas, except the Spanish guys. All y'all told. Uh, yeah, yeah, pretty much. You still woke cuz chocolate, Easter bunny, candy bar, head. Yo, why you trying to wild me up, bro? Come on, man. You up here, you just up here to troll me? The whole gang, told. Yeah, everybody told. For the most part, everybody told. I heard they hit smash BM crib up. Nah, that ain't true. They ain't hit smash BM crib up. If they would have hit smash BM crib up, you would have heard. I ain't justifying it, but you know, my son ain't really got it all, bro. I and only one other guy ain't trolling. Oh, they all trolls. Nah, you cool, bro. Be interested in the street stories. I don't care about the trolls. The trolls keeping the chat moving. Yo, listen, like and subscribe if you want to troll. Like and subscribe, because when this shit get lit, you won't have to subscribe to even come view this shit. So I'm gonna make you have to subscribe just to troll. I don't mind the trolls though. Stay away from them 050 cats. Them dudes is foul. I don't know. They been helping me. Them niggas been helping me, bro. They post my shit. You know what I'm saying? I got a little couple dollars coming from them. They walking me through the steps of how to do everything. But so far so good. I ain't see nothing bad yet. As far as I could say. You know what I'm saying? They've been helping me out. They've been keeping it a band with me, son. Real shit. And they showing me shit. They reposting my shit. Taking their time out their day to show me shit step by step. And I ain't no computer nigga. Like I ain't really know. I'm an old school nigga. I ain't really hip to all this shit, but they've been helping me. So I can't really say, you know, best way to get someone to believe a lie is to add some truth to it. That's a fact. What's going on with Murdoch? Murdoch good, bro. Murdoch working. Murdoch doing what he's supposed to do. 1 week live stream or settle for 6-hour stream. I don't know, bro. Black people could be bigger than the cartel if we came together. The cartel, bro. First of all, black people ain't never gonna be bigger than the cartel because we ain't heartless like the cartel. That's first and foremost. We incapable of doing the things they do to rule with the iron fist that they rule with. That's one. Two, we ain't got the structure to do what they doing. We don't. We ain't trying to be in in competition with the cartel. Make your own lane, Bucky. You know that. I'm trying to do that, bro. That's what I'm doing. Paul, Jesus, Apostolic Church, Jesus Father, and the whatever. Jesus Father would have house would Jewish people, Jewish brothers, because God, Jesus, God would have brother, house, Jewish people. Homie, what is you typing? I get what you trying to say. Them 05 dudes is bad money. You will learn before the summer hits. Oh, the 050? I know, like I said, I ain't, you know what I'm saying? Yo, everything serves its purpose, man. You know what I'm saying? They got me lit. they y'all probably wouldn't be here. If I'd have just went live by myself, half the people that's here wouldn't be here. A lot of people's here because, you know what I'm saying, they put me on their platform. You know what I mean? Now, what I said probably got people, you know, tuning in or whatever, but they definitely did help me out. And they ain't do it for free. I gave them niggas some content, and they definitely gave me a check. I mean, not a real check, but, you know, they helped me out. So we'll see. regardless of what, the Most High got a. I ain't gonna say a hand, but the Most High is driving me. House spoken with Jewish people, Jewish brother, because God, Jesus, God would have brother house with. Man, I don't know what you typing, bro, but I get what you trying to say. What the fuck? Oh, the rap version of the dirty section. Oh, you talking about on this content shit? Eve, effort on the cartel takeover. Cut type that shit off. Fentanyl. They got you lit to put you into the BS. Stay away from them. Nah, I get it, bro. I get it. Cuz must be drunk trying to type. I think he talk texting and the shit talk texting crazy. Definitely found you off 050 facts. Yeah, they helped me in that way. Talk about the 050 fan base are squares. I don't know who they is, but I know it'd be a lot of people from the neighborhood in the comments. You know what I'm saying? They push me in the algorithm, so it's up to me to bust my move. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it's one thing for sure, two things for certain, especially in the African American community. Somebody always gonna do some greaseball shit. You know what I'm saying? I told that's considered greaseball shit. So when people, niggas is gonna be opportunists, they gonna use you. Only thing, my thing is, use me, but don't misuse me. Help you, help me, help us. You know what I'm saying? Give me a platform, and I'm gonna shoot from there, bro. And I know how to talk. I know how to communicate. I know what I'm gonna go for. I know what I'm not gonna go for. And so far, I ain't really seen nothing too crazy as far as the 050 movement. Them niggas is looking out, you know what I'm saying? China, he a good nigga, he official nigga. You know what I'm saying? Kai, I was locked up with Kai. That's kind of how I got in the loop. That's my son. So I ain't tripping. It's just the new people that I met, but they see my eye. But I appreciate it, bro, giving me a heads up, you know what I'm saying? I appreciate it. But so far, so good. It's all up to me and what I do. Why you said you ran off them crime fam guys? That's cap. That ain't cap. And again, see, now you're gonna force me to get into some street shit. The crime family niggas was on one I'm getting a little tired. 184th Crescent and Field Place. The nigga Trips, Footmoo, the nigga Darby, before he got killed. Smokums, Rocky, who else was over there? Ox, Gagi, all of them. Yeah, the crime family dudes, we did run them off from over there. We was on the building on 164th Crescent and Field Place. This is in 2000 summer. Stan was across the street. Yeah, we got into a few shootouts with them, and they didn't come back. We wasn't over there that long though. It was only like a month or two. But for that month or two, they wasn't out there. And this before Trips got killed. Darby, I don't know if you know Darby, Footmoo. This right before he got killed. But we did run them off for a little while. I ain't capping. They was calling themselves CFC, Crime Family. But they was like, at the time, we young and we stupid. We like, yo, why y'all keep saying C? Why we seeing CFC? What's the other C for? So niggas is like, yo, that's mean Crime Family Crips. And we was on our super blood stuff at the time. And then one day, this is when now I'm about to say something, and this is for the kids with the drill music, because I was once that type of kid, so I know where they coming from. The day it jumped off with the Crime Family dudes, one of them pulled up and they was playing that, if you got beef with DPG, then holla at me, the DMD, the Snoop Dogg song. If you riding with it, man, you can holla at my dogs. So they was playing that joint, and Darby started crip walking. And we had this brand new Tech 9. I had it inside. Everybody was wearing a thing. But long story short, I ended up like, it ain't the gun that God used to save me too. A lot of times I pulled out my gun and the gun didn't work and nothing was wrong with the gun. But that was the creator like saving me. So he started doing the crip walk and I pulled out the Tech and I cocked it, but it wouldn't shoot, but they all ran. Later that day, they came. Oh, that's what he said. They shot up Smash Baby Mom's house. Yo, who's this in the comment? That's what you meant. I thought you meant recently. Yeah, who this person is? I gotta find who you is, because you was definitely around during that time. Let me see, find what you, where you at? Okay, drop. All right, whoever you is, drop. Why you said you ran off them crime family? All right, that's drop. Facts. I do. Drop. You know they wasn't Crip. I don't know. Oh, I was right there. Yeah, you had to be, because you know a lot. Whoever you is, you know a lot. When you said they shot up, smashed baby mom's door, I thought you was talking about recently, since they said he told or whatever. Yeah, that's a fact. Whoever you is, you was definitely around. Yeah, that's what happened. I pulled the tech out that day. It jammed. And that day, somebody shot up, smashed baby mom's door. That's right. You're right. And Smokums lived up above Smash, but Smokums' baby mother, Kira, I forgot. That was my son Banger. That's Banger and Shady cousin. So when they shot up Smash door, the only one we knew where they lived at was Smokums. But Smokums was lucky, because Smokums' baby moms was Banger and Shady's baby mom was the McClintons. I know you know the McClintons. Shayna, I forgot his baby mom's name, was their cousin. That's the only reason why nothing ain't happened that day. And Lord forgive me for even talking like that. But I ain't gonna lie, I was gonna shoot her. I swear to God. I'm not even trying to be funny or be gangster, but I was gonna shoot her. But that was Banger's cousin. And he begged me, like, we went and knocked on the door, and I looked at Banger, and Banger was like, yo, please, please, please. And I didn't. I was mad they shot up the homie baby mom's door. His brand new baby was in there. But it was my fault, because they trying to crip walk, and I pulled the tech out, and it jammed and shit. But that's why I be telling the kids with this drill shit, I get it. I get it. I know when you be beefing and your ops and then drilling, you'll do almost anything, because I was once like that. You know what I'm saying? And forgive me for even, like, getting all hyper to think, but they shot up my man door. You right. Drop. That's crazy. Oh, Banger. Yeah, yeah. Drop. You from the name. I wonder who you is, bro. I wonder who you is. I don't know. Drop. That ain't your name. I wonder who you is. It was you, Oh Banger, Smash, and Hell Rel. I don't know if Rel was there, but oh yeah, that's who we used to be together all the time. Yeah. But I don't think Rel was there that day when the tech jam, because Rel was out in Connecticut. I had him out in Connecticut. So he wasn't around a lot, because he was working for me out in Connecticut. But yeah, you was around, homie. You was around. And I don't even, and forgive me, man, all my spiritual people on here, for that moment, sometimes it's like when you listen to music. You ever listen to an old R&B song, and that's when you lost your virginity? So every time that song come on, you lose your virginity all over again? Well, it's like that. With him bringing up certain shit, it take me back to a certain time. And for me to go back there, sometimes I attach myself back to that time and that energy. You know what I'm saying? And I apologize for that, but that was a crazy time. But yeah, we did run them off. It wasn't that long though. I ain't gonna act like we was over there for months or years or nothing like that. It probably was like a good month and some change. We was over there every night. But we only came over there at night too. We wasn't over there all day. We only claimed Crip because OG Mac tried to make us blood and we declined. Yeah, y'all was fucking with K-Born at that time. So he told everyone we was Crip. So we came out with all Crip colors and was claiming Crip with no codes. Yeah, I remember that shit. Yeah, you definitely from over there. That's crazy. Nah, you definitely from over there. That's crazy. We wasn't Jack and Mac though anyway. Y'all was running around. Y'all was running around with K-Born. He was probably, I think he was giving y'all work. And I remember one Christmas day, I went in there and laid all of them down. I don't know if you was there or not. I know it was Rocky. I know for sure Rocky was in there that day. Rocky and Gargamel. And I ran in there. We laid everybody down. Not the building on Crescent and Field Place, the corner building, because that was Booby building. Booby had the dope in that building. And then right next door was who used to, I think Rocky lived in that building. I ain't sure. But it was like Christmas Eve. It was Christmas Eve, and they was all in that building. And we ran in there, and the gun had jammed on me. We had everybody laid down, and I was gonna do Rocky bad. And again, the gun jam. And I keep saying this, and I know y'all probably the gun jam. But see, the Most High used to stop me so many times from doing the shit that I was trying to do. I swear to y'all, I'm not even lying. Anytime somebody actually died, I didn't want the person to die. But anytime I really tried to make somebody die, it wouldn't happen. And that was the creator. It wasn't meant for me to do that. But one day we was in there, we robbed him, and I tried to Rocky was on the floor. I tried to shoot him for no reason. I tried to end that brother's life for no reason. And we came running out the building, but I was trying, but it wouldn't work because I had a long clip. But I hate to get in this, but I'm just gonna tell you, I gotta prove this point. I had like these 30-round clips, but one of the clips was like a 27-round clip, and we never used it before. But the clip didn't fit the gun, so when you cocked it, no bullet went in the head. But I didn't know that at the time. If I would have had any other clip, I had Rocky on the ground, and I just was trying, and they was grabbing me, stopping me from doing that to him, right? And I swear, we came running out that building, not the one on Field Place, the one right next door to it, like Crescent and Field Place, 184th, and that corner building that Booby used to be in, that Smash lived in, that building right next door, y'all used to be in. Y'all was in that building, and you know how you come, it's the hallway, then you come down the steps. As soon as we came down the steps and came out the building, I still got the gun in my hand. We come out, and guess, we bumped right into the beat walkers. I mean, like literally, came out the building and bumped right into the beat walkers. Had them shots went off in the hallway, we would have came out, and the beat walkers would have been right there, and we'd have got into a shootout with the beat walkers. I swear, but the gun didn't work. Nobody wanted me to shoot him. Everybody was grabbing me like, yo, chill, chill, chill. We came out the building, ran smack into the beat. I mean, literally ran into him. They never saw the gun or nothing. I ended up tucking it in my jacket. We jumped in the van and we left. But that ain't nothing but God, because that would have been bad. I probably would have still been up north or dead, because that would have been bad, bro. You know what I'm saying? And that's just how the Creator had his hand on me from the beginning. For real shit. But Drop, you definitely from over there, though, and that's crazy. Why you spend 20K on glasses? These ain't no 20K glasses. These shits don't cost no 20K. These like $1,100. I mean, with the medicines, like $1,500 the most. Nah, you didn't lay us down. I don't think you. I don't know if you was in the building that day. Maybe you wasn't in the building, cause Rocky was on the floor between my legs. That I know. I just don't really remember everything. When all else fails, make the bird trap come back and fly again and again. Cap. Yo, why you saying I cap, Drop? I don't even want to go back and forth about that goofy shit. I'm telling you, what I remember, maybe onions or weed. What, my eyes being red? My family did it. I did it too. Overshare Dodge. He's a rat. Rip court. Don't care. Drop. I'm trying to get on your show, so I say my story. Nah, I bet, bro. When I situate, I'm gonna let people God does love us all. Kimmy Baller said you a plate. Nigga, they all said I'm a plate. Kimmy Baller ain't the only one that said I'm a plate. Shark said I'm a plate. Everybody's saying I'm a plate. I've been a big plate. I've been a plate a long time, bro. 1,600 for my Cartiers with transitional lenses, far from 20 bands. I ain't say they was 20 bands. Yeah, these $1,500. Onions on, bro. I don't deal drugs no more. No argument, bro. Just keep it a buck. Say hi, bro. I keep your head up. Stay out of the New York. I left. Yeah, bro. I know you not, bro. Oh yeah. Nah, son. Nah, drop. I'm keeping it a band. I don't know what part you saying I'm not keeping it a band at. I don't know what part you saying I'm not keeping it a band at. I ain't, bro, and I'm not even bragging or none of that shit. I'm just saying what happened. But I don't know if you what day you talking about, but the day I'm talking about, and Rocky died. Didn't Rocky die? Somebody told me Rocky died. Somebody told me Rocky died. Cause it's two Rockies. Do your thing, bro. Hot Smash though. He good. Smash good. He good. He good. He doing real estate. He's staying out the way. Balboa. Yeah, he doing real estate. He's staying out the way, bro. Niggas is out the way. Niggas got grandkids. Niggas is out the way. What's your name, Drop? What's your name, bro? Which one is you? You gotta be Smokums. You either Smokums, I think Rocky passed away. That's the best move. That's a fact. I'm trying to figure who you is, man. I think you Smokums. Is you Smoke? Who is you? Nah, Rocky good. It's two Rockies though. What happened to my son H from the second 182nd? He got the baby by Banger cousin, the one with the big lips, the dark skin joint. I think is that Shady? No, that's not Shady's sister. They both good. Yeah, my son H, Ox. Smoke up all the right up the same time. I'll help you figure it out. Drop. H is home. Oh, Ox passed away. That's crazy. Yeah, Ox. Yeah, that's my son. H, Ox. Banger locked up. I caught my Fed case with Banger out in PA. Yeah, I caught my Fed case with Banger out in PA. That's where I got indicted. Messing around in Wilkes-Barre, man. Messing around with Wilkes-Barre. But yeah. He locked up right now. He locked up. I ain't been in communicate with him. I ain't communicate with him in a minute. Word. But nah, you definitely was around. That's crazy. That's crazy though. I know who you is. You still ain't say your name, but that's a good thing. I wouldn't say my name neither, especially if you still running around. If I was on real nigga time and I was in your situation, I'd probably get little jewels and say my little shit. But I'm like, nigga, I ain't saying my name. You ain't gonna get me indicted. I respect it though. Even though I ain't on that type of time, I did what I did. I'm straight. I ain't in communication with them people. They not my friends. It was a business transaction. I did what I had to do. I got up out of there. The Harrell recording that nigga, I had to do him like that, bro. I ain't gonna lie. But your thing, you said, but do your thing, bro. It's crazy how we was going at each other. Nah, I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. Anyone got switches? You trying to go to jail? I'm about to, hold on. Let me call the feds. Let me see. I'm about to lock you up, homie. Anyone got switches? I'm about to record your name right now. You trying to be in federal prison, playing around. Wilkes-Barre, that's Scranton, Allentown. He stayed bumping into New York cats. Yeah, I was in Scranton. I was in Scranton and Wilkes-Barre. That's where I got indicted at. They try to roof a nigga out there. Why I record Rel like that? I said in the other video why I recorded him like that. Because he was playing both sides of the fence. First of all, he stopped being my friend a long time ago. I came home. He told some people to have me reach out to him. I reached out to him. And I was trying to do some things with him, like some behind the scenes shit. Like we knew he was talking to Smash the whole time. Smash was home before me, so him and Smash was talking. I reached out to him. I had made a couple business propositions, and honestly, what we doing now was what we was kind of trying to do with him. And you know, he was getting brand new. He got brand new, so he would do shit like corny shit. So we just started recording him. I known him my whole life, bro. Like even before all of that, he always would do corny shit. He'll come around, act like we gonna do this move, do that move. He always acting like we about to do something, and then he'll find a reason to back out and make up some corny ass excuse or get mad, you know, get into his diva mode. That's what he do. So what I did was I just started recording him because he lies so much. He's a pathological liar. Anybody that know him know he's just a pathological. That's why he raps so good. So I knew he was gonna get on this diva shit. So I just started recording nigga, and I knew he was gonna tell a bunch of. I got mad footage of the nigga, bro. I used to record every time a nigga called. I kept 2 phones like this. You know, I'm an old school nigga. They got apps for that shit now, but I'm so old school. That nigga call, I just had the other phone on recording. I just record the nigga. I knew he was gonna say some bullshit, and he just said a whole bunch of bullshit, and I was just waiting for him to do that. You know what I'm saying? Because it's, yo, like at the end of the day, you know, that was really my childhood friend. You know what I'm saying? But we been stopped being friends. We stopped being friends in '06. It was just a business transaction. He just kept fucking with me because I was tough and I had money. And believe it or not, every time I came out of jail, I was up. He was always broke. Even though he was the rapper, I always was doing. Ever since he started rapping, the only time he did better than me was when I was in jail. Real shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not bragging or none of that, but when I got out of jail, niggas said it. I'm from a Dominican block. Niggas got everything I need. So I get, you know, at that time I was, you know, who I was moving. I was like, big you, nigga. I get busy. My little niggas get busy. So them niggas gave me whatever I wanted. So I was never broke. I was never hurting. So he been stopped being my friend. He just fucked with me because it was a business transaction. You know what I'm saying? I hold him down, make sure he's straight when I could and when I would, and he'll act like he was gonna put me on his next album that never came out. You know what I'm saying? That's how it was, bro. But we never was like how we used to be before the rap shit because he wasn't himself. I don't know how to explain it, but it's like if you got a little man and he always was your little man, and now he get in a position, you know, he running around with, you know, Lil Durk and shit, and it's like, me personally, all my other niggas started treating him different. But I didn't treat him like my little man. Of course, I'm gonna have respect for the nigga, but I just never like kissed ass. I never did that. Like I ain't never, you know, and you know, I'm not gonna say it was stupid because I wasn't meant to be no rapper. So I'm not gonna say, you know, I should have did this or I should have did that. I was just being who I was, bro. I'm not gonna kiss ass. I've been the boss, so I didn't know how not to be the boss. So my pride and ego always got in the way. You know what I'm saying? I was never gonna kiss a nigga ass. So because of that, he'll come around and be nice, and then he'll distance himself. Then he'll come around and be nice, then he'll distance himself. And this before I ever told. So now that I told and I'm home now because he know like I can't be on some tough shit or I'm not on no tough shit. So now he could kind of show his little ass. So that's why I started recording him. Because he would tell a bunch of lies. Imagine the shit that I didn't record. That's what made me record the nigga, because he started saying some whole outlandish shit. And then I was like, man, somebody told me, yo, you need to record that nigga, because he's retarded and he forget what he say. He'll tell you some shit. And he got a photographic memory. So I don't know if he forget or sometimes that homosexual spirit will be on that nigga and it don't really even be him talking. Because how the fuck you don't even, you know, just like I forget I do shit to niggas, he might forget some of the shit he be saying. So I just started recording the nigga and he just do that shit. Call me and tell me to put somebody in prison. Ain't that some shit? And I had that video for over a year, but I had that shit for a minute. That's an old video. That shit's like from 2023. I just put the shit out. I had that shit for like 3 years. Some of that shit is real, real, real old. You know what I'm saying? It just sound like it's recent because I was like, yo, ain't Kimi locked up? So people think that it was recent because Kimi just got locked up. But that video was from like 2023. I'm trying to get you on a platform one day. Yeah, hit me up. Yeah, depending on what it is, hit me up. If it's popping, I ain't just going on anything though. If it's popping, I'll go on it. I ain't going on anything. You know what I'm saying? Most of your favorite rappers unseen and sold drugs to their moms and pop. What? Most of your favorite rappers unforeseen, we sold drugs to their moms and pops. Uptown Nancy was one of our custodies. Respectfully, I work with her currently in Rikers program, but victimized her for real. You probably sold drugs to my mother too. My moms used to get high. Dubai. My moms used to get high. My aunt used to get high. You probably sold drugs to them too. I sold drugs to Nancy. I sold drugs to my aunt. I even sold drugs to my moms, not like directly. Can someone tell me how to tell a controlling wife I want to unload the boatload of snow cones? Man, I don't know why the hell I be trying to read some of this shit. Didn't say that for glory. Nah, I'm just saying. I didn't reply for glory. It's just the truth, bro. You selling drugs, you gonna everybody's selling drugs, so selling drugs to somebody, mama. Everybody that get highs, they somebody mother. You know what I'm saying? Bro, you had to drop some smoke one day. You came in between the cars, I think your gun jammed, and he hit your arm down and ran. Oh, yo, damn, bro. Yo, drop. Yo, drop. Who are you, bro? That's crazy. Nah. Nah, I actually did let off some shots. It was the day he was on the dirt. He was on a scooter. I don't know if you remember that girl Nina and Moni. Remember Nina and Moni with the big lips? Nina, I forgot which one was which, but Nina and Moni was out there. We was in front of H building on the second, and nigga, the police was on 183rd and Creston, right by the laundromat. It was two beat walkers, and Smokums was on a moped, and because the beat walkers was right on the corner of 183rd, and we was on the corner of 182nd in front of H building, so he seen the beat walkers, so he came over there styling. And I actually let off a couple shots. That's when I hit the blood in the leg by accident. If that's the day you talking about. And the nigga Smokums got off the bike, rolled off the ground, got up and ran. But I ain't hit him one time. I hit the blood in the leg by accident. God forgive me. I remember that day. I think that's the day you talking about. Word. That was like a few days after Shady got shot. Was the old school nigga shot Shady like 9 times or some shit. If you remember. Nah, you definitely was around, bro. That's crazy. Weirdo behavior. Miss Paula. Miss Paula, that's my aunt. Miss Ann from Weeks. Miss Paula. Nah, Miss Paula was that's my aunt. My mom's was Tutu. I'm from there. I'm going to get you on a platform. Yeah. Well, was you getting the iceberg from him? From Smoke'em? Yo, you Smoke'ems, nigga. Drop, you Smoke'ems. You Smoke'ems, bro. This is Smoke. Yo, Smoke, what's up, bro? Don't be like that, bro. It's over. You Smoke, that's Smoke'ems. Hey, yo, Smoke, what's up, man? I knew that was you. I knew that was you. Yeah, that's Smoke'ems, man. I knew that was you talking about was I getting my iceberg. Nigga, you know nigga, you turned me on the iceberg. I was in Connecticut. I did them bids. I came home. I ain't know about no iceberg, nigga. You turned me on the iceberg. If that's Smoke'ems. You know H from 182nd? Yeah, we were just talking about H. Y'all was getting that iceberg from him. Only Smoke'ems would know that. I know that's you, Smoke'ems. Only you would know that. And I found out they was calling you Little E in New Haven and you was getting busy out in New Haven. You think I don't know? You was getting busy out in New Haven. They was calling you Lil E. I put two and two together some years later. Hey, that's Smokums. Only Smokums know that. I know it's you. Who else know I was getting iceberg from you? I was getting the dope iceberg from you, and I was getting the closed iceberg from you. Yeah, that's Smokums. I already knew you was somebody close to the situation just from the stuff you was saying. What's up, man? You staying out of trouble, bro? What's going on with you? I'm good. I'm chained. I ain't with none of that shit no more, bro. I ain't tripping no more. Word. I always wonder what was up with you. I said, nigga like you probably either up somewhere or locked up or the other one. I don't think there's no in between for a nigga like you, bro. Ain't no in between for niggas like us. Real talk. Either dead, in jail. Ain't no in between. Oh, Rocky. Oh. I'm not. I'm Rocky. Oh, that's Rocky. Oh, what's up, nigga? Oh, that's crazy. Big Mac with extra onions. Nah, Rocky was good, man. That's crazy, bro. Word. I think it's another Rocky from over there too, because I remember years later they was talking about a Rocky, and I was like, and I was describing you, and they was like, nah, it's another Rocky. But yeah, Rocky from Creston, yeah. Yeah, that's a fact. Yeah, that's a fact. Yo, my bad, bro. I apologize for all that shit, bro. We was just on nice seeing you around. Just hold your head, bro. You already know, bro. I apologize for all that goofy shit, bro. Niggas just on a different type of time, man. We was young niggas on some young dumb shit. You know how that shit go, man. Word. Real talk. Yeah, it's two Rockies, right? Yeah, I knew it was two Rockies. The host did 21 years. Who's the host? I'm the host, ain't I? Tor Rocky Creston. Yeah, I only know one Rocky. This the Rocky I know. I think it's a younger Rocky. I don't know that Rocky. This the Rocky I know right here, though. Word up. That's crazy. Nah, that's crazy. He was young and up and coming. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that. I remember that. Little Rocky and Aki Rocky. Oh, Jazz from the third too? Oh, you from 180. 180 probably. Or maybe they just put that. Read the above comments before that one. Let me see. Oh, all right. Let me see. The host did. What, read your comment? I'm trying to find. Nah, I'm not Rocky. H Home. Welly Ave. I'm Rocky. Time to clock into the job at McDonald's, fellas. Pretty soon for the. Hey, man, nothing much, Rocky. Nice seeing you around. Just hold your head. The host did 21 years. Yeah, Jay, I hope you have a good day, big bro. I don't know you, but I'm proud of you. Real talk. Keep pushing and making progress. That's a fact. Yes, my comment tells from the jail comment. Okay, piece by piece, it will start to make sense. Don't give up. Nah, you already know. Nah, you already know, bro. I ain't even gonna lie. You already know. This is what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? This content shit, this shit is all right. But if I can make a couple dollars teaching niggas, you know, a different way, I'm gonna tell the hood stories. I know I'm gonna lose a lot of people with the hood stories, but I'm gonna gain a lot of people too. The people that wanna hear the shit that I'm talking about, you know what I mean? But nah, I'm about to get off here. I'm wilding. I got shit to do in the morning. I got shit to do. It's 63 people in here too. I ain't gonna lie, this shit fake went up. But I respect y'all. I appreciate everybody for showing y'all love. Like, comment, and share. You know what I'm saying? The live. Please subscribe. Subscribe to my live. Subscribe to my live. The stories is gonna get better. I was just freestyling today. The stories gonna get a little better. You know what I mean? We gonna get into the spiritual shit. We gonna get into the Illuminati. We gonna get into conspiracy theories. We gonna get into the sovereignty shit. We gonna get into declaring nationality. We gonna get into stocks. We gonna get into everything. You know, show y'all how a better way to get some money. I ain't gonna just tell y'all to leave the streets alone. I'm gonna show you where there's some more money at. You know what I'm saying? If you so well choose. Yeah, so tune in, stay tuned. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate the love and support. I even appreciate the trolls. Come back and troll. Subscribe, and then next time I'm on here, come on up here and troll all you want to troll. I ain't even tripping. Press that like button. That's a fact. Press that like button. Nigga, and hit a nigga Cash App. Y'all niggas want to hit a nigga Cash App, situated brother. If y'all like my story, my Cash App is the same as the YouTube channel. The same shit. It just got a dollar sign in front of it. My son told me Harlem Legend was like, yo, put your Cash App up there. And I ain't all the other, he told me from the first time. And the first time I did a video, he was like, yo, put your Cash App up there. But I was like, man, I ain't begging niggas for money. But you right, he right though, nigga. I've been up here all night. I've been up on this joint. I don't know if that's 2 hours. Nah, I've been up here longer than 2 hours. I ain't even gonna hold y'all. I've been up here a minute. I've been up here all these hours, man. You know what I'm saying? So hit a nigga Cash App, subscribe, and situate a nigga. And yo, safety to all y'all. Yo, Dubai, Jazz, what's my son name that was up here? Citizen of Humanity, 215. Oh, that's Philly. I ain't even see that. Yeah, Citizen of Humanity, you know what I'm saying? Jazz, Dubai, all y'all, bro. I appreciate it. It's not begging, it's a business. That's a fact, bro. Word up. I appreciate y'all. I'm probably not gonna go live, but I'm gonna put up a couple videos and shit. Especially if I monetize. If I monetize today, it's over. I'm gonna come and revamp the whole channel. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have videos specifically about credit, specifically about stocks, specifically about cleansing, specifically about making spirit waters. I'm gonna break down the bees to y'all. I'm gonna break down a lot of witchcraft in these communities. I'm gonna break down the tribalism in the gang banging. I'm gonna break down the signs and symbols of the 5-point star, the 6-point star, the blue flag, the red flag. I'm gonna break down the GDs and the folks. I'm gonna break down all that shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of esoteric knowledge up here. I sat in prison a lot of years just reading, study, praying, and meditating. And not just that, actually living it. Actually seeing spirits come up off people. Actually meditating shit and moving spirits around and all that shit, bro. I swear to God, I could talk about kilos and drug dealing and Cullinans and mansions and all. I could talk about all that goofy shit and lie about all that shit. When I talk the spiritual shit and I tell you, I seen a nigga walk through a wall, believe it. Believe that nigga walked through that wall, bro. Real shit. So I love and respect y'all, man. And y'all brothers stay safe, stay focused. You know what I'm saying? But I'm definitely about to get some rest. And peace to y'all, bro. I'm off this.